जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
A very good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to the second International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, organized by Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. The primary goal of the second International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research is to shed light on the hurdles linked to the practical administration of all the most modern information being produced in educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. The International Conference has been specifically designed with the intention of delivering outstanding outcomes and challenges in the 21st century. It intends to bring collectively researchers, scientists, technicians, scholars in all fields of educational research for the propagation of original research conclusions, new approaches, and developmental practices that yield real results.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries, Assistant Professor Dr. Fumfakavat Fumfang Kochasom, Director, Institute Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand. Dr. Lamphang Klumkor, Acting Director for Research Information and Academic Services Division, Asian Studies Center, MCU. Mr. Rudrapanan Satpathy, Founder and Head of IFERP. And eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Pramsak Vichakum, Deputy Director of System Development, Faculty of Logistics Management, Suwan Sunanda Rajapat University, Thailand. Professor Bradley Corbett, Director of International Programs, BH School Pandora School Systems, Vietnam. Dr. Pastor Agilis, Dean, College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Health, Molino Campus, Philippines, for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees joining us today. Now, I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Fumfang Kochasom to deliver his welcome speech. He is the Director, Center for Educational and Research Technology Innovation for Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, and Course Instructor, Educational Administration, Innovation College of Management Innovation, Rajamangala University of Technology, Ratnakosan. He is graduated with the Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Buriapha University, Thailand. His research results are published in the national database, TCI1 and ACI, a total of 67 international database, and received the Best Research Award and have been selected to be evaluated into the database Scopus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation, technology, engineering.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Assistant Professor Dr. Phumphakavat Phumphong Kochasorn, Constant Institute Innovation Technology Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS. Welcome to International Conference on Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills. In the 21st Century Research ICTEMR 2022 as present educational and research have undergone tremendous change both from the advancements of technology and from the academic situation, forcing many people to make assessment to organize learnings and research development plan in the accordance with the current situation. Our future speaker invited speaker to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Lamphang Klumkor to deliver her welcome speech. She is the Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Services Division, Asian Studies Center, and lectured from Faculty of Education, Mahachalankor, Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. She is graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Research Methodology, Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and awarded by the National Research Council of Thailand the Best Dissertation of Year 2013 at good level. Received Graduate Scholar Award from the 19th International Conference on Learning, the Institute of Education, University of London, UK, in the month of August 2012. She has also received a Golden Jubilee Scholarship to study in Canada for 2 years in bachelor degree from 1997 to 1999. She is interested in conducting research in education and Asian studies and is the author and co-author of editors of more than 20 articles and books. She was invited to be the guest speaker and to organize international conferences. She has also completed research projects in various research designs such as structural equational model, ethnography, Delphi future research, and mixed method research.
Dear delegates and colleagues, on behalf of the second ICTEMR 2022, as the conference coordinators, it is a great pleasure and honor to extend my warm invitation to all esteemed delegates to the second International Conference on Technologies, Innovative, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research ICTEMR 2022 on 8 to 9 January 2022 at Institute Innovation, Technology, Educational, and Research, Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. ERTS with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, Chennai, India. So the themes of the second ICTEMR 2022 is the Conference on Technologies, Innovative, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research will underpin the need for participation in forum for collaborative research and cooperation among individuals from a wide range of educational and technical backgrounds. According to the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, the second ICTEMR 2022 conference had decided to use online and video conferencing that will surely provide a wonderful platform for you to refresh your knowledge base and explore the innovation in education and multidisciplinary. The conference will strive to offer plenty of networking opportunity, providing you with the opportunity to meet and interact with the educators, researchers, and scholars via online. So we also look forward to all participation in oral presentation to share your educational research and multidisciplinary knowledge. And I strongly believe that this international meet will provide a fantastic opportunity for global networking and fostering network research collaboration within the worldwide innovation and education fraternities. I hope you will join us for a symphony of outstanding conference, and thanks for your kind attention and contribute a great piece of your work in our conference and for further publication in international index journals. We best wish and hope you will enjoy with our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Rudrapanu Satpathy, founder and head of IFERP, to deliver his welcome speech. He is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder and CEO of Technored Group. He has 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He has completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, ME from St. Peter's University, Chennai, and he is pursuing his PhD in St. Peter's University, Chennai. His research interests include image processing, antennas, and wireless networks. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP and BIOLEX Worldwide became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Rudra attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transform risk to opportunities to handle the ever-changing environment in education and technologies. His research interests include image processing, antennas, and wireless networks.
Esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, revered delegates, organizing committee members, the director of the institution, and my loved students, as well as academic professionals and industrial professionals from nook and corner of the globe. Thank you very much for being part of this international conference, second international conference on technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skills in 21st century, ICTEMR 2022, organized by Eastern Institute of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, in collaboration with IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. I believe this is the first international conference, overseas conference we are organizing this year, and we are beginning our journey towards building up the collaborative environment for scientific community of academia and industry from Suvarnabhumi, the land of gold, the golden land, I would say, the beautiful country of Thailand. My hearty gratitude to all the IFERP organizing committee members and all the faculties and student ambassadors and different national as well as international organizing committee members and ambassadors and representatives of IFERP and all the faculties of Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi for taking this painstaking job into consideration amid the COVID pandemic and making this conference a online event considering the safety of all our delegates. We have been trying since the 2017 to organize a series of online activities as well as offline activities in Thailand, and I believe this beautiful country will be the epicenter of scientific interactions by grabbing tourism and grabbing innovative investments in upcoming days. There has been a long connections of our nation, India, the second largest populated and the largest democratic country of globe with Thailand, and there are historical connections where we had the exchange of trade, we had the exchange of ideas, we had the exchange of culture, we had the exchange of education and social life with this beautiful country. And I believe this is a commitment of our generation to serve the country and serve the academic population of this country and create a perfect bridge, a strong connections between academia and industry of the country. We are trying our best to serve the nation. We are trying our best to serve the delegates and innovative students. They are young students by promulgating their ideas and innovations and thus creating a globalized platform for the educational institutions and universities of Thailand. And I insist all students and faculty members of IFERP Thailand chapter to come forward and express their ideas and innovations in IFERP global platform in our upcoming conferences in different countries, so that this will be helpful helpful for us to globalize your ideas and innovations in front of the globe. I believe this country is the most potential country in terms of automobile industries as well as other productions and manufacturing industries and companies. And I believe this country will be grabbing more investments in upcoming years. We are committed towards the development of the nation by globalizing the thought processes and ideas and contributing as many articles and publications towards the international scientific repositories. We are trying to build up the capacity through our capacity building scopes and schemes, where we insist and promulgate our researchers of different countries of Asia and globe to come up with ideas and publish the research work. We are trying to build the potential among them so that the article writing and innovative patent filing could be fine-tuned and the ideas could be presented in global forum in a proper manner and proper way, subjective to the needs of the industries and applications. In upcoming days, we are collaborating with more and more number of universities, thus to build up a proper connective, collaborative environment, and thus making the potential of developing and developed countries of Asia to come forward with integrated platform by uniting all these universities and uniting young minds, the budding researchers of these countries. I believe this is possible to build up the potential humanity and the productivity of mankind today if we create a collaborative environment. So I believe our conferences are networking hubs, and these conferences will be promulgating the ideas and will be connecting the researchers of the similar interest. As the conference title speaks about multidisciplinary research, yes, we are focusing on multidisciplinary research, and in upcoming days we will be focusing on interdisciplinary research. We have connected with researchers and innovators from different disciplines, different areas, different scientific researches and research interests, and we have formed respective communities and societies. These communities and societies we have built up in last 7 years have become strong enough all across the globe and is inculcating the innovative ideas and promulgating the students' ideas and innovations in particular field. Now the time has come to integrate all the interdisciplinary forums, interdisciplinary scientific communities, and interdisciplinary subjects, irrespective of their disciplines, by understanding their applications and trials towards the industry and by understanding their need towards humanity. So multidisciplinary research is the most important thing that today industry and academia needs, And in upcoming next 3 years, we will be moving towards interdisciplinary research by building up the forum by targeting interdisciplinary needs. I mean, if I give a good example, healthcare system of globe needs deep interrogations and deep ideas and innovations from technology sectors. So if we talk about applications of electroencephalography and EEG measuring in terms of signal processing so that we can remove the artifact and applications, this could be possible if we connect neuroscience professionals with signal processing professionals. So I believe interdisciplinary research is the need of community today. We are rapidly forming IFERP local chapters, zonal chapters, and establishing institutional chapters and faculty chapters and student chapters with a thought process of connecting the researchers from nook and corner of the globe and to find the potential of the research going at the grassroots level of different developed and developing countries. And we believe the knowledge and access towards scientific ideas and infrastructure to higher education should be accessible by everyone, irrespective of community, irrespective of developed or developing countries, irrespective of the economical standards and infrastructure available. We are rapidly trying to provide free services by providing IFERP free membership, and I would insist everyone to be a part of IFERP membership so that it will be helpful for us to connect all the researchers and make the availability and affordability of scientific services and academic services all possible ways to different levels and economic standards. I believe the technology and innovative ideas should reach beyond socio-economic barriers, and we are trying our level best to meet the need of the globe. Thank you very much everyone for being a part of this conference. I wish everyone a healthy life, and I believe this conference will be definitely contributing towards the academic career and the knowledge, and will be definitely providing a good network among all of us. And I would express my hearty gratitude to all the faculties of Eastern Institute of Technology, the Honorable Director of the institution, and my lovely colleagues of IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, all IFERP institutional ambassadors, national ambassadors, organizing committee members, chairs, joint chairs, secretaries, everyone. Thank you very much. Without your support, this conference wouldn't have been possible. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pramsap Vachagam to deliver his keynote speech. He is an industry and academic expert. He started his career as an officer in Walt Disney World, USA, and later on became a manager in Thailand. He also joined several colleges and universities in Thailand as a professor. From the freelance consultant, he is now the Deputy Director of Tamnathi Internal Audit Company Limited. He completed his doctorate in business administration at Sripatham University in Thailand and got a leadership certificate at INTI International University, Malaysia. He is an expert trainer of various topics in leadership and quality management. His training involves activities for writing a student-centered management plan. As such, he is into developmental studies, where he applied his knowledge in industry and management into social and educational issues. He has effective ways of formulating development plans, which he shares in his lectures and training sessions. These form part of his paradigm in evaluating papers on developmental studies.
Your job. Okay, hello guys, or you guys today. My name is Dr. Pramsap Vachagam from Thailand, and today I want to share about the knowledge of modern educations under the creations of education innovations in the new normal eras. Before we start, I need to share my screen. Just a moment. It's okay. For the new eras of technologies or like the models, educations or education innovation, we use like a TPAC model. All you guys know about the TPAC model. I know I'm really confident about that. But you know the things that today I will to focus how TPAC models work and what is the component that made the TPACK model successful. First of all, we need to know about the TPACK model. And nowadays, technology has become an increasingly important part of student lives beyond school, and even within the classroom, it can also help increase the understandings of complex concepts or encourage collaborations among peers. Because of these benefits, current educational practice suggests that teachers implement some form of technology in their classroom, but many teachers face difficulties in doing so. Cost, access, and time often from consideration barrier to classroom implementations. But another obstacle is a lack of knowledge regarding how technologies can best be used to benefit students across diverse subject matter. According to the TPACK framework, specific technological tools like hardware, software, applications, associated information, literacy practice are best used to instruct and guide students toward better, more robust understanding of the subject matter. The three types of knowledge, like TK, as you see at the on the screen, PK and CK stand for like technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge about TK, PK, and CK are thus combined and recombined in various ways within the TPACK framework. Technological, pedagogical knowledge, or TPK, describe relationship and interactions between technological tools and specific pedagogical practice, while pedagogical content knowledge, or PCK, describe the same between pedagogical practice and specific learning objective. Finally, technological content knowledge, or TCK, describe relationship and intersections among technologies and learning objectives. These triangle areas then constitute TPACK, which consider the relationship amongst all three areas and knowledges that educators are acting within this complex space. As you see on the screen, this is a TPACK model. However, TPACK has remained such a powerful principle for almost 12 years because the complex constitutes describe above a round room for a range of specific educational circumstances. Any effective implementation of technology in classroom requires acknowledgements of the dynamics, transactional relationships among content, pedagogies, and incoming technologies, all within the unique context of different school, classroom, and cultures. Factors such as the individual's educator, the specific grade levels, the class demographics, and more will mean that every situation will demand a slightly different approach to NTech integrations. No one monolithic combinations of content, pedagogies, and NTechs will be applicable for every setting. And TPACK leaves room for researcher and practitioners to adapt its framework to different circumstances. So we need to look at the meanings in each element. And the first one is content knowledge, or CK. CK describes teachers' own knowledge of the subject matter. CK may include knowledge of concept, theories, evidence, and organizational framework within a particular subject matter. This may also include the field-based practice and aspect approaches to communicating this information to students. CK will also differ according to disciplines and grade level. For example, middle school science and history classes require less detail and scope than undergraduate graded or graded course. So their various instructor CK may differ, or the CK that each class impart to a student will differ. Okay, next, PK or pedagogical knowledge. Describe teacher knowledge of the practices, processes, and method regarding teachings and learnings. At a generics form of knowledge, PK encompasses the purpose, values, and aims of educations, and may apply to more specific area, including the understanding of student learning styles, classroom management skill, lessons, planning, and assessment. Next would be like a technological knowledge, or we know as the TK. Describe teacher knowledge of an ability to use various technological tools, and associated resources. TK concern understanding and text, considering its possibilities for specific subject areas of classroom. Learning to recognize when it will assist or impede learning, and continually learning and adapting to new technology offerings. Pedagogical contents knowledge, or PCK. PCK describes teacher knowledge regarding foundational areas of teaching and learning, including curricular development, student assessment, and reporting results. PCK focuses on promoting learning and tracking the link amongst pedagogies and its supportive practice. And much like CK, we will also differ according to grade level and subject matter. The next one is technological content knowledge, or TCK. TCK describes teacher understanding of how technology and content can both influence and push against each other. TCK involves understanding how the subject matter can be communicated with different EdTech offerings, and considering which specific EdTech tools might be best suited for specific subject matter or classroom. And the next one is technological pedagogical knowledge, or TPK. This describes teacher understanding of how particular technology can change both teachings and learnings experiences by introducing new pedagogical affordances and constraint. Another aspect of TPK concerns understanding how such tool can be deployed alongside pedagogies in ways that are appropriate to the discipline and the development of the lesson at hand. TPAC, or TPACK, is the end result of these various combinations and interest drawing from them, and from the three largest underlying area of content, pedagogies, and technology, in order to create an effective basis for teaching using educational technologies. In order for teacher to make effective use of the TPAC framework, they should be open to certain key ideas, including the first one is concept from the content being thought can be represented using technology. The second one is pedagogical techniques can communicate content in different way using technology. Third is different concept require different skill level from student, and EdTech can help address some of these requirements. Fourth, students come into the classroom with the different background, including parents, educational experience, and exposure to technology. And recent utilizing EdTech should account for this possibility. Fifth, educational technology can be used in tandem with students accepting knowledge, helping them either strengthen current epistemologies or develop new ones. Because it's considered the different types of knowledge needed and how teachers themselves could cultivate this knowledge. The TPAC framework thus become a productive way to consider how teachers could integrate educational technology into the classroom. Then TPAC can also serve as a measurement of instructor knowledge, potentially impacting both training and professionals development, offering for teachers at all level of experience. Finally, the TPAC framework is useful for the way in which it explicates the types of knowledge most needed in order to make technology integration successful in the classroom. And teachers need not even be familiar with the entire TPAC framework, such as in order to benefit from, they simply need to understand that instructional practice are best shaped by content-driven, pedagogically sound, and technologically forward-thinking knowledge. Okay. As you know, what is the TPAC and what does the TPAC stand for, and what is the element of the TPAC model? If you want to do like when you want to teach or you need to learn about the new normals like a COVID pandemics or the situations, besides the TPAC model, you need to understand the new normal learning model. You will see in the scheme that the TPAC model is the ones of the new normal learning model, right? On your left-hand side. But as you see at the screen, if you want to successful to be learning normal, like successful in new normal learning, you need to do like, you need to have like an objective. You need to have like a teaching model or teaching style. What activities in the styles of teaching, and then you need to use like a TPAC model for learning, like I told you before, and then you have to create about your learning activity, like it's online or what the activity of the student, like you need to do like about like your the teachers and the student participation together. Yeah, and then after you set your objective, you create a teaching model like activity about the learnings. You use like a TPAC model and you create more learning activity with between teachers and students. And then you need to evaluations, like you need to measuring and evaluating. Like you need to evaluate knowledge, skill, and attitudes, right? Because the 21st century learners, you need to evaluate like a knowledge, skill, and attitudes. All of this new normal learnings model, if you follow like this and you use like a TPAC model and combine with the new normal learning model, you will be successful in the new era of innovations, educational. Thank you for today, and thank you for opportunity to share the knowledge with all you guys. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to welcome Professor Bradley Corbett to deliver his keynote speech. He is a Canadian educator who is currently working in Southeast Asia. He holds the position of Director of International Programs for the Viet School Pandora School Systems in Vietnam. During the past 6 years, he has worked in Thailand and Vietnam as an academic educational consultant for programs and in the application of learning technologies at the elementary, secondary, and post-secondary levels. Dr. Corbett worked for the Government of Canada as a research analyst and as a faculty member at the Ivy School of Business. It has extensive experience in studying educational trends in education through analysis of data such as the Program for International Student Assessment and other large data sets relating to students' educational outcomes.
Hello and welcome to the ICTEMR Second International Conference on Technology, Innovation, Education, and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research. My name is Dr. Bradley Corbett and I'd like to welcome you to the conference this year. Today I'd like to set the stage by talking about the devastating impact of COVID-19, 2021, 22, and who knows how much longer on education. The conference is looking at innovative educational technologies, and so this presentation will talk about set the stage for the environment that we're working in, which has presented challenges but also opportunities for us to learn how to innovate and to do things in a different way. UNESCO predicted that 1.5 billion students have been impacted by school closures and disruptions in 2020. More than 100 million children will fall below the minimum reading proficiency levels. And the impacts are severe and significant, but some of the most important ones include interrupted learnings, gaps in childcare, rises in dropout rates, increased exposure to violence and exploitation, and social isolation. So you can see that the impact of COVID-19 has been significant and very devastating to the global economy and the people who live here. The first thing I'd like to talk about today is the student outcomes and how they have been impacted. School outcomes and school performance in particular have been experiencing mixed results. You know, some of the studies indicate some students can do better in some areas, while other studies indicate students do much worse in other areas. So we can see in regards to student performance that we have a lot of room for innovation because there are a lot of problems that we have that need to be resolved. For example, I run a small English center in Hanoi, and we had been training our students to use a learning management system prior to the COVID shutdowns. And just as the students were learning this technology, we noticed when the closures happened that half of the students were able to adapt. We had trained them to use the learning technologies, including video conferencing, and they could study online through our learning management system. Well, the other half of the students struggled and they were not able to continue their studies. So in Hanoi, some of the parents decided to send their children out of the city to the countryside where where the grandparents live and aunts and uncles. And so those students that were displaced and moved outside of the city were finding it difficult to continue through the online studies. So we see that even among students there were mixed results, and even within the individual students, some students performed better and were able to improve their learning in some aspects, while other aspects suffered. Secondly, we need to consider the case of older versus younger students. So the older students that I teach were actually quite adaptive, and in fact, they preferred to study online. Many of them, when given the opportunity to come back to class, decided that they would prefer to continue their studies online. Well, younger students, they don't do so well when they're studying online. So when this younger students are studying online, they're not as familiar with the technology. Maybe they don't have the parental support that's necessary for a young child to focus online. Actually, they're pretty good with the use of the technology. They can turn the microphone and camera on and off, and they can interact with the teacher quite well. But the students are still, that were young, they still struggled when we try to teach the same amount of time in class. Second thing that we need to consider is the health status of the students. So there are very significant mental health issues that the students faced when they were staying home during the lockdowns. The students suffered very significant mental health issues because they were not allowed to go outside. They were not allowed to socialize with their friends. There was a significant amount of depression and sadness and general displeasure among the students. I think the students in Vietnam really did great during the first series of lockdowns, probably better than students in North America from what I'm reading. The students in North America seem to experience a lot of separation anxiety and a lot of problems related to not being able to connect with their friends. During the first lockdown for about 3 or 4 months, the students that I had were still in pretty good spirits. I attribute that to the fact that the Vietnamese families are very close, and I think the closeness of the family helped the students to get through that. In the later lockdown periods, I'm not sure that they were as resilient. The sheer amount of time that the students were experiencing lockdowns and being separated from their friends was becoming quite devastating in recent times. So, definitely the mental health of the students and not being able to go outside, not being able to exercise and play in the same ways that they had done before, certainly had some implications with their performance and definitely with their behavior. Some students, especially the more intelligent ones, were acting out a bit as they experienced extended lockdowns. Another aspect is the physical. As I mentioned before, the students were not free to go outside and exercise and play and do the physical things. So they became less physically fit. And as well, that plays into the mental aspect because they were a bit depressed or unhappy because they couldn't do things like play basketball. And finally, the social health of the students really suffered. As I said, the students did okay in Vietnam, pretty well for the first part of the pandemic. But the second and third lockdowns really showed social stress and social strain. Recently, I talked to a young girl whose family is doing well, and she lives in an apartment complex. But she's just very very discouraged that she's still not able to play and socialize with her friends, and she really misses that aspect of the educational experience. Finally, with regard to student outcomes, student time management seems to be a huge issue related to the use of technology. Some students are able to manage their time and to be able to focus on their work, but other students find it very challenging to study when they're working from home. There's a lot of distractions and a lot of things that create problems for the students as they're studying, as well as there may not be somebody there to monitor them or to make sure they're behaving properly. The second thing I'd like to talk about today is institutional challenges. So from the perspective of the schools and the educational institutions, a lot of challenges occurred due to the lockdowns and the government's decision not to allow students to come to school during the COVID time. The first issue I'd like to raise is that of principal leadership. So basically there was a complete disruption of the way that schools and teachers operate. Obviously the students were not allowed to come to school. In the earlier shutdowns, even the teachers didn't come to school. There was some very tight regulations in terms of people's movements and freedoms. So principals had the challenge of trying to manage their staff and trying to manage the students and the school in an environment where they had never experienced before. So imagine trying to deal with your staff from a distance, and not only that, but you're dealing with teachers who are also managing large class sizes, and the teachers are also finding challenges at various levels. That leads to our second point, the teacher readiness and skill. So obviously many teachers have some background in technology, but a significant amount of teachers were not comfortable with using technology, especially new teaching technology and video conferencing. So the teacher readiness was definitely lacking. A lot of teachers, especially the older teachers or those that were not interested in technology prior to, had significant challenges trying to set up and use technology from their home during the COVID era. So the teachers had to manage that as well. They were expected to manage, have the skill and experience of teaching online. So teaching, some aspects are the same, but teaching online has some very different aspects, and if teachers haven't had that experience, then they really struggled with the ability to control the classroom, to convey the message and the lesson to their students. I remember some students complaining to me about one teacher who was a physics teacher and writing the formulas on a piece of paper and holding his phone above the piece of paper, and the students couldn't make out what the formulas were, what the reading was. So this was an example of how some teachers simply weren't ready for teaching online. A third thing that we can talk about is the quality and the impact of teachers. So when I was working in Thailand with some of the provincial schools, we were trying to implement a learning management system. And some of the teachers were able to adapt it. They were very excited about it. And, you know, they were very instrumental in helping us get their school off the ground. Other teachers had significant difficulty with even the simplest things like logging into the learning management system. So those teachers required some help. They were actually quite good at, once we showed them how to log in, once we got their passwords sorted out, and once they got on, then they did pretty good. But even the process of logging on was quite difficult for some teachers. Another aspect is the teacher quality, but the teachers have to rely on the parents much more in an online study system. The teachers don't have the students in the classroom to control. And as I mentioned before with the younger students, sometimes teachers were just teaching young kids online with no parental control. So you can imagine what it would be like to have 15 or 20 6-year-olds online and trying to manage them and tell them to turn their microphone off, turn the camera on, and trying to keep their attention through online teaching. So parental involvement is very challenging. It's very important to have parental involvement, especially in the early days until the students settle down into their routines. And some parents simply didn't have the skills or time to be able to manage their students as they were studying at home. The second thing that parents and teachers had to do was communicate. So we had to learn how to communicate more through online SMS services and different emails and so forth. So you can imagine the challenge that teachers have when they have homework assignments for the students and they want the students to do certain things to prepare for the next class. Well, all of that information has to be conveyed to the student, but also to the parent, because the students often, especially in the early days, use that as an excuse not to do the work. So if some students wanted to get out of doing their studies or doing their work, they simply didn't pass the message along to the parents, and then the teachers would inform the parents later that there's a problem. Luckily in Vietnam here, the people use SMS systems frequently. So the teachers were quite innovative and able to adapt to the communications, creating groups for the parents and sending messages. So it only took a few times of the students using the excuse of not being able to know what they had to do before the teachers innovated and started sending out SMS messages. So because people use it so frequently here, most parents were able to adapt in that way. Finally, we have the issue of teacher supports. So we know that the amount of supports that teachers have, especially around technology and innovative solutions, can determine their success during these times. So we see that personal learning supports, for example, the number of people that they have around them that can help them if they encounter a problem. So imagine if you were new to technology, you had to log on, if you have a young child or grandchild around that can help you log on and understand that process, then those people could do the processes much easier than someone who didn't really have a community of people to help them with their learning. So how to use the technology, how to teach, understanding how to teach online, and what kind of supports were necessary. So my business partner and fellow teacher at the English Center had never taught online, but because I was from a Western country and I had a lot of experience in this area, I was able to help her learn quickly, and within just a few days she was up and running. And after the 3 to 4 month shutdown, she actually preferred to study online by the time the lockdown had finished. So it was really quite interesting that she was able to adapt so quickly, and that she actually liked teaching online better than she did in the classroom in some respects. Also, we have the issue of self-directed learning. So working online requires the teachers to learn themselves. As anybody that's used technology knows, all of the answers are on Google. So we were able to check that out and find the answer to this and the solution. Unfortunately, people that don't have those self-directed learning abilities, they struggled a lot more than the others. And finally, we have the issue of personal and family demands. There are a lot of those people who have a lot of challenges during the COVID era, and because they had those challenges, they experienced a lot of difficulty to try to maintain the same level of professionalism in their job. They had a lot of personal and family demands, and adding on top of that all of the learning they would have to do for teaching in the environment, etc., was very challenging for teachers. Okay, so let's move on to the next issue, which is equity and equality issues. So the difference between equity and equality is that equity is lifting up the people who have more challenges, so that they have an equal standing with others. Equality is equally separating the resources between people. So dividing it by the number of the availability divided by the demand. So we can see that throughout the world there's a lot of equity and equality issues around access to technology. Even with the vaccinations, we had this issue of the challenges between where to distribute and who should get the vaccinations first as they're being manufactured. So the same goes with technology. Some places have a lot more capacity and better technology access nationwide, while other places they suffer. Another issue to consider is students with disabilities. Many students don't have the capacity to learn on their own. They have some sort of disability or difficulty that creates additional challenges for them. So in the era of COVID and studying at home, who's going to help those children? Obviously, parents can do what they can, but often they're not professional enough to understand these issues. And finally, we have the issue of the level of parental involvement. We know in things like reading, for example, a child's literacy is increased as the parent spends more and more time working with the children. The same will go in this circumstance. When children are learning online, they require a certain amount of support. Not all of the children need support, but many children do. And if the parents don't have the ability to be involved and to help the students with their online learning, then those students will experience a disadvantage in their life. Okay, so basically I've outlined a few of the major challenges that educators have faced during the COVID era. We talked about the challenges to student outcomes, student performance, health, and student management. We also talked about institutional challenges that leaders and teachers experienced. We talked about equity and equality issues and trying to figure out who gets the most help and who should get access to limited resources, and the problems that we experience based on things like disabilities and parental level involvement. So to conclude, I would like to just highlight these points, and we need to understand that this talk is setting the stage for the discussion of innovation and technology that has been used to address the COVID crisis that we've all been facing over the past several years. So I'm looking forward to all of the excellent presentations that will be made by the participants in the conference. I am sad that we can't meet in person, but I'm glad that we have technology and the ability to study. And I really wish you a very fruitful and beneficial time learning about all of the great innovations in education using technology during these challenging times. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Pastor Aguilis to deliver his keynote speech. He is the Dean of the College of Computer Studies at Study of Perpetual Health Systems Delta in the Philippines. 20 years of successful ICT lecturing experience and 12 years of them as an effective educational manager and administrator with a reputation for creative academic policies, curriculum designs, passionate instructions, and an excellent classroom management skill. An entrepreneur individual, experienced software engineer with passionate skill in database management system, an IT consultant with respected background in business analysis and development. Enthusiastic individual, successfully organized and tied up in different IT related organizations, deeply committed to high quality education for students.
Hello everyone, good day. Of course, I would like to say thank you and congratulations to the Institute for Engineering and Research and Publication through their partnership with Eastern Institute of Technology in Suvarnabhumi in Thailand. So this is your second international conference on technology, innovative, educational, and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research. So congratulations once again, and thank you for inviting me to speak before all of you in this very important conference. So I am Pastor Arguelles Jr., the Dean of the College of Computer Studies of the University of Perpetual Health System Delta in the Philippines. So my topic or my project of research is all about a hard computing or a software development using artificial intelligence system. So this is the presentation outline that I have with me, the software development process. So I will discuss this for a very short period of time, which is the hard computing, and the research itself, the object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. In terms of talking about the software development process, the hard computing is evolved to resolve the non-linear issues that actually involved in terms of ensuring, emphasizing, and even approximate solutions to tangle. And exactly the outcome of hard computing approach is warranted, settled, correct, and resolved defines definite management actions that employs mathematical model or algorithmic rule. So that's why it is hard computing. And the software development process, also known as a software development methodology model, it's actually a framework. We all know that, especially for those who are software engineers, software developer. So this is actually a framework that is used to structure the plan and even control the process of developing any kind of information system. So a wide variety of such framework has evolved, of course, over the years, and it is being, of course, counted also at the same time in terms of different approaches to software development, some engineering-based approach to develop business solutions, or even just information systems to take more incremental development methodology. And these methodologies are actually works in combination of the following stages or software development. Like, of course, in the analyzing the problem, the market research, the gathering requirements, the designing a plan, the implementation of the software or coding, the testing the software, the deployment, and even the maintenance or the bug fixing. Now, this is also one way of working with the evaluation of the marketing. This is software that works in the development that may involve compromising of different approaches in terms of going what exactly required by the client. So a software development project may actually stray into less technical concerns of human resources, the risk management, or even the intellectual property, and most in terms of crisis management and the likes. So the planning itself works with the objectives, though, and this is very important as far as the software development process is concerned. So the designing is also a requirements that establish the design of the software that can be established, the software design document, and involves preliminary on high level, like in terms of using block diagram, the data flow diagram, the system flow chart. So these are very necessary in order for you to work with the blueprints of the system application or application project. Next would be the coding or the testing. This is part of the process where the software engineers actually program code the project. And in terms of testing, it is an integral and important phase of the software development process, simply because of this is part of the process that ensures and make it sure that the defects are recognized as soon as possible for correction. And the deployment in terms of documenting as far as the purpose of the future maintenance are concerned or is concerned, and enhance is done throughput or throughout the development. Like, for example, of using different plan-driven models like waterfall, the agile models, and as far as the project management is concerned, the Scrum development. And of course, the deployment starts directly after the code is appropriately tested and approved for release, and sold otherwise into distributed production of our project, or when it comes to the deployment environment. So the view models were, of course, the business process and the data modeling, the programming paradigm, the modeling language. So in other words, these are the things that are needed in as far as the development is concerned. We have to use we have to consider the use of different data model, the business model, the computer-aided software engineering, the IDE or the integrated development engineering environment, or in terms of developing the project or the system. We can also have the integrated design, integrated debugging environment, and of course the modeling language that are actually necessary, like the XML, the extended enterprising modeling language, and so forth and so on. So these are very important as far as the methodology is concerned. Also, the reuse of solutions can also be done when we have the computer-based software engineering, the service-oriented architecture that are important to provide the network of services, especially in web services environment. Now, let's proceed with these are very popular software development methodologies nowadays. So for the presentation of the agile development, this is somewhat having the three important phases, which are the plan, collaborate, and the deliver. So this is to minimize the risk. This is the function of this is to minimize the risk, because the pros is that the primary benefit of agile software development is that it allows software to be released in iteration. So iterative releases improve more efficiency. Well, the cause is this method is actually relying on real-time communication with the client. So now they use often lack of the documentation, and it needs to get up to speed. So this is similar to rapid application development methodology, because it requires exactly huge time commitment from users and the labor. So in other words, it needs a very high qualified engineers or software engineers. Especially the advantage or the thing that you could actually rely on it is that for those engineers who are certified in that particular field of technology or development. For example, if you are certified Java programming, and then if the project would be on the Java development or using Java tools in the form of platform of development, so that would be an advantage, so that the agile can actually mix or actually fix the issue of project development. So the agile development methods are actually, as I mentioned, similar to rapid application development that can inefficient in large organizations. Programmers, managers, and organizations accustom the waterfall exactly about it. Now, the second one would be the DevOps. So this is focused in improving time to market and then lowering the failure rate and releases, the failure rate of releases, shortening the lead time between fixes. And the companies that use DevOps methods benefits by significantly reducing time to market and improving customer satisfaction, and of course the product quality and employee productivity and efficiency. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Some customers don't want continuous update to their system, especially those employees who are not technology-based individuals. But we have the Generation C, we have the Generation X, and the Millennials. So they are, of course, more into technology, and they can easily adapt technology. Some industries have regulations that require extensive testing and some quality attributes. So those are some important disadvantage of using the second development methodology, the DevOps. The third would be the waterfall, which is the traditional one. It has been in the academics or in the classroom for so many years. And even myself was a little bit surprised, because even up to this 21st century development, it is still being used. No? And many consider this a waterfall method to be the most traditional software development method. Well, the linear nature of the waterfall as the pros of it is it's easy to understand and manage. So as you can see, from the requirements of design, you need to, make it 100% done before you proceed to the next stage, up to the last stage. So no turning back or no validation or verification is required, because you have to complete 100% every stage before you proceed with the next couple of stages. So this is really slow, no, and will create more time to develop the entire project. And of course, the last but not the least is the rapid application development. As I mentioned a while ago, this is similar to Agile. And this has 4 stages: the requirements, the planning, the user design, the construction, and cutover. Well, the pros would be the rapid application development is most effective for projects with a well-defined business objective. And of course, the costs, the consequence of the rapid application development requires stable team composition with highly skilled developers and users who are deeply knowledgeable about application area. This is very necessary when you are actually using rapid application development. So I hope it's part of the cutover with the different methodologies. And let's proceed with the topic itself, with the research itself, the object detecting using CCTV. No, and the topic, or rather, this research has different objectives, and one of those is the capture and record video footage from the Raspberry Pi camera module V2 and stream it to the main server, to store the stream video footage in the main server's hard drive, to localize or to display the license plate is registered, it's not a sticker, using the alert system, and to develop even the user interface system. So also, in addition, is to store the vehicle information, which composes of date, time, license plate number, detection number, contact number, address, and license plate images in a database. Now, the input process output, as you can see, the researchers used a camera module connected to Raspberry Pi with the video footage acting as the inputs to the system, and the device then placed at the entrance of the establishment that provides a clear, unobstructed view of approaching vehicles. So this is very important since the camera module has no autofocus capability. And the process is that the gathered footage of the camera here, definitely works on the server. It must be sent to the server through a local area network, and the main server will then run the license plate detection model on the video footage, and then we check for license plates in each frame. And after processing it, it will require the graphic user interface to have these 2 important outputs. And these 2 outputs, or these important 2 LED lights of output, will be streamed to the personal computer, wherein the license plate detection process will also run. And once a license plate is detected, it will determine if they are registered or not. And the other output is where the system will give notification to the security officer using a LED indicator. Why security officer? Because this is going to be installed at the front gate, at the main gate of the establishment or the university or any company. Because if the detected license plate is registered, the color green will be on, or rather will be work, and will work as the LED light will work. It will turn on, and then if the license plate is not registered, the red light will turn on. And of course, we use the agile software development here approach, in terms of flexibility needed to complete the software scenes from the development stages, like huge amount of time, such training model, and works also with the Kanban board to keep track on the specific progress of the project. As you can see, we have the SQL database here, that's stored from exactly the process on the server going to the back end of the system. Now, the process is centered algorithm, the central tracking algorithm. That's why it is hard computing, because it requires algorithm, and it works by registering the detected bounding boxes for an object to a list and assigning unique, identification number to them. And another keeps tracking on the registered bound box that are not detected in the current frame. The researchers use the C dictionary, the data dictionary in the Python programming here to accomplish this, although it can be done using the data structures. And the state of registered boxing the registered bounding box is updated when a frame is processed. And if a bounding box is not updated in the next frame, of course, it will the counter each counter on the list is disappeared, or the counter of the list of disappeared frames is increased in the set of amount of frames. It is removed exactly from the list and it is deregistered. So this is exactly the system configuration of the SmartCom ALPR system. And this is working with availability, of course, with the ALPR. It is not yet widely implemented here in the Philippines. And however, some companies provide ALPR systems, but still require quotation for the pricing here. SmartCom, which is Korean-based company, is that's the only store that is selling or specializing in developing and manufacturing electronic-based services here. So it is good for, in car parks, in the mall, in the hospitals, even in the shopping malls or commercial buildings. This is the setup camera for video recording detection. As you can see, we have the server location inside the vicinity of the security. We have the LED bulb placement, the red, the light, the red and then the green one. We have also Raspberry Pi cameras. Before entering the gate, it can be, visually installed here so that upon entering of any vehicles, it can be detected whether the plate number is recognized as registered or not. And if it is registered, the green light will turn on, and then this barricade will, the cross steel bar will open up, and the car can enter. But of course, if the red license plate is not registered, it will be red light on, and automatically the security may be able to check or encourage the vehicle or the owner of the vehicle to register their car unit. The implementation exactly of the design of the prototype, as you can see. This is the prototype of the camera and the light, the LED light, another one. Okay. And in terms of providing the reliability, this table shows that the detection counts or numbers in the image detected during the training, and the average position earns 99.89%, which the precision earns also 99%, and the intersection over union is 86.54%. So this is the precision of the license plate recognition model. And in terms, as far as the real-time analysis is concerned, the average precision, which is 99.89%, this means that the license plate is highly reliable. And this is also already preparing for this or subject for implementation. Thank you for listening, and congratulations. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to welcome the session chair, Professor Dr. V. Sasireka, Professor, Department of Management, Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, India. Now, I would like to welcome Sumit Kumar Maitra, Lecturer, Electrical and Computer Engineering, Rachimo University, Ethiopia. Now, I would like to welcome Session Chair Sashil Budiman, Lecturer, Government Studies Department, Raja Haji School of Social and Political Science, Indonesia. I welcome you all to the Day1 presentation. I would like to invite Lan and Lei to present his paper titled How Will Vietnam Respond to the United States Non-Market Economy Barrier in Trade Cooperation?
Hello everyone, I am Lei Lan. I'm a doctor of economic law and I'm a senior researcher of Vietnam Institute of American Studies under Vietnam Academy of Social Science. Today, I'm very happy to be here as a participant in this conference. So I would like to send my sincere thanks to IFERP organization to give me such a wonderful opportunity to be here to share with you about my topic, how Vietnam responds to the United States non-market economy barrier in trade cooperations. In my presentations, because of the limitation of the time for presentation, so I can only to analyze the problems of non-market economy regulation in the U.S. anti-dumping law and give some recommendation for Vietnam to reach the market economy condition from the U.S. Over the past time, the impositions of the U.S. anti-dumping duties, such as the case of frozen shrimp, pangasius, have had a negative impact on the export activities of Vietnam, affecting fair competitiveness in the international trade, especially in the context that the U.S. still consider Vietnam as a non-market economy country. Its specific anti-dumping cases to apply to an exporter from a non-market economy, the U.S. Department of Commerce may decide the normal value of the products to be investigated based on the price of similar goods in the importing country or determine the values of products. The DOC can replace the price of a market economy with the same level development for non-market economy. This is often called the alternative methodology or alternative country methodology. The use of different methods for market economy and non-market economy are widely criticized for a number of reasons. First, it's not fair to differentiate between market economy and non-market economy for the purpose of anti-dumping regulations. The difference among the methods used to calculate possibly dumping margins, preventing non-market economy exporters from exporting goods to the U.S. market due to high dumping tariffs. Second, the regulation regarding the non-market economies are ambiguous. They cause arbitrary in implementation for the anti-dumping authorities. The determination of market economy or non-market economy largely depends on the interpretation of the DOC. Third, the determination of an alternative country is complex and almost never accurate because market economy and non-market economy concepts are fundamentally different. Although the concept of a non-market of an alternative country seems reasonable, in fact, the alternative countries and the export countries often do not compare each other thoroughly. Therefore, it's impossible to decide an accurate replacing price for anti-dumping investigations. Fourth, the alternative country approach is completely unpredictable. For producer, the calculating price method is unpredictable because there is no level for non-market economy producers to calculate export price to avoid dumping. Moreover, producers of similar goods in the alternative country often compete with manufacturers and exporters in the exporting country. Therefore, producers and exporters in the alternative countries are often dissatisfied with providing relevant data for anti-dumping investigations, or they may provide unfavorable information for non-market economy exporters. So, How to Vietnam get market economy provision under the US anti-dumping regulation? In order to improve the response to the non-market economy provision in the anti-dumping investigations of the United States, a number of solutions Vietnam need to be specifically applied as follows. Firstly, complete the vision of building the socialist-oriented market economy. Secondly, solution on completing the regulations related to the organization and operation of export enterprise. Thirdly, because the Tariff Act 1930 allow the US DOC to develop a comparable normal value for use in anti-dumping investigations. Therefore, Vietnam defendants under anti-dumping investigation may be able to persuade the DOC to use information from Vietnam to determine the normal value when they provide sufficient evidence that their products follow the market economy standards. Still, there are many things I would like to share with you, but because of the limitation of the time, so I will finish my presentation here. Thanks again for the listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Surakia Tadana Watanabe to present the paper titled The Study of the Causes and Effects of Growth Mindset of Employees and Students in the Hospitality Industry.
Hello everyone. Today I will present my research article. This is the title of my research article. The name is the study of the cause and effect of growth mindset of employee and student in the hospitality industry. Okay, this is the title of my research article. This is me. I am Surakia Thada Watanabe. I am the lecturer of Faculty of Hospitality Industry of Dusit Thani College, Thailand. I'm graduate master degree in Educational Research Methodology in Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. I am interested in the conduct research in educational area and hospitality industry too. This is my email and my telephone number. For this abstract of my research paper, the purpose of my research study is the first objective is to study the level of the growth mindset of hospitality industry and student. The second one, to study the factor affecting the growth mindset of hospitality employee and student. And the last one, to study the influence of growth mindset on self-efficacy and resilience. For another detail, I will tell you the next page. I have to introduce you about the growth mindset. The growth mindset is the belief that the basic characteristics of people are developed over time throughout their lifespan. The person who has a growth mindset, he or she tend to be a patient in obstacle or difficulty and focus on the learning process rather than success. So the people in that they have a growth mindset, she or we always to be like a challenge, want to be get a new challenge. So when they have got a new job, new challenge, new problem, new situation that they have to fix it, they don't estimate themselves, but they want to believe they believe in their learning in the step way that they go in for finish that. For my area study, the people and students in the service industry, because in this group, the people and students in service industry there must be an idea dealing with the workplace problem, personal event and situation. Because in this area, service sector, they want to this kind of job always have to work with the climate, allow people to be socialized. Okay, this is the have the work condition that have to have new challenge every time. So, and that's why I am studying to focus in this group of people. This is the objective that I told you already. I have 3 objectives, and this is the conceptual framework. Okay. The population and sample. The sample consists of 28 employees in service industry. The people that now when I get a question data, they work in service in the industry. And the second group, the 120 students in the service industry. The research tool, I used the 20 items questionnaire to measure growth mindset, self-regulation, self-control, self-efficacy, and resilience. Analysis, I use the SEM, structural equation modeling, to analyze this data. The conclusion, the first objective, I want to study the level of the growth mindset of hospitality industry employee and student. This is the data, the results. Both student and employee, they got mean in about 37. So I get a criteria under the table. For this criteria, it means this group of people, they got growth mindset and partially fixed mindset. So you see it is third step from the under third step, growth mindset with some fixed idea. So the second objective and the third, I studied the factor affecting the growth mindset of hospitality industry employee and student, and the influence of growth mindset on self-efficacy and resilience. In this table, you will see they are both all of my influence effect. They got statistically significant at 0.05, especially on growth mindset to self-efficacy. They got very highest on 0.99 effect size, and all of my influence they passed significantly. For the discussion, the first one, the level of growth mindset and student the level of growth mindset of student and employee in hospitality industry. The student present that the student and staff in hospitality industry have to have the growth mindset and partially fixed mindset. This is the same of the study of Dweck on 2015. She found that the most high school student has a combination of growth mindset and fixed mindset, because for Dweck study, she study for high school student. For me, I study in the student in higher education. So it's it's almost the same. Okay, the second one, the effect of self-control and self-regulation on growth mindset. For my study, that got significantly effect. So that's the same with Lysenko, Ford, and Perry on 2016. That team found that individual with higher self-control had a high level of growth mindset than fixed mindset. So if you want to improve or develop the people growth mindset, so when you want to develop their self control, actually self-control is some dimension is the same as self-regulation, some but not the same. Okay, the last one, the effect of growth mindset on self-efficacy and resilience. For my study, it's significantly affect the same. It's the same with the Smith on 2017. Study that the promoting students to have a growth mindset was one of many ways to brighten the way to succeed in terms of self-efficacy and resilience. This is my research article. Okay, thank you everyone to listening. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Rudaya Ha to present the paper titled "A Learning Model to Enhance Constructive Criticism Competence Through Phenomenon-Based Learning for Undergraduate Students in Southern Thailand."
Swadika and hi everyone. My name is Rudia Ha. I'm from Sinakrin Birot University. Today my topic of presentation is about the development of self-assessment instrument to measure the constructive criticism competence for undergraduate students, which I divide my presentation into 5 parts. I will start with the introductions to tell you a rough idea of this study. As we know, the constructive criticism has been mentioned more frequently nowadays because we now live in a time where freedom of speech is far more accessible than in the past. This changing global context has made it easier for an individual learner to criticize and share their opinion with other society. Some are constructive, but most are destructive. This is what we concern because while criticize is simpler, so conflict and argument from different opinions will also arise more quickly. So this study tried to develop a self-assessment tool to enhance the constructive criticism competence, which we focus for the context of students in the south of Thailand. We designed the research as a mixed method. The contents consists of the constructive criticism concept and technique, and the competency-based learning, and the self-assessment concept. For the research methodology, we divide into 3 phases. First, we start with the construct development, and then followed by the instrument validation. Finally, we did the instrument applications. The result found that from the first phase, we get 24 indicators for the constructive criticism, which all indicators have a good value of IOC, which is between 0.8 to 1. But of course, some indicators have to improve in terms of clarity and in terms of language. After we get all 24 indicators, so we proceed with the EFA, exploratory factor analysis, to measure the instrument reliability. After 3 times of varimax rotations, we left only 21 indicators because we removed some of problematic items and the items that have a factor value lower than 0.5. We have removed all of that. Finally, we get 3 components with 21 indicators, which all have a good Cronbach alpha. This is the first component. We get only 5 indicators. We can see here all the factor value is above 0.5. And for the second component, we get 11 indicators. The factor value is also above 0.5. Final one, the third component, we get 5 indicators. We can see the Cronbach alpha coefficient here. For each component, have a good value also. And this is the example of the self-assessment form that we let students rate themselves. So for the conclusion, we can say that after we process with each those methods, we can say that the self-assessment instrument has fulfilled all the face validity and the reliability and also the construct validity. But of course, there are some suggestions for the further study. Maybe we should apply this instrument in a larger group of students and in other parts of Thailand, so we can generalize and maybe we can improve this instrument to be better, more applicable in terms of application. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite the next presenter, Dr. Nucha Pathana Nukit, to present the paper titled An Analysis of Health Communication and Thai Hertz, Discourse for Self-Care from Coronavirus Disease 2019 via Social Media of Medical Agencies in Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natha Pathananukit. I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Communication Art, Bangkok Thonburi University in Thailand. I will present a research paper titled An Analysis of Health Communication and Thai Health Discourse for Self-Care from Coronavirus Disease 2019 via social media of medical agency in Thailand. In my presentation, I will talk about the introduction, objective, method, analysis, result, and discussion. As everyone knows, the COVID-19 has spread all over the world during the period from 2019 to the present. The difficult problem for all countries around the world is that there is no cure for disease and there is no vaccine to stop these infections. This outbreak of COVID-19 as a result, more than 82 million people have been infected worldwide and more than 1.7 million people have died. WHO declared that COVID-19 can be contacted through the respiratory system by inhaling aerosol contaminated with the virus into the body. Every country is trying to find medical knowledge through every channel. One of those channels is the use of traditional medicine. People all over the world are trying to find information about herbs to take care of their health from COVID-19 from all channels, especially social media. In Thailand, it's known as Thai traditional medicine or the use of medicinal herbs. But the problem found is the communications of health contents is mainly focused on health problems, chronic disease, and various ailments rather than educating, especially Thai traditional medicine. Therefore, the researcher study the health communication, content, language, and social context of the discourse Thai herbs for self-care from COVID-19 through social media of medical agency in Thailand. This research was that of qualitative one with two stages to serve the research objective. 1. The researcher conducted an analysis of discourse information from content and language collected from social media of the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, and in-depth interview with key informants in the context of health communication by choosing purposive group of Thai traditional medicine personnel related to medical agency in Thailand. The result of this research study can be divided into three parts in accordance with the research objectives as in the following. 1. Health communication about using Thai herbs for self-care has the following process. The encoder were from health professionals of Thai traditional medicine. Communication channels has made use for social media to create participation and transactions among people in the society. Communication strategy has emphasized the production of content on health literacy for the people as well as those to serve the need to know of the social trends. 2. Thai health discourse for self-care from COVID-19 encompass the following issue example. 1. The body of knowledge on Thai traditional and alternative medicine. 2. Thai herb called Fa Thalai Chon. And 3. Form an analysis of content, language, and social context of Thai Herb Discord for self-care from COVID-19. The production of contents was as in the following example. 1. Healthcare. 2. Inspiration of self-care. 3. Constructing accurate knowledge in using Thai herb to treat, not to prevent disease. It was found from the research results that there were 3 interesting issues which the researcher would like to discuss so far as can be seen from the following. Health communication process for self-care from COVID-19. The first is to bring in health professional, Thai traditional medicine vocational line as a messenger regarded as knowledgeable, experience, reliable, which was in accordance with the study on the topic attitude of Generation Y consumer about Thai herb usage is what found from the study that the most reliable people in giving information about Thai herb were families, relatives, friends, and Thai tradition medical doctors. As for the Discord Thai herb for self-care from COVID-19, there are 2 main themes. 1. Content of good health of Thai traditional medicine. 2. Content of health treatment method of Thai traditional medicine. There is issue were in accordance with a research study called Health Communication Process in Context of Thai Traditional Medicine, which found that contains communications of meanings on primary health with 3 characteristics as in the following. Definition, principle, maintained of good health by Thai traditional medicine. The content of Thai herb Discord for self-care from COVID-19 via social media put an emphasis on constructing health literacy for Thai society. This was in accordance with the research study titled Knowledge Disseminations of Civil Defense Volunteer in Nong Pru, Chonburi Province in relation to using Kariyat herb for boosting immunity against COVID-19. It was found that they encourage people to participate in cultural knowledge dissemination on Thai tradition medicine under the discord of food is medicine and issue on usage of herbs. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite the next presenter, Visananude Nuchakil, to present the paper titled Forecasting World Energy Index with the Sarima Model.
Hello everyone, my name is Misundet Nanchaikel. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Management Science, Kamphaengphet Ratchapat University in Thailand. Today I would like to present my research paper on forecasting world energy index with the Sarima model. Energy is considered as an important factor in human life and plays a crucial role in the economic system in terms of production sector and consumption sector. It is relevant in driving people's life from the grassroots to the national economy. It is more significant when the world is more developed. From the report of International Energy Agency, it indicates that in the first trimester, the energy needs allowed the world reduce 3.8% comparing with the previous year. At the same time, the oil needs drastically dropped around 60% from the reduction of crude oil needs all over the world according to the situation of transportation and airline. From the mentioned situation, the study of energy price change is very necessary in business sector in order to set the direction and policy in administration and management. One of the most popular world index which it reflects energy price is MSCI World Energy Index. Forecast and prediction are important parts for business people or investor in making any decision. One of the most famous techniques used at present in is time series analysis and prediction is Salima model. The objective of the research article was to construct the appropriate model for MSCI World Index by a seasonal auto-regressive integrated moving average and to forecast MSCI World Energy Index. This study was quantitative research using secondary data in building Salima model and forecasting, which consisted of 4 steps as follows. The first one, data collection. Monthly data was collected from secondary data as MSCI World Energy Sector Net USD Index for 15 years, with 180 data. The second data stationary test by using augmented Dickey Fuller test. In this research, stationary test of MSCI World Energy Index was used to bring the data to build the forecast model by using data stationary test of augmented Dickey Fuller test. The equation is as follows. In the third, Salima model and choose the best model by using the least archaic information criteria and Bayesian information criteria. And the last, forecast accuracy comparison by RMSE and MAE. In building the forecast model, the accuracy of the model should be considered based on the residual from the model. At present, root mean square error and mean absolute error are widely used with the follow formula. The results from table 1, it was a stationary test of MSCI World Energy Sector Net USD Index. It was found that p-value was higher than significant at level. Therefore, the data was non-stationary at the level. P-value of the first difference was lower than the significant level, 0.05. It's accepted that the data was stationary and has the trend. The data was converted by using the first difference to build the forecast model. From figure 2, when analyzing autocorrelation function and partial autocorrelation function, with the first difference, it was found that the result was in the blue line. It can be concluded that it was stationary data. And from figure 3, when analyzing autocorrelation function and partial autocorrelation function, With the first seasonal difference, it was found that the result was in the blue line. Only the data in the 12th position was over the limit line. It can be concluded that the data of the past 12 months has an impact on current data, or the data had the range at 12 months. From the table 2, it was an experiment in building Salima model by choosing 5 base models from the model which reached AIC and BIC. The base model was Salima 211 multiplied 213 12. From the table 3, the base model was chosen from table 2 to build the model to find the parameter. All variables has significant edge level at 0.05 with the equation. From the figure 4, the upper picture was the graph showing the real value and the forecast value of MSCI World Energy Sector Net USD Index in the past 15 years, with a total number of 180 pieces of information. The lower picture was residual from forecasting MSCI World Energy Sector Net USD Index in the past 15 years. From table 4, it was about the 15-month forecast of MSCI World Energy Sector Net USD Index from January 2020 to March 2021. When analyzing the residual from the forecast, RMSE was 19.27 and MAE was 14.43 respectively. From the study about forecasting World Energy Index with the Salima model, it relieved the seasonal influence which affected to the change of the World Energy Index. Past season has an impact on the index in the same period as the need in using energy would be in the same level in each month or season. Therefore, World Energy Index forecast with seasonal factor would have reached earlier. The results of the study show that both models with seasonal factor has high accuracy in forecasting. If the data has a movement with a seasonal relation, adding seasonal factor help the model be more efficient. World Energy Index is another set of data in the past which has movement with the seasonal relation. The reason is that the amount of energy used in some periods are different. However, the trend is many years show that the monthly and seasonal amount of energy used were quite similar. Recommendation for practice. The first, the result from the forecast can be used as component in decision making in stock investment in energy sector. And energy index forecast can be used in energy price forecast to estimate business income. And recommendation for the future research. Linear and non-linear model should be added in the forecast to find the best model in index forecast. Other energy price information such as oil and coal should be included to study the relation and energy index to provide benefits to investor and business. And last, adjust the model to forecast price stock energy sector as the chain of energy price affect profit and loss in the business. This is all my presentation. Thank you for listening your attended. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to invite the next presenter, Assistant Professor Dr. Kanakpur Pakiche, to present the paper titled The Development of 3D Media to Promote Career Development in Flooding Season of People in the Watershed Community, Phra Nakhon Sai, Ayutthaya Province, Thailand.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present the topic is the development of 2D media to promote career development in the flooding seasons of the people in the watershed community, Panakhon, Ayutthaya Province, Thailand. Okay, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Associate Professor Dr. Kanokporn Pakichai. I'm lecturer and researcher, Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology, Rajamankala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Okay, first, I would like to give you an overview of aspects. This research is the area-based development research. The objectives are 1. To analyze the production and marketing potential of community products, and 2. To create 2D media to promote appropriate career in the flooding seasons. By using crowd metric, feasibility analysis in economics, and sensitivity analysis. The results were as follows. 1. The vegetable salad and lamb products were economically and town analyzed products to create treated media to increase and channel and adding value to the product. And 2. The results of the experiment using 3D media for the promote career were found as the performance tests show that 3D media were appropriate in terms of content. Second, I will move on to the description. This research directly collected data from the primary data focus group. Data from 2 focus groups of 6 to 10 people to obtain content for review and products that can be promoted as a career of the community during the first seasons. And the qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis is analyze the production and marketing potential to the product that exists in the top-down community, such as analysis of the financial value and economic feasibility. And a correlative analysis is a crowd matrix. And to create 3D media to promote suitable occupation in the first area using augmented reality AR technology on the mobile smartphones. In the table, okay, from the table to sum up, the Banma community and the Topnam community, okay. In the Banma community offer the occupation that can create job and income throughout the year. Later, there is a problem of the practice sessions, the occurrence, the COVID-19, and following the project to develop the peopleized system for a culture such as Raccoons, Bear System Series, and Saras. So the Topnam community has a purpose of occupation that the community want to develop further to reduce the soul problem during the flood seasons and reduce the problem of COVID-19 disease, such as sweet potato, cultivated banana, and lime. And the person and marketing potential of the community product in the flood seasons. It shows that the results of flexibility and sensitivity analysis of the community. In detail, show salad and lime. If the production cost was increased and the yield was reduced by 15%, both products were still economically variable. ENPV was greater than 0, EBCR greater than 1, and EIRR greater than first rate. The financial return 7% in a decade, and despite the increased production cost and up to 2% drop in returns that allied product continue to operate at normal and is economically worldwide. Okay. And the results of town analysis of the salad product and the lines products. In the results, okay, in the result of the qualitative and correlative analysis can be concluded that the salad and lines product, in addition to the being economically feasible of the commercial investment, also have strengths, weakness, opportunity, and threat that were analyzed to create. It is a strategy to enhance marketing potential in the promoting product to increase awareness channel for the product. As a result of a small group meeting with the participation of the farmer and Topnam sub-district administrative organization, is what brought that 3D media should be created. This is a remedial strategy and a preventive strategy to increase awareness channels and contribute to adding value to the product. Okay. Okay. This is the process of the critic. Engine 3D media. Step 1, exchange and explore the need for 3D media. Step 2, design and executing community product storyboard. And step 3, creating 3D media using AR technical or the mobile phone. And step 4, experiment with 3D media and use it for the benefit of the community. And the conclusion, develop of 3D media to the promote career farmer, especially salad and lime growers who can develop into the varieties in the time frames giving knowledge to be the learning center on the organic agriculture. The result of the feasibility analysis of the commercial business found that businesses have great potential in doing business. In addition, in the situation of the COVID-19, they can increase business opportunity and expand the advantage of the chemical-free vegetable product. And according to this research, the central product plan has been developed with the promotion of the community product, which is safe, vegetable, growth with hard, non-processed, and has a logo which is non-Thapnam, which is embedded 3D media to develop into the solar and life, and if possible, relevant government agency should promote the creation of the auto sales vegetable product and promote the use of a central brand to the extent the video clip to be more diverse. Okay, thank you for extension.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to invite the next presenter, Rudaya Ha, to present the paper titled Development of Self-Assessment Instrument to Measure the Constructive Criticism Competence for Undergraduate Students.
Swadika and hi everyone. My name is Rudia Ha. I'm from Curriculum Research and Development Program, Sinakrin Virod University. Today, my topic of presentation is about a learning model to enhance constructive criticism competence through phenomenal-based learning for undergraduate students in southern of Thailand. I divide my presentation into 5 parts. I will start with the introduction to let you all know the background of this study. As we know, educating students to meet the future need is the primary responsibility of educational institutions in every age, especially for the current situation that learners are faced with a new challenge. So instead of memorizing a textbook and answering the test paper, they are expected to be equipped themselves with multiple skills. And one of the most important skills is constructive criticism. In the other hand, for the context of Thailand, we still have a gap in teaching constructive criticism. Therefore, this study will attempt to develop the learning model to perform this essential competency through the concept of phenomenal-based learning, which we design the learning activity that emphasize students to practice constructive criticism during the class by integrating the real issue in student of context. So we can say that the objective of this study is to develop a learning model to enhance the constructive criticism, which we scope for students in the context of southern of Thailand. We design the research as a quasi-experimental designs, and for the content consists of constructive criticism concept and technique, the competency-based learning, and the phenomenal-based learning, and instructional designs. For the research methodology, we divide into 3 stages. We start with analyze, which is analyze the needs and the theoretical definitions, followed by the in-depth interview to investigate the behavior indicator. The second stage, we design a learning model and validate by the expert, and then we revise according to the expert opinion and the expert suggestion, and finally we get the model. For the third stage, we select the sample that represent the population of the study, and then we conduct a pilot testing of 1 group pre-test, post-test, and then we analyze the result. And this is the result. We conclude that there are 3 aspects of constructive criticism for undergraduate students in this context. The first one, we name it as a mindful listening, which have a 5 behavior indicator, and the second one is the intellectual humility, with a 7 behavior indicator, and final one, the communication flexibility, with 5 behavior indicators as well. From these all behavior indicator, we bring to develop the learning model. And this is the learning model. Consists of the principle, the assessment process, and the learning process. For the learning process, there are 3 steps. First one is the heart, second one is head, and the third one is hands-on. So we call this model as 3H learning model. Start with empathizing others, and then followed by critical thinking and analyzing visual logics, and final step we proceed with the communicate to others in a creative way. And this is the result from the validations. After we let 7 experts validate the learning model in terms of the alignment and practicability, we find that all the items are validated. The second table is the result after we implement this model in a small group of students, which is about 48 students in a period of 12 weeks. And we find that the average score of students is increased significantly. We can see here the pre-test score is 46 and the post-test score is 84. So we can conclude that component of 3H model and the learning process throughout the instructional design succeed in terms of developing student competency. And of course, the developed model is validated and practical to be put into practice with a larger group of students. So this is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Vasinarum to present paper titled Integrated Learning Management System in Performing Arts Research Course, Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts Program in Performing Arts, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Shivan Sunanda.
Good afternoon, my audience. Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Sinarum. I'm a full-time instructor and head of Performing Arts Department at Susuranta Rajapat University. And our researcher team consists of Assistant Professor Dr. Pakama Jira Jarupat and Manashia Petruji from Susuranta Rajapat University. In addition, Dr. Sakawin Siri Watanapoon, he is my colleague, researcher team from Chulalongkorn University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic of Integrated Learning Management System in Performing Arts Research Course, Bachelor of Fine and Applied Art Program in Performing Arts, Thai, Dance and Theatre. Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Susuranta Rajapat University. I hope my presentation will be useful to you and I plan to take about 10 minutes of your time. Performing art was one of the subjects that require essential skill and must follow the teacher's styles in terms of performance style, dance movement, and choreography. So many students lack of skill in associative thinking process and the development of creativity. More than that, this discouraged emerging of new ideas which minimize productive and creative as much as it should be. Performing Arts, Thai Dance and Theatre, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Susuranta Rajapat University realized the importance of an integrated education system and an emphasis on students being the center of education. Therefore, the Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts program was decided in 5 subject areas: performing arts skills, history, research, choreography, and management for solve the problem. However, the practical was nature of performing arts subject. In addition, students lack interest in seeking knowledge from author method such as reading, listening, speaking, and writing. As a result, theory courses were difficult, successful study, performing art research, theory, history, and etc. Studying in the performing arts research course of the Performing Arts Thai Dance and Theatre Department brought the integrated system and emphasis student-centered use in terms of content, teaching method, assessment, and individual learner development such teaching and learning management, apply learning physiology by using game as a teaching medium, which an interesting issue for education for learner development. Thus, my purpose of research article topic aim to study learning system, management, feature, factor, achievement, and utilization of integrated learning system in performing art research course Bachelor of Fine and Applied Art in Performing Art Thai Dance and Theatre, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Susuranta Rajapat University, Academic Year 2021. Then, my research methodology is based on qualitative research, conducting by documentation, questionnaire, interview, observation, and evaluation of learning achievement. For the result, 51 students were characterized by research skills into 3 groups. First, Advanced Development Group. Second, Development with Guidance Group. And the last one, Development with Difficulty Groups. This slide outlines the result that the learning was conducted online, emphasized the equality to develop learners according to their individual potential. The content is correspondent to performing art and its related topics in both theory and practice. The learner systems are the first indication of benefit from research and self-development to adjust learners' attitude. The second, application of games to stimulate learning, develop skill, and bright learning experience. By learning with classmates, the learner will feel accepted by others, which will create confidence and pride in themselves. Third, doing research on their chosen topic to discover their potential and development. Researching the interested topic will be beneficial for future study and their occupation. And the last one, exchange for knowledge, demonstration, and advice from friends and instructors, both in group and individually, to stimulate learning and help learners to accept opinion of others and understand the code of conduct for researchers. This is based on social physiology to adjust learners' attitude and social behavior. Using game as a medium can approach the learner effectively. The achievement is evaluated by the first, level of interest in learning content, the second, rate of assignment submission, third, idea for research topic which help develop research skill according to the course objective, and the last one, application of knowledge in other course and in daily life. All in all, this study is innovation and worth developing in performing art education. Finally, I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy day to listen to my presentation. If you have any questions, Please do send to me email on this following the first slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I request you to continue with your next presentation titled Online Learning Management in COVID-19 Epidemic for the Bachelor of Fine and Arts, Applied Arts Program in Performing Arts, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Swan Sunanda Rajabat University.
Good afternoon, my audience. Welcome to my presentation. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Manisao Sinarom. I'm a full-time instructor and head of Performing Art Department at Susuranta Rajapat University. And our researcher team consists of Assistant Professor Dr. Pakama Jirajarupat, Vitichai Khatawil Ratipasiripong and Manashya Petruji from Susuranta Rajapat University. In addition, Dr. Sakawin Siri Vattanakul from Chulalongkorn University, Dr. Purita Rungjariyot from Naresuan University, Assistant Professor Chalerm Chai Piromrak from Ang Thong College of Dramatic Art, Pandit Pathana Sin Institute, and Dr. Ekarat Rung Sawang from Ban Somdet Jalp Phaya Rajapat University. Today, I would like to present my research article topic of Online Learning Management in COVID-19 Epidemic for the Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts program in Performing Arts, Thai Dance and Theatre, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Susuranta Rajapat University. I hope that my presentation will be useful to you, and I plan to take about 10 minutes of your time. Generally, the teaching of performing arts was a study that emphasized practice such as physical skill, expression, creativity, presentation, teamwork, and etc. Such practice requires space for teaching and learning that practiced it, developing skill on experience. Thai performing arts teacher and student close up with each other to learn the technique of acting, teaching, creating, and culture in the professional circle. However, the epidemic situation of the COVID-19 virus has severely affected the teaching and learning of Thai performing arts. From the policy of online teaching management together with the cooperation of faculty member in the Performing Arts Department, Thai Dance and Theatre, Higher Education Network Government, agency and private organization, making teaching and learning management to be carried out effectively. Students were able to complete their study on time. Skill, experience, and professional knowledge were developed after graduation. Graduate production was supported by a network of special lecture activity on site, on air, online, on hand, and on-demand experience for the need of students by university and government policy, which is an interesting issue for Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts program in Performing Arts. Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts Susuranta Rajapat University before there was not reduced quality of performing arts education and production. Thus, my purpose of research article topic aims to study online learning management system, feature, factor, and its result, the COVID-19 situation for the Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts program in Performing Arts, Thai Dance and Theatre, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Susuranta Rajapat University. Then, my research methodology is based on qualitative research conducting by studying document, questionnaire, interview, observation, and evaluation. The result relevant that this program has applied the technology since before the outbreak of COVID-19 epidemic. and has utilized the application for managing online and on-site learning system. The system focuses on integrating knowledge with technology to develop learners' potential. The learner content is categorized into three groups. The first one, theory-based. Second, combination of theory-based and practice-based. And the last one, practice-based. The learning system management is as follows. The first, integration of content, activity, and assessment with application. Second, integration with community according to the policy of Rajabhat University system. Third, reduction of learning hours while maintaining quality. Fourth, adjustment of instructor and learner attitude. Fifth, the collaborative approach to learning guideline. Sixth, presentation through social media to develop learner technology skill based on the policy of digital university transformation. 7. Opportunity to work while study to enhance learning experience and earn income to evaluate family burden. Factors for learning environment are: first, electronic equipment; second, accessibility and accessibility of internet system; third, nature of subject that focus on practice; fourth, skill of instructor, learner, and staff for effective utilization; fifth, attitude, encouragement, and skill in dealing with obstacles; sixth, financial resource; seventh, supporting network; and the last one, university and government policy. The average is learner-based while maintaining quality of all assessment criteria. This approach can reduce learning management problem and learner can be developed within the limitation of COVID-19 epidemic. In addition, it is an encouragement to utilize technology for learning and can be developed into the constant pursuit of knowledge throughout life. Next, I would like to talk about conclusion, online teaching and learning of performing arts at Sosoranta Rajabhat University. Follow government policy to prevent the spread of COVID-19. This department prepare online instruction for all subjects such as real-time teaching with an online application, virtual classroom, social media online, media preparation, review through video clip of teacher, learner skill, enhancement, stimulate learning, and fix bug through the application, assessment suitable for students, and educational networking for performing arts department and community organization. The cooperation between the teacher and the learner are evaluated. The problem of teaching and learning in the crisis of online teaching, teacher and learner were alert to learning technology for education and performing art. The development of performing art is an educational product to be visible to the public and be acceptable to society. Finally, I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy day to listen my presentation. If you have any question, please do send to me email on this following the first slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Piankrutai Sanghyam Sir to present the paper titled Tourist Behavior in Selecting Accommodation at Wangyang Homestay in Wangyang, Street Rajan, Supamburi.
Sawadee-ka. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Piangruthai Sanghyam. I'm author of this paper. Now, I'm a lecturer from Tourism Faculty at Rajmangala University of Technology Suvarnabhumi in Thailand. And I would like to introduce my co-author. Her name is Dr. Palalak Chayo. She is a lecturer from English Language Divisions at the same university as me. We have the experience in community-based tourism research for 4 and 5 years. Today, I'm going to talk about our research that we did at the Wangyang community. The topic is the tourist behavior in selecting accommodations at Wangyang homestay in Wangyang, Sri Prajan, Suphanburi in Thailand. Wangyang is the name of the sub-district. Sri Prajan is the name of the district, and Suphanburi is the name of the province. Suphanburi is the province is located in the center of the Thailand. For this research, it's not the first research that we do at the Wangyang community. I refer to Dr. Palalak Chayo. She is writing in about the water she's not. So she did the research about the investigations of Suphanburi water she's not essential element supporting geographical indications or GI registrations. And now we got the GIs already. So I can say that the water sheetnut of Suphanburi or in Wangyang is the best in Thailand. That's why. Because they have the soil layer is very suitable for cultivations of the water chestnut. And the Wangyang is the biggest area for cultivations in Suphanburi. And also we do the organic farming as well. So they have the great and the big size of the water chestnut. So that's why we can say this is the best water chestnut in Thailand. And we saw that the water chestnut, this is the best product that we can develop them to be the community-based tourism for the extra income for this community, the person in this community. So we did the second research study about the agrotourism promotion at the Wangyang. We have the one-day trip program. We have the traveler or tourists came to travel in the Wangyang. And then we still integrating in the Wangyang community. We would like to develop them for the program from 1 day to 2 days. So we would like to study about the guideline for the homestay development to homestay standard Thailand. We think if they got the homestay standard Thailand, the tourist, the traveler will trust in the Wangyang community and come to travel more and more and more. So before we develop the homestay, we have to know about the tourist behavior in selecting accommodations at Wangyang homestay first. For this paper, we have two objectives. The first objective is to investigate types of the tourists who stay overnight at the Wangyang homestay. And the second objective is to examine tourist behavior who stay overnight at the Wangyang homestay. For the research design, from the both of the objectives, we think we will know who is the target tourist, and when we know who the target tourist, we can know how to manage the homestay. This is the research design. For the research process, we divided to two parts. The first part is the type of the tourist. This part, we get in the information from the register record in 2020 was brought into analyze. The descriptive statistics were used for analyzing data for finding target tourists. And for the second objective or the second part about the tourist behavior, we use the open and end questionnaire for the collecting data from 30 tourist participants. In order to analyze data, percentage and descriptive statistics were used. For the result, in the first part or the first objective, we will find the amount and type of the tourists resisting at Wangyang homestay. At Wangyang community. We divided to be three groups. The first group is the study tour. 381%, around 71%. To be Thai person, 380%, and one for foreigner. For the second group is the press group. The press group, 135%, 25% Thai only. And the last group is the independent tourists. For example, family and friends. For 19%, just Thai only as well. We correct in 2020, we have total 535 tourists who arrived in Wangyang community. For this picture, we found that the amount and type of tourists staying overnight at the Wangyang homestay in 2020. From the number of the tourism who came to Wangyang in 2020, 535 persons. We have just 12% who stay overnight at the Wangyang homestay, just 2% from 100%. And this group is the press group tourists. But from this picture, we will find that the study tour, we have number of the persons more than the press. But why we have the press the only press group stay at the overnight at the Wangyang homestay? Because Wangyang homestay has been widely known since 2000. So the press visit and broadcast. The highlight is the water chestnut farming. The activity is usually conducted at the night time. So that's why the press group need to stay overnight at the Wangyang homestay for shooting or collecting information for promoting the program to everyone. So that's why we have the press group stay at the Wangyang homestay. For the second objective, the result we collect from 30 participants, we found that the most of the tourists are the women, 63.3%. The age around 41 to 50 years old, 50%. They graduated from bachelor degree, 70%. At income around 20,000 to 30,000 baht per month, 56.7%. And the periods of the traveling around 1 to 3 days and 2 to 5 days depend on vacation. Spend their vacations on weekend, holiday, or school break. And all the most of the tourists who come to travel in Wangyang homestay, almost like natural attractions and cultural attraction. From the result and from the result and objective of this research, the conclusion that the first is the finding from this study could be used as a guideline for promoting and developing Wangyang homestay. In addition, the homestay standard should be elevated. I would like to inform you that Wangyang homestay just got evaluations in the last November. So now we are waiting for the result and we hope that we will get the good news from them. For the second conclusion, activities should be various with extended durations originally. It is a one-day trip in Wangyang. In order to reach the target tourists, a 2 days and a night schedule should be promoted. This could help accommodate targeted tourists who are going to stay overnight at the Wangyang homestay. So now, it's bring to the end of this presentation. Thank you all for listening. It was a pleasure being here today. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Next, I would like to invite Jitankon Cherawat to present the paper titled Designation of Tourist Route and Activities to Experience the Culture of Bang Bang Mae Mai, Bang Yai Sub-District, Bang Pla Ma District, Suphanburi Province.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jittaporn Theravat, co-author Uthumporn Leunglit. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Library Arts, Rachamankala University of Technology Suvarnabhumi in Thailand. Today, I would like to take my opportunity to present my research on tourism routes and activities designed to experience the culture on Ban Bang Mae Mai community, Bang Yai Sub-District, Bang Prama District, Suphanburi Province. First of all, I would like to mention some background of the study. The tourism industry is one of the main industries that are important in generating income for Thailand. As a result of the above, many countries pay most attention to tourism promotion, in particular Thailand, with the considered as one of the countries with the availability of tourism results that are diverse in both culture, tradition, and natural resources. Both government agencies and the private sector personally are focusing on the promotion and development tourist attraction continuously. This is in line with the awakening of various communities that's tied to diverse day over community to become tourist attraction. Suphanburi province is a province that has richness and diversity in history and culture and has tourist attraction. These are scattered in every district and can be visited all year round, both in terms of nature, way of life, history, Buddhism, and tourism building. The province also attracts guests important to tourism development and the participation of people in the community, as well as community in Suphanburi province that are very interesting and unique to attraction tourists to travel in Suphanburi province. บ้านบางแม่ไม้ community is a community located in บางใหญ่ sub-district บางประมา district Suphanburi province consist of 8 villages where most of the occupation of the people in the community and farming with the Taji River as the main river. There are homestays that have been awarded the Thai homestay standard, including many important and valuable historical sites. The use of community analysis to establish research purpose able to analyze data according to a step of to the obtain information research question that the บ้านบางแม่ไม้ community participates in the analysis. Therefore, research were carried on tourism routes and activity designed to experience culture in บ้านบางแม่ไม้ community บางใหญ่ sub-district บางประมา district Suphanburi province to design routes and activity for community tourism experience the culture of บ้านบางแม่ไม้ Next, I would like to present the objective of this research which to design tourism routes and activity to experience culture and บ้านบางแม่ไม้ community บางใหญ่ sub-district บางประมา district Suphanburi province. The research process as defined as study the potential of tourism, then design the routes and activity for community tourism experience the culture of บ้านบางแม่ไม้ The often results are the routes and activity to experience the culture of บ้านบางแม่ไม้ community today and one night is called บางแม่ไม้ style travel. Thank you สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Hakamas Jiraja Rupat to present the paper titled The Techniques and Process of Teaching Arts and Dance in Higher Education by Project-Based Learning Method.
Hello everyone. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Phakama Jirajarupat. I am the first author of this research article. This article also have 3 co-authors. Their names are Jirawat Wanta, Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Wasinarom, and Mananchia Petruji. All of us are the lecturer of the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sonsunanta Rajapat University. Today, I would like to present you a research article. Title is The Technique and Process of Teaching Arts and Dance in Higher Education by Project-Based Learning Method. I divide my talk into 3 parts. Firstly, the introductions will be presented. Then, I will move to the finding. And finally, the conclusions and discussions will be presented. Let's start with introductions. I would like to give you an overview of Sonsunanta Rajapat University, which is the scope of this research studies. Sonsunanta Rajapat University is well known and has a long reputation university. In 1908, the King Chulalongkorn intended to build this area as a residence for his consort and royal family. However, the king passed away before the construction of the residence was completed. So, the unfinished residence has been left to stand derelict. The construction of the Sonsunanta residence was continued again after the King Vachirawut access to the throne. In 1911, the King Vachirawut had an order to build and renew several villas and buildings in the Sonsunanta and made them for being the residence of the Queen Mothers, the royal consorts, and concubines of the King Chulalongkorn. In 1919 then, the royal family members of the King Chulalongkorn were moved into the residence in Sonsunanta, and this place became a place for training the royal etiquette and manner for the royal young ladies, as well as the ladies from the noble families. In 1932, the Siam coup d'etat had made a big impact toward the royal household. A lot of royal members reside in Sonsunanta felt unsecured about the situations. Consequently, they left the place. Thus, this place was stand derelict again. It was until 1937, in the reign of the King Anantamahidon, Sonsunanta was transferred to be under the responsibility of the Thai government. Finally, this place was used as an educational institution for the nations. At present, Sonsunanta Rajapat University offers bachelor degree, master degree, and doctoral degree, including the special academic course. Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts of Sonsunanta Rajapat University has long history and established for more than 40 years from 1973 to present. At present, the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sonsunanta Rajapat University, offer the course major in Fine Arts in both undergrad and postgraduate degree. There are 5 majors consisting of Painting Department, Visual Communication Design Department, Music Department, Fashions and Lifestyle Products Department, and Performing Arts Department. The objective of these research articles aim to study the meaning and the concept of project-based learning method. In addition, the techniques and process of teaching arts and dance based on project-based learning method will be analyzed. This article was conducted by qualitative research method. The data collections were consisting of document studies from Sonsunanta Rajapat University Library and various online resources. The interviews of lecturers of the faculties were arranged, including the observations of learning and teaching process in the faculty. The focus groups were arranged. The key informants were 22 lecturers, who were the representative of the 5 departments from the faculty. The obtained data were analyzed and presented in descriptive format. Next, I will lead you to the finding. Project-based learning method, or in short PBL, is an active learning method in which the process of managing learning by using projects. The project will be set up from the problems or the questions that learners interest. The problems become the backgrounds of creating projects to resolve or find out the answers of the problems. PBL encourages students to think critically from problems by studying, researching, and solving problems on their own by using other skills that are essential skills in the 21st century. The characteristics of PBL are follows. Interdisciplinary. Project-based learning is an approach in encouraging learners using their own multi-skill and knowledge in resolving problems and creating the project. So, there are many skills in several areas have been applied in one project. The second characteristic is rigorous. PBLs requires the knowledge and skill not just recalls or recognitions, but also strong in knowledge. Learners have to create and design projects, so they have to know how to ask effective questions. They have to think critically, and they have to have skill in communications to understand themselves and others. The third characteristic is student-centered. PBL is a method that changing the way of learning and teaching. On the one hand, teachers become facilitators who helps and encourage students finding the result via actions. On the other hand, students are the centers of learning because they have to think and decide what they would like to know by themselves. So, the learning sessions depends on student decisions that what is the best way for them in learning. PBL is one of the active learning methods, and its technique is very good and benefit for both learner and teacher in many areas, especially learning and teaching in fine arts. PBL emphasizes on practicing, so the nature of the fine arts disciplines and the subject contents is focused on practical skill as well. However, PBL requires the changing role of teacher, so teachers should transform themselves as facilitator, coach, mentor, and learner. Generally, learning and teaching by PBL methods has a 5 steps, consisting of thinking and defining problems, planning, doing, reporting, and presenting. However, in Thailand, the Office of Education Council under the Ministry of Education Thailand presents the 4 steps of project-based learning as presenting, planning, doing, and evaluating. In addition, some Thai scholars propose the 6 steps of learning and teaching as following: providing, encouraging, collaborating, researching, summarizing, and presenting. Regarding to the step of the process of PBL methods, it shows that PBL method can be designed in various styles, depends on the course and learner interest. Therefore, the techniques and process of learning and teaching in arts and dance at Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sunsunanta Ratchapat University, by using PBL method, can be categorized into 3 groups based on the subjects. The first group is theoretical and practical subjects. The second group is senior project subjects. And the third group is foreign language subjects. The first group, theoretical and practical subjects, is a big group of subjects in curriculums, concerning about providing fundamental knowledge of arts and dance for the learners, such as painting 1, sign and symbol design, fashion 1 to 5, performing arts for business, visual arts, performing arts. The important techniques for using PBL method with these subjects is about planning the outcome of knowledge that learners have to know, and the teacher will teach the basic knowledge before allow learners doing the projects. The process of learning and teaching by project-based learning of theoretical and practical subjects consisting of 6 steps as follows: preparing, planning, doing, presenting, evaluating, and reflecting. The second group is senior project subjects. It is an important subject for all learners before they complete degree. The outcome of the senior project is about learners can create artwork based on their expert skill. Arts learners may create senior projects by exhibiting their painting. In contrast, the learner in dance may present creative dance. The important technique for using PBL with this subject is about process of designing and creating artworks based on research. The process of learning and teaching by project-based learning for senior projects consisting of 7 steps as follows: preparing, deciding, researching, creating, representing, evaluating, and exhibiting. The last group is foreign language subjects. It is a compulsory subject for all arts and dance students at Sonsunanta Ratchapat University. However, foreign language in this area is English, and it has been taught by foreign teachers. The necessary outcome is art and dance learners have English skill and can apply and use English language for their career in the future. The process of learning and teaching by project-based learning for the foreign subjects in arts and dance consisting of 5 steps as follows: preparing, researching, doing, presenting, evaluating. And now we are moving to the last part of presentation, which is conclusions and discussion. In conclusions, the result of this study can encourage teacher and learner improve not only themselves but also each other. Project-based learning or PBL method is an active learning approach which is suitable for developing 21st century skills of learner. Arts and dance disciplines are a course for learning aesthetic of the world by doing and creating artwork, which are similar with the concept for learning by doing. In the same, PBL is creating the process of learning by doing through projects and making learner understanding and resolving the problems by themselves. As the Chinese Confucianism philosophy quotation that I heard and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. So, arts and dance learning by PBL method are sharing the same concept and improve each other. Additionally, the learning and teaching arts and dance with PBL are the same like a good car get a great petrol. It improves the car performance and bring the driver has great experience and safely on the road. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I request you to continue with your next presentation on the paper titled The Development of Learning Process of Fine Arts and Applied Art Based on Contemplative Education.
Hello everyone. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Pakama Jirajarupat. I am the first author of this research article. This article also has 3 co-authors. The first 2 names are Jirawat Wanta and Mananchia Petruji, a lecturer from the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sonsunanta Ratchapat University. And the last co-author is Sakchai Iemgrasin from the Contemplative Educational Studies Center, Mahidol University. Today, I would like to present you a research article titled is The Developments of Learning Process of Fine and Applied Arts Based on Contemplative Educations. I divide my talk into 3 parts. Firstly, the introduction will be presented. Then, I will move on to the finding. And finally, the conclusions and discussions will be presented. Let's start with the introductions. I would like to give you an overview of Sonsunanta Ratchapat University, which is the scope of these research studies. Sonsunanta Ratchapat University is well known and has a long reputation university. In 1908, King Chulalongkorn intended to build these areas as a residence for his consorts and royal family. However, the kings passed away before the constructions of the residence complete, so the unfinished residence had been left to stand derelict. The construction of the Sonsunanta residence was continued again after the King Vachiravudh ascended to the throne. In 1911, King Vachiravudh had an order to build and renew several villas and buildings in the Sonsunanta garden and made them for being the residence for the Queen Mothers, the royal consort, and the concubines of the King Chulalongkorn. In 1919 then, the royal family members of the King Chulalongkorn were moved into the residence in Sonsunanta residence, and this place became a place for training the royal etiquette and manner for the royal young ladies as well as the ladies from the noble families. In 1932, the Siamese coup d'etat had made a big impact toward the royal household. A lot of loyal members reside in Sonsunanta felt insecure about the situations. Consequently, they left the place. Thus, the place was then derelict again. It was until 1937, in the reign of the King Anantamahidol, Sonsunanta was transferred to be under the responsibility of the Thai government. And finally, this place was used as an educational institution of the nations. At present, Sonsunanta Ratchapat University offers bachelor degree, master degree, and doctoral degree, including the special academic course. Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts of Sonsunanta Ratchapat University has long history and established for more than 40 years from 1973 to present. At present, the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts offer the course major in fine arts disciplines in both undergrad and postgrad degree. There are 5 fine arts majors consisting of painting department, visual communication design department, music department, fashions and lifestyle product department, and performing art department. Next, I would like to present you the objective of this research. These research articles aim to study the guideline of developing the learning process of fine and applied arts based on the contemplative educations at Sonsunanta Ratchapat University. Additionally, the benefits of applying contemplative educations in the learning process of fine and applied arts is examined and summarized. This article was conducted by qualitative research method. The data collections were consisting of document study from Sonsunanta Ratchapat University Library and various online resources. The interviews of lecturers of the faculty were arranged, including the observations of learning and teaching process in the faculty. The focus groups were arranged for finding the best way in applying the method of contemplative education studies in the learning and teaching process in fine and applied arts. The key informants were 23 lecturers who were the representative of 5 departments such as Performing Arts Department, Painting Department, Visual Communication Design Department, Music Department, and Fashion Departments from the faculty. The obtained data were analyzed and presented in descriptive format. Let's moving on to the finding. Contemplative education is a study of inner temperament learning with the experience of awareness such as feeling, thoughts, belief, and attitude through the awareness observations. The main concept of contemplative study is to create normality in the human mind, which can be generate the stability of mind and actions when the human encounter either positive or negative situations. The meaning of contemplative education is very wide, however, focusing on knowledge and inside self-awareness. Contemplative education, known as in Thai term Citta Panya Suksa, is a term referring to learning with thoughtful mind. This learning reflects the process of dynamic creativity and imaginary in human mind, which lead to the raise of in-depth questions about educational systems. It also emphasizes on the cultivations of empathize awareness and apply the philosophy and practice in Buddhism to develop mind and wisdom of learner lives. The guideline of the development of learning process in Fine and Applied Arts based on the contemplative education as the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University, can explain into 4 techniques as follows: creating, using, adjusting, and designing. Creating, this term refers to the creating of the opportunity in recognized background and differentiations between teacher and learner. Generally, the gap between teacher and learner is in class often appear due to the various factors such as ages, genders, hobbies, behavior. This gap can be serious problems of learner and decreasing the efficiencies in learning of the learner as well. Regarding to the contemplative education's method, the learning of self-awareness can lead to the improvements of empathy and understanding others. Therefore, creating opportunity in learning background and story between teacher and learner are a good way to develop learning and teaching process. In this creating technique, teachers have to adapt themselves from teacher or trainer to be facilitator in helping learners presenting an open mind and themselves to teacher. So, the teaching technique are changed from teaching to sharing, from talking to listening. The next term is using. This term related to the concept of contemplative education about using the set of tools in developing self and mindfulness. Thus, the second technique is talking about the using communication tool in helping students learning with happy and secure. Teacher will teach with the understanding the nature of learner and aware their words while communicated with their student. This technique is starting from teacher to student. For example, teacher give a comment for student works in the class of painting. The comments or suggestions by teacher will be an encouraging favorable comments and cheer up student in working instead of complaining or criticizing. The next term is adjusting. This term concerning about making and creating friendly and safe space classroom environments for everyone in class. There are many factors in making classroom insecure for the learner. And the last term is designing. This term concerns about the designing of the modern learning contents. Teachers have to design learning and teaching process based on student skill and trend in society. Teachers have to decide that how to encourage students learning with fun and enjoyment. So, the new learning and teaching method like PBL or project-based learning can help the classroom management. New technology and platform might be applied in teaching and learning process. Next, I will lead you to the conclusions and discussion. In conclusions, The development of learning and teaching process of fine and applied arts disciplines based on contemplative methods present that the contemplative education method is a process in learning self and mind for making the balancing between mind and the world. It also improves the EQ and IQ of learners, which are an important skill for learners in the 21st century skill. Process of contemplative education is about learning in respecting others and differentiations. So, when this method is applied in the process of learning and teaching process in arts, it makes the arts learner and teacher reduce their ego and open mind in understanding the nature of each other. The guideline of the development of learning process in fine and applied arts based on the contemplative education consisting of 4 techniques: creating, using, adjusting, and designing. The development of learning and teaching process based on contemplative education method is a good example of developing learning skill of students in art, in which allowing students understanding and learning self and other in parallel with learning arts knowledge. The result of the study show that teachers and students are a part of learning and teaching process. The effective learning and teaching process can be generated by the coordinations between teacher and learners. The body of knowledge is the thing that students have to know. However, it would be better if the gain knowledge include with practicing minds and self-awareness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Nathava Nataihagan to present the paper titled Approach to and Factors of Creating Dance Performance, Thesis of Undergraduates in Dance Program, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Basammo Dechaprayo Rajavat University.
Hello everyone, my name is Natapantaya Nawin. Today I would like to talk about my article presentation under the name of The Approach to and Factor of Creating Dance Performance, Thesis of Undergraduate in Dance Program, Bachelor of Fine Art, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University. For now, I am a lecturer of the dance program in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science at บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University in Thailand. I graduated and I got my DFA from the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts at Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. Okay, let's start talking about the research. This research is qualitative research aimed to analyze the approach to and factor of creating dance performance, thesis of undergraduate in dance program, Bachelor of Fine Art, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University. This for research methodology is using observation and interview the undergraduate students including of studying 77 students. This that public doing 2013 to 2018. The research instrument including of research paper, audio-visual media, observation form, and interview form. Then all the data was analyzed, synthesized, and concluded. So, for the result, this research found that there are 6 concepts on which the student dance thesis development are based on. 1. Tradition and culture. 2. Area-based approach. 3. Literature or historical region. 4. Interpretation of point of view or belief. 5. Imagination and fantasy. And 6. Aesthetic. Let's start talking about the first one. Tradition culture. 45.45% of the students. Thesis have creativity focused on the inheritance and dissemination of traditional or fading cultural heritage. The project requires in-depth study to provide to more accurate and comprehensive information. In this regard, work were created and presented according to taste and aptitude of the performance. The second one is about area-based approach. 12.99% of the students. Thesis have creativity focused on the student of specific area-based data, which may have visual relates to tradition and culture or author ritual. The create area-based approach, creator needed to be on the field to find out the fact honestly, and local people should be involved in providing information and benefiting from education. The third one is about literature, region, history. 12.99% of the students. Thesis have creation focused on the study of methodological story that may be recorded in history or literature. Creator must have reading skill, as well as summarizing and interpreting the story in a step-by-step manner. Most of the work of this nation appear in the form of a story or other form of performance. Then let's go to the next about interpretation of point of view, belief. 12.99% of the students. Thesis have creativity focused on the interpretation from the point of view and belief of the individual or creator. Creator must consider ethical principles without negative impact on the belief and belief of any group. There should be creative work in the way of promoting image and goodness as the basic. Here we are go to the last one. It is about imagination fantasy. 10.39% of the students. Thesis have creativity focused on the creating work from imagination or fantasy. Creator needs excellent intelligence and imagination to create and tie. To show story in harmony between all the performance elements. Most importantly, it should make the audience astonished and feel attuned to their creative work without a doubt. And now the last one is about authentic. 5.19% of the students' thesis have creativity focused on audience, emotion and feeling, such as enjoy, fun, depression, and sadness. Creator needs a creative psychology in order to read the audience, so in response to the feeling and emotion that rely on media or supporting device to achieve authentic integrity. Come to the conclusion as I see it. From the student creative performance thesis, the component of creative performance consists of plot, story, music and lyric, composition, performer selection, choreography, and movement design, performance space design, costume design, and prop design. So the way to create those things has to be responding to the objective of creation and relate to the six concepts on which the student then thesis. For the approach and factor of then thesis developed, incorporate documentary research, field research, interview with experts, studying information technology source, and employing personal experience to find a way to create the work that can be produced and developed unlimitedly. And also, the creation of dramatic art found that creator relies on wide range of knowledge such as knowledge of dramatic art, general knowledge, general management, There were tools for successful creative design and approach and factor to creation of performance elements. Finally, I am so glad to be here and thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Surakia Tadana Vathanawut to present the paper titled Confirmatory Factor Analysis of Cultural Intelligence Among Students in Hospitality Industry.
Hello everyone. I will present my research article. The title of my research is the Confirmatory Factor Analysis of Cultural Intelligence Among Students in Hospitality Industry. This is the research title. So I'm focused in the CQ, Cultural Intelligence variable. This is me. I am Surakia Thadavattanawit. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Hospitality Industry, the Sitani College of Thailand. I'm graduate in master degree in educational research methodology, Faculty of Education in from Chulalongkorn University of Thailand. I'm interested in the conducting research in education, also in hospitality industry too. This is my email and telephone number. The abstract for my research. The purpose of the research was to study the level and analyze the factor of cultural intelligence among students in hospitality industry. It's the exploratory research. Okay. For the detail of my work that you see in this abstract, I will tell you in the next part. First, I have to introduce about the CQ, cultural intelligence. The cultural intelligence, they can use the CQ instead, is critical to life and work, especially where people from all walks of life interact with people from different cultures. The students have found that many people are faced with uncomfortable and culturally confusing situations that create problems at work and other areas, especially in higher education institutions in the hospitality industry. For Thailand, the hospitality industry plays a very important role in the economic, as it's a group of industries that generate high value income for country. They can make the money for Thai about several $100 million per year. It's the most high three group of industry of Thailand income. The students in the hospitality industry have a working context where they need to interact with the people from a very variety of culture, both from supervisor, college, sometimes from the customer too, to service personally. The hospitality industry personnel is essential to be ready to welcome this called multicultural group of tourists. Also, it is also important to understand consumer culture in terms of the basis of consideration for creating value and meaning of creativity based on differentiation. It is the importance of cultural intelligence and the reason why I'm studying in the hospitality industry area. I have two objectives. First, I study to study the level of cultural intelligence of students in the hospitality industry. The second one, to analyze the factor of cultural intelligence of students in the hospitality industry to use a CFA to analyze the factor analysis. For research method, population and sample. The data were collected from 532 students in the hospitality industry. I use the certified sampling word used, therefore it could be classified according to the student years, first year, second year, third year, and the fourth year. Research 2, I use the questionnaire to measure cultural intelligence, which consists of 4 factors. Motivational CQ, cognitive CQ, metacognitive CQ, and behavioral CQ. Motivational CQ is like the want to be, want to know, want to join, want to face with the differentiate their culture, the new culture. Cognitive CQ is the knowledge that in the another culture knowledge, like the demographic, the something like that in the another culture, another country, another culture, another the habit, knowledge of their another culture. For metacognitive CQ is the strategic way, strategic thinking to how to join, how to work with, how to deal with the people from another culture. And behavioral CQ is the behavioral is a way to do, how to do. They can do by the joy. They play, they work, they do with the people from another culture. For the analysis, I use the SEM, Structural Equation Modeling, to analyze for CFA analysis. The conclusion. This is the demographic of my result. Sorry. The gender, I got both male and female. That you see it. The year of student, I variance fourth year of student. You see it. First, second, third, and the fourth year and above. Variance is like equally. And the field of student, because in the hospitality industry they got many of field, like you see it, cultural art, culinary art, and kitchen management, hotel management, tourism management. So this is for demographic data. The second one, this is the first objective result. This table will show you mean and standard deviation in the cultural intelligence among students in hospitality industry. That you see it, for overall score is like 3.66. That's not much, but it's in the high level criteria for mean. Full scale is 5 scale. That is in the high level. For the highest level is the motivational CQ, because the student in the most of my target group is my student group, my student sampling is a student. So that's the age of learning. They want to know, they want to motivate want to be in a new culture, because in their work, their job, their student, the area of student, the study, in the hospitality. So they know they have to interface with people from another culture. So motivational is the highest. The second one is the metacognitive CQ. It's like a plan, strategic plan to how to join, how to work with the people from another culture. Okay, this is the mean of CQ factor in each factor. The next one is the CFA model, confirmatory factor analysis model of CQ. That you see this the model for the more in fit index they pass. That you see this GFI is 0.99, AGFI is 0.98, IMSCA is 0.013. This means the data is fit with the empirical data. For the T value, that you see this is more over than 1.96, so it means every line, every effect side, every factor and indicator that fit with the empirical data, okay, it's significantly at 0.05. Statistical significantly at 1.5. You see this in T value. This is a model of CFA. 4 factor of CQ: motivational CQ, cognitive CQ, and metacognitive CQ and behavioral CQ. Discussion. The first objective, students in the hospitality industry had a high level of cultural intelligence consistent with the student study of Acevedo and Shane in 2019 found that cultural academic training was essential as a factor affecting the level of cultural intelligence of students in the hospitality, sorry. The cultural intelligence of students could be higher if they participated in a developed training program. Sometimes because I collect data in about in this year, so there's like a situation of COVID is the interface attack in Thailand. So that's why some students don't have the training program or the experience or cultural experience with another people, the people that come from another culture. So that's why CQ level is not much. The second one, the result of cultural intelligence factor. There were 4 factors: motivational, cognitive, metacognitive, and behavioral CQ. That's the same with the Van Dyke, Ong and Co. 2015 found the same. They studied 526 undergraduate students using cultural intelligence measurement that uses 7 scale questionnaire. The result of the study revealed that the developed questionnaire has the reliability of all 4 factors between 0.47 to 0.71. That consists of 4 factors, the same result of my study. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Now, I would like to welcome the session chair, Professor Dr. V. Sasireka, Professor, Department of Management, Sri Sairam Engineering College, India, to provide her valuable feedback for this presentation session.
Good day. I'm happy to be associated with the Institute of Innovation, Technology, Education and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand, for this second international conference on technology innovative education and multidisciplinary skills in the 21st century research 2022. I take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you present here a very, very happy new year 2022. To tell about myself, I am Professor Dr. V. Sasireka. Presently, I am working as a professor in the Department of Management Studies, Sri Sairam Engineering College, Chennai. On the whole, I have more than 22 years of experience in both industry as well as academics. I have published more than 65 papers. I have written a book on total quality management. I have produced 2 PhD scholars in management, and my areas of specialization are general management, marketing, and systems. I hope that the conference have received many papers, and I have been presented with 15 papers to be reviewed for this conference. The first paper was presented by Ms. Lan An Le, and her paper was on how will Vietnam respond to the United States non-market economy barriers in trade cooperation. In her paper, Ms. Lan An Le, she has discussed about the non-market economy barriers to trade for Vietnam, and I should say that she has presented very well, and the paper was also very interesting. The study of the causes and effects of growth mindset of employees and students in the hospitality industry, the second paper, which was presented by Mr. Surakiat. I really enjoyed listening to this paper. This paper was well presented by Mr. Surakiat with data analysis as well as findings. Mr. Surakiat has applied right tools to analyze the data which he has collected. The third paper for this conference submitted to me is titled A Learning Model to Enhance Constructive Criticism Competence through Phenomenon-Based Learning for Undergraduate Students in Southern Thailand. This has been presented by Rudia Ha. And this paper, to tell about this paper, the researcher has developed a self-assessment tool to measure constructive criticism. I really appreciate the researcher for coming out with a self-assessment tool, and this tool can be used by the researchers in the future to measure the constructive criticism. The fourth paper is a very interesting and a contemporary topic which is based on the existing pandemic situation. The paper title is An Analysis of Health Communication and Thai Herbs Discourses for Self-Care from Coronavirus Disease 2019 via the social media of medical agencies in Thailand. The researcher has undertaken 2 herbs for this study, and it was really well presented by Dr. Nutcha. The fifth paper of this set A is on forecasting World Energy Index with the Sarima model. So very specifically, Mr. Vizar Nudet has chosen the Sarima model to forecast the World Energy Index, which is of the topic of importance in the present scenario. And I should definitely say that Mr. Vizar Nudet has well presented the topic. I really enjoyed his presentation. Now coming on to the sixth paper, which is the development of 3D media to promote career development in flooding season of people in the watershed community by Mr. Kanak Pon. This researcher has really done a very elaborate study. Right from the introduction till the through the research methodology as well as till the conclusion, the researcher has presented an elaborate study of the topic. Coming to the seventh paper by Ms. Rudia Yaha, the development of self-assessment instrument to measure the constructive criticism competence for undergraduate students. Actually, the researcher has identified 3 elements of constructive criticism. One is mindful listening, next is intellectual humility and communication flexibility. The researcher has also chosen the 3H model to validate the research. The 3H model is about head, heart and hands-on training. And the 3H model has been validated and it could be put into practical use based on the submission of the researcher's findings. The 8th paper is on the integrated learning management system, the need of the hour. So it is about the integrated learning management system in performing arts research course, which was carried out in the Thai Dance and Theatre in the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts at Swan Sunanda Rajabat University by Dr. Manisa Vesinaram. I should say that this paper, they mainly concentrated on the student-centric teaching approach as well as the learner's attitude adjustment which is required if the student-centric teaching approach should be a success. So the topic chosen by the researcher is really contemporary and it is very well suitable for the present situation, where you have an integrated learning system which includes a blend of online as well as offline for teaching an arts course. The same researcher, Dr. Manisa, she has also presented another paper which is online learning management system in COVID-19 for the Bachelor of Fine and Applied Arts program in Performing Arts at Sunanda Rajabat University, Thailand. So this paper has also been very beautifully mannered and administered by the researcher. So in this paper, the researcher has stated that the teaching of performing arts in the pandemic, the importance of that, the various features of it, the various facts associated with it, and needless to say that this topic is also very much important in the present scenario. This is such a useful topic, the 10th paper, which is on the tourist behavior in selecting an accommodation at Wang Yang homestay in Wang Yang. So the researcher Piang Rutai, they have made a very systematic study of the topic. The study has been well conducted, and definitely the findings of this study will be very much useful for increasing the homestay at Wangyang. It's a wonderful study. Another useful study has been conducted by Ms. Jitrapon Terawat, and her study is on the designation of tourism route and activities to experience the culture of Ban Bang Me Mai Bang Yai sub-district, Bang Plama district at the Buri province. She has really, very well identified the various routes, and she has given the seaway route as well as the road route, the tourism route in this province. Again, the findings of this research will be very much useful for the tourism industry of that province. It was a very useful and an insightful study made by Ms. Jitrapon. The 12th paper submitted for this conference was by Assistant Professor Dr. Pakhamas Jira Jarupat, and the paper is on the techniques and process of teaching arts and dance in higher education by project-based learning method. So in this paper, the researcher has absolutely studied about the project-based learning method, the process of it, and how effective it could be when it is used for teaching the students of arts and dance. And the study has been concluded that this project-based learning is a very good method for teaching arts and dance. The 13th paper by the same researcher, Dr. Pakhamas, it is on the development of learning process of fine and applied arts based on contemplative education. This is a very contemporary topic. I believe I've seen very less studies on this contemplative education. It is a very interesting study, and this paper clearly explains the development of learning process, and it also tells advantages of using contemplative education in the development of learning process of the students. The 14th paper presented for this ICTEMR conference is by Dr. Nathayanavin, and the topic is on the approach to and the factors of creating dance performance thesis of undergraduate students. I really liked this research because of the methodology in which it was conducted. Both observation as well as interview method has been employed by the researcher. A very interesting study with interesting findings. And in this study, the researcher has identified 6 concepts in creating dance. Again, this is a very useful topic by the researcher. This last paper was submitted by Surakiyat, and the topic is on confirmatory factor analysis of cultural intelligence among students in hospitality industry. This cultural intelligence is a very significant topic and a less researched topic. The researcher, he has gone for an exploratory research methodology, and he has identified 4 factors, and he has designed a questionnaire, and he has ultimately concluded that it has a fair reliability to measure the cultural quotient or cultural intelligence. The research has been well conducted, and the findings of this research can be followed by the researchers in the future if they want to study on the cultural intelligence among the students. So this is the review of all the 15 papers which has been submitted under set A to me. I should definitely say that I have really found a lot of knowledge in going through this 15 papers. Even I have learned a lot of things by going through this 15 papers which have been presented in this conference. All the topics, each and every topic that has been presented, they are unique in its own sense. Every paper has given us some kind of insightfulness into the topic they have taken. I take this opportunity to congratulate all the 15 researchers who have submitted, and I also express my heartfelt thanks to the institution as well as IFERP for giving me an opportunity to take part in this learning exercise in this new year. Once again, thank you all, and I wish you a very, very happy and prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Natrutha Rakmai to present the paper titled Integrated Marketing Communication to Promote Health Tourism for New Way of Life.
Hello everyone. Today presentation will be research titled Integrated Marketing Communication to Promote Healthy Tourism for New Way. Biography. My name is Natkita Rakmai and research team Navaphon Ratanaburi, Nitima Suwanakomon and Onkapat Buolom. Faculty of Business, Information and Information Technology, Rajamankala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. Source Abstracts. The objectives of integrated marketing communication to promote healthy tourism for new ways are creating an integrated communication statistics for create good image in terms of products and service of ไซน้อย Homestay บ้านกลุ่ม District พระนครศรีอยุธยา Produce. These research are born quantitative data by using an in-depth interview with the individual who were the main source of information and using all the interviewed results to analyze and synthesize the result to assess research objective. The results show the DAS concept of integrated marketing communication, the effect healthy tourism. Decision making including marketing, word of mouth marketing, and online communication, whereas I influence in the decision-making motivation. That's in mainly from sponsoring the storeware use. This makes it possible to influence and integrated marketing communication. Statistics where this is live with the needs of tourists and also creates a good image and terms of product and service of ไซน้อย Homestay บ้านกลุ่ม District พระนครศรีอยุธยา Province. พระนครศรีอยุธยา Province. Thailand is the center of religious and cultural tourism that can attract many tourism boards and foreigners. Nevertheless, healthy tourism is a new type of tourism and can attract more tourists. Is integrated to promote wellness and all rehabilitation or unpleasantness. Tourists they can be both physical and mental healing and rehabilitation in the regress the awareness of the conservation of tourist results and developments. The natural and cultural attraction must also be mentioned. Integrated marketing communication is an intense element from enhancing the values of purchase of goods and services, as well as building a strong relation with customer learning to brand awareness. IMC 7 accounting. 1. Advertising. 2. Promotion. 3. Public relation. 4. Personal selling. 5. Direct marketing. 6. Event marketing. And 7. Word of mouth marketing. So this research was quantitative and qualitative to classes and integrated communication statistics towards building a good image for goods and service in ไซน้อย Homestay บ้านกลุ่ม District พระนครศรีอยุธยา Province. In the past of economic recovery after the COVID-19 crisis situation, the research sample were selected based on the main study objectives. through the concept of pattern using propulsive sampling. Sinai Eco-Tourist Village was the only homestay that has been selected by the Thai Homestay Standards Agency from the Department of Tourism has a model of healthy homestay. In 2020, data was collected by interview and questionnaire for 400 tourists who came to 8 homestay in Sinai Ecotourism Village.
Conclusion of the research. The result was found that the community-based activity marketing offer a variety of interesting activity, such as making auspicious Thai desserts, making herbal balms, Thai messes from coconut shells, and sufficiency agriculture. Word of mouth marketing occur when the tourists return from their trips and were told to friends or acquaintances to recommend them for excursion and activities in the Sinai community. Online communication also made it easy to access tourism information of Sinai homestay through the communication of the province, the Department of Tourism, as well as direct contact with the local community leaders. Conclusions. The homestay internal and external environment analysis after model implementation can be used as a performance indicator of IMC model as follows. We found that internal result, we're gonna see strengths of community leaders and homestay entrepreneurs are strong interest and understanding of the health tourism model. Panakorn City, Ayutthaya province is located near Bangkok, so it can travel easily and quickly. So word of mouth marketing are accepted and referred to the referral group. Online communication between public and private sector provide good and continuous support to community groups. So we can see the weakness of internal evaluation, internal environment analysis is the establishment of a health tourism network is not as concrete as it should be. Transportation in the area is still inconvenient, such as no bus, damaged road, and no rush signposts, making traveling difficult. The community lacks of public relation and publish information of health tourism in Pranakon Sitaya to tourists. So external analysis, we can see opportunity of this community. That is, the healthy homestay tourists in Thailand is trending. The health problems and interest in the health of people is trending and go further. Tourists are ready to pay for better health needs. So according to the above research results, an integrated communication strategy could be formulated to promote health tourism. So we're going to see this conclusion picture that integrated marketing communication strategy model. So we call IMC model could be formulated to promote health tourism in Sinai homestay, Bang Ban district, Panakorn Sitaya province. So we're gonna find IMC activity about 7 activities such as advertising, promotion, public relations, personal selling, direct marketing, event marketing, word of mouth marketing. So we use a SWOT analysis to find strength, weakness, opportunity, obstacle of 7 activity. So when we see, after that, we will make a model, IMC model strategy. So 3 strategy is about 1 activity marketing, 2 word of mouth marketing, 3 online communication. After we implementation of 3 strategy, can be made good image and in term of products and service. So it can value added all the chain of health tourism in Sinai community too.
Appearance, image, activity. Our title integrated marketing communication to promote healthy tourism for New Way. Okay, thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nitima Suvan Kumar to present the paper titled Adding Value of Thai Herbs to Create a Career for the Semi-Urban, Semi-Rural Community in a New Way of Life from Nakom, C. Ayutthaya.
Hello everyone, today's presentation will be research projects. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nitima Suvarnapomon, research team Navapon Ratanaburi, Vutisat Kamkom and Nakita Lakmai. We are from Rajamangala University of Technology, Suvarnapur, Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology. My research is about adding value of Thai herbs to create a career for the semi-urban, semi-rural community in a new way of life, Panakorn C. Ayutthaya. The objective of this research and development are one, to exploit and study the property of herbs in Lam Ta Sao municipality community, which was found that Muha plant rare herbs such as kaffir, lemongrass, and pine to use as foods in daily life to the community wants to develop herbal products to generate income for their livelihoods due to the decreasing of income caused by the COVID-19 epidemic. 2. To develop product and packaging designed for Thai, namely herbal oil, herbal balsam, herbal conditioner, and herbal balm. Since the community is semi-urban, semi-rural with a variety of packaging design. And 3. To exploit consumer satisfaction towards purchasing herbal products by collecting questionnaire from 400 people. The results show that most of the informants were women aged 35 to 44 years and have company employees occupation. In terms of purchasing behavior, it was found that they bought herbal products from community production to promote career and income as average 4.52. Herbal products for relative and accountant as average 4.35. Herbal products in inhalation to help to the respiratory system as average 4.26. And both 2 to 3 bottles for herbal product is time for daily use as average 4.10. The purchase decision found that the price was at average 4.34 because herbal products have a reasonable price for the quality of the products. On the product aspect was as average 4.30 because the product has no color activity and is natural. On the distribution channel was as average 4.08 due to the recommendation from surrounding people. Location aspect was at average 3.98 because of the production facility in a community that is easily accessible with a clear location. Overall satisfaction in purchasing herbal product was as average 4.37 because their products made from natural and quality raw material. The packaging is a reasonable amount for the price and can keep the product safe. Due to the epidemic situation of COVID-19 in Thailand, the measure has affected company, factory, enterprise, and many shops need to cut jobs, lay off jobs, or even close their business. And resource, the number of unemployment rates has increased, and most people have been laid off, lost their job, and their income have dropped. In the end, the overall picture of the Thai economy must inevitably be in a crisis. The recovery of the Thai economic success after the aforementioned situation should be urgently needs to help people live in a sustainable life. Thai herbs are part of the way of life and Thai society that has been inherited and developed for a long time due to its natural product and safety. Herbs are used in both savory and sweet dish, medicinal purpose, and for the internal and external health care. Thai herbs are diverse and each has different properties and effects. Therefore, it is widely used for processing, including promoting the value of herb for the sustainable development of Thai society in the future. To restore the Thai economy after the COVID-19 epidemic, the researcher has an idea to add value to Thai herbs by means of product design to support the changing world that is moving towards an aging society, such as Thai herb aroma oils and Thai herb inhaler. Such products can create a career and income for the community, and the general public can do it themselves. The sample group used in the study was Lamda Sao, Wang Noise, Descent Panakhon Sriya province, because it was a semi-urban, semi-rural community between industry and community. In terms of rural area, there was also an interesting natural way of life, that is the use of herbs in daily life. The Thai property of herbs were exploited and studied and developed into herbal products. Conclusions. Once the result of the herb survey of Lamda Sao Town Municipality in interviewing community leaders of 33 villages and 2 per village, it was found that most of each village did not grow herb and consumption such as kaffir leaf and lemongrass. They said it was very convenient to buy because it was expensive and easy to find. Importantly, each village has limited space. However, in some villages such as Muha, herbs such as kaffir leaf and lemongrass were planted in front of their house. Village lister says it was planned for challenge to use in time of need. When the kaffir tea grows, the leaf and fruits come out in large number and need to be cut off. The villagers therefore requested that they would be left in wild. If the information products could be used into create new products and sell them, it would benefit the people in the community and conserve Thai herb for future generations. 2. The result of herbal product development and packaging design leverage that herb in the community such as kaffir, lemongrass, and price could be developed into 4 types of new products: herbal oil, herbal balsam, herbal balm, and herbal conditioner. All 4 types were products that can be used in daily life. When ranking the satisfaction of the people in community, 1. Herbal oil, 2. Herbal balsam, 3. Herbal conditioner, and 4. Herbal balm. Each type of product has different packaging characteristics and style, both in terms of functionality and durability. 3. The result of the evaluation of consumer decision to purchase herbal products. Overall, the purchasing behavior of herbal products was at the highest level and the average was 4.30. The purchase of herbal products from the community to promote career and generate income was highest level of satisfaction, and it was the purchase of herbal products for relatives and friends. Marketing strategy that affects the decision to buy herbal product of the community found that consumer purchasing decisions were based on price strategy. The average was 4.34 because herbal product was a reasonable price in relation to product quality and quantity. Overall, the decision to purchase herbal product was at the highest level. The average was 4.37 because the products were made from natural material, good quality, and long product life, coupled with reusable packaging, volume for the price, and able to keep the product safe and livable. Community produced herbal products were of good quality and aroma and long product life. Recommendation: Thai herbal products should be promoted as a community enterprise to promote participation, increase income, and create a career for the community, as well as develop a strong and safe friendly community. This is activity picture. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Pichayakon Lake to present the paper titled Forecasting Retail Oil and Natural Gas Vehicle Prices in Thailand Using Time Series Data Mining Techniques.
Forecasting retail oil and natural gas vehicle price in Thailand using time series data mining techniques. My name is Vishiyakar Lex. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Information Technology, SAM University. I am earned PhD at Assumption University in 2020. Now I am an assistant professor of information technologies. So we have a talk about the introduction, research objectives, and research methodology, result, and conclusion. Now we talk about the introduction first. We can see that the factor cause energy crisis are follows. One, decreasing the production of energies. Second is the type of oil consumption. We can find that in 2020, the average consumption rate of gasohol and gasoline was 30.10 million liters per day and increased by 3.40% from 2016. The car users switched from gasohol to gasoline because there are more gasoline service stations than gasohol service stations. Natural gas consumption also with the decrease by 1.0% from 2016. This is a research objective. This purpose of research is to develop the model of forecasting retail oil and natural gas vehicle price for automobiles in Thailand using time series data techniques. This is the research methodologies. First, we use time series data is the set of correlation store continues under increasing times. The data will collect continues for periods of time such as gold price and the amount of water in dams. The second one is the linear regressions. We found linear regression is a method for analyzing the data in order to find the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables. It shows the relationship between dependent and independent variables in the form of quantitative data, which can written in the following equation. This equation, the third one is the multi-layer perceptrons, is the network one or more layers that have been developed by witness of single-layer perceptrons. For providing higher computation, it consists of input layers, hidden layers, and output layers. The fourth one is support vector machine for regressions, or FVMs, is the algorithm used to classify group of data while using the decision hyperplane. We can apply the equation for estimating linear regression that represents decision hyperplanes. This is a knowledge recovery is an iterative process. We start with business understanding. Now we transform for data understandings. We have a list of data cleansings, and we have a data preparation. We can build the modeling. After that, for modeling, we can evaluate the models and we can deployments and using the data for business. This is a methodology that research used to follow. First is the study and analysis the problems. Is the list of domestic energy using the increasing every day, so the use of oil and natural gas, so we can import and have the impact for the growth rates of economic industries. So as the researcher, we use the data sets from the vehicle automobiles in Thailand for 2012 to 2018. The second one is data preparation. We focus on building the models for prediction oil and natural gas price for automobile in Thailand while using time series data techniques. For example, linear regression, multi-layer perceptron, and support vector machine for regression. This model can rely from three algorithms. We can compare performance between them This research can divide into two parts. One is training data sets, and the second one is the testing data sets, and the third one is data analysis. In the research, we use the Vega version 3.9.1 to analyze and create a model for forecasting retail odds and natural gas vehicle price for automobiles in Thailand using data mining techniques. And we can see that this table can determine algorithms suitable for these models. The target prediction in 2018, which can indicate the suitable algorithm as shown in this table. This is the model process for forecasting retail odds and natural gas price for automobiles. This research can calculate the MRE and MMRE in order to select the appropriate model to implement. And this is the results. We can show the prediction is data mining techniques. We found a different number of flags. We can see show that we have a different flags. For example, we have flag 3, flag 6, flag 9, and flag 12. And we using MLE and RMSE as the performance indicator, and we can calculate from this table. And next one, the model of support vector machine was the most efficient for gasohol 91, which has a less of MMRE in the percentage of 3.69. And from this table, the model of the support vector machine was the most efficient for gasohol 95, which had the less of with the percentage of MMR is in 3.20. And this table, we found the model of support vector machine is the most efficient for gasohol E20, which has a less of MMRE with the percentage of 3.54. And this table, we can find the model of linear regression was the most efficient for gasohol E85, which have the less of MMRE with the percentage of 2.46. And this one, we can find that linear regression was the most efficient for out-of-force diesel, which have the less of MMRE with the percentage of 4.60. And this one, the model of support vector machine has the most efficient for NGV, which have the less of MMRE with the percentage of 6.89. Then we come to the conclusion that we learn from the techniques with the highest less of MMRE and IMSE. The result of this study indicates the algorithm that researchers used follows. 1. Linear regression was the most suitable for gasohol E85 and out-of-force diesel, which have the less of MMRE with the percentage of 2.46 and 4.60. Second is the support vector machine for regression was the most suitable for gasohol 91, gasohol 95, E20 and NGV, which have the less of MMRE with the percentage of 3.69, 3.70, 3.54, and 6.89 respectively. This is from the appendix or reference from the research. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Vithaya Vistruwanta to present the paper titled Analyze the Potential of Ethnic Tourism Management in Yukon Suphanburi.
Hello everybody. Today I'm present analyze the potential of ethnic tourism management inอู่ทอง Suphanburi. May I introduce myself? My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Withia Visuleungdet, Added Faculty of Humanity and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University Education Doctor of Philosophy Education and Social Development บุรพา University Email wit.wittataya@hotmail.com. The purpose of this research has analyzed the potential of ethnic tourism management in อู่ทอง Suphanburi. This was qualitative research with data collection by group discussion. Qualitative data was collected from community entrepreneur, occupational group members, and homestay operational involved in organization ethnic tourism in อู่ทอง Suphanburi province, used to analyze the data with a triangulation method. Findings were as follows. Results can be summarized as follows. Strength 1. Have good community leaders who care for their members and help prevent trouble. 2. The community operates in a systematic way and the community member had few problems. 3. Have an additional occupation from farming, which is a main occupation. 4. Culture is preserved through the establishment of a cultural preservation center for the community to ensure the passing on of cultural heritage, such as language, coaching, and performance. 5. The community has good soil resources and is pollution-free. 6. Local organizations provide great support and care to the villages. 7. The community has farming groups. 8. Community has local suggest. 9. The community has famous product. 10. The community has spiritual object of follow. Weakness 1. Model 2 for production and product design are inaccessible to the community. 2. Natural tourist destinations are lacking. 3. There is a drug problem within the community. 4. Community youth are addicted to mobile telephone and social media. 5. Some occupation groups had not unity. 6. Raw material for production of appliances for sale and hard to procure. 7. Youth in the community are not interested in preserving their culture. 8. Homestay accommodation had few visitors. 9. Tourist destinations are dirty. 10. Garbage disposal is not appropriate. 11. Direction signs to tourist destinations are lacking. 12. Some cultural aspects are fading. Some community area lack distinct aspects for tourism. 14. Water sources are lacking. Opportunity 1. There are many organizations to support the community. 2. There are many organizations to study in the community. 3. Transportation routes in the village are convenient. 4. There are utility within the community. 5. There is a good relationship within the community. 6. There are media to help public side the attention. Threats. 1. Tourism is not publicized continuously. 2. The main attractions are far from the community. 3. Tourism promotion budgets are lacking. 4. The local population lack knowledge for the true nutrient of the tourist interested the cultural tourism. 5. Community has environmental pollution problem. 6. Continuous public relation activity are lacking. 7. Continuous tourism promotion budget are lacking. Conclusion. Utong is an area with many tourist attractions. It is not far from Bangkok, and many different ethnic groups such as Lao Song, Lao Puan, Lao Vieng, and Lao Khang. Each ethnic group greatly stand out culturally. People are still feel conflict and fresh air. They also preserve their culture. Many organizations provide support in areas such as public relations, career, community product development. But nowadays, youth are addicted to mobile telephone and are not interested in preserving their culture. In community has that problem. Direction sign to tourist destinations are lacking. Continuous problem relation activity are lacking, and continuous tourism promotion budget are lacking. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Kanokrat Yusakral to present the paper titled Communication and Civic Culture Supporting a Case of Communal Islam Community, Klong Samwa District, Bangkok.
I would like to present communication and civic culture supporting knowledge and ideology transfer from generation to generation, a case of Cameroon Islam Masjid community in Bangkok. Cameroon Islam community is situated in Bangkok of Thailand along with Tan Sap Canal. This community is famous for environmental conservation, and it is the prototype of canal development of Thailand from 1994 until now. There are many success cases. Research of Cameroon Masjid community in 2007 to 2013. There are almost Imam Vinay Samaun opinion leader competency. However, that the time go by until 2019, there are many young generation to be leader of three important segments of community such as Masjid community and educational instrument. From the study of my previous research in 2009, the results are the first one, the communication which emphasize the participation with social interaction in everyday life. The second one, Imam, is very important personal media. The first one, the important communication content of Islam knowledge and value system under Muslim in Bangkok, ethnic identity which have good adaptation in globalization. The first one, the setting Klong San Sap and most to be communication channel with place for training villagers to be good citizens, for preserving property rights and setting the religion day to be communication channel with time. About many research, the first one, Rola study that the role of Cameroon Islam Masjid was to promote integrated education because it was the center of learning, development activity and learning sources. The second one, Imam Vinay Samaun was high potential Cameroon Islam community leader, not only knowledgeable but also communication ability. The first one, Cameroon Masjid community not only using mixed media but also well-rounded dimension of communication. The contents are cleanness with Islamic principle and conservation with every part of participations. And the last one found that the 6 mechanisms are the way to drive urban community welfare for sustainable development, composed of the doctrine of Islam, their culture and tradition, networks in community, the integration between outside and networks. Reader, the community of Cameroon Islam Masjid. From review literature as a whole, I have questioned as if the long duration of Cameroon Masjid community development, how to transfer knowledge and ideology cultivation from generation to generation. From the thinking bed of ideology in upper structure of Blue and to share structure agency of Anthony Giddens, civic culture of Dagen, and development communication of I will use to be research framework. My conceptualization is the structure related to agency. The structure means both outside and inside. Outside structure are Islam doctrine, government and district planning, the community law and network planning, and the agency mean Imam Vinay Samaun who transfer development knowledge and ideology to young generation. In this picture is Imam Vinay Samaun. Research objective have two research objectives. The first one, communication supporting knowledge and ideology transfer from generation to generation. The second one, civic culture supporting knowledge and ideology transfer from generation to generation. This picture, this is the royal primary, is the royal wife, and is the prince of Ramanai. Research method, research design, participatory action research, and qualitative research were used, and research tools were in-depth interview, participatory observation, and documentary research. There are 3 extents. The first one, context extent, is cover communication supporting knowledge and ideology transfer from generation to generation. The second one, civic culture supporting knowledge and ideology transfer from generation to generation. And the second extent, duration extent to study is 10 years from 2009 to 2019. The unit of analysis is 3 segments such as masjid, community, and educational institution. About the research process, the research process determined by PAR to be special event of September 20 or National River Day of every year. The second one, dining together during Iftar of Ramadan Day. The first one, observing the relations between masjid member and masjid community in Cameroon Relation Days, and setting video production of community member commodity and service along Sunset Canal such as chili sauce, coast meal, floating market, tourism. Result of objective 1 is about communication. The first one, communication with support community transfer knowledge and ideology to develop community from older to younger, cultivate from their family, school, and masjid. The second one, the message of integrated Islamic doctrine to everyday life practice. They use mixed media, both traditional and new media. The youth who have continually absorbed knowledge and ideology from Imam Vinay Samaun are the significant persons of community nowadays. Opinion leader Imam Vinay Samaun is role model for young generation, especially persons who were potential to be leader in the part of masjid community and educational institution in the community. Result of objective 2 about civic culture. The first one, civic culture will support knowledge and ideology to develop community from older and younger was meaning, practice, communication, and identity. The second one, there were many application Islamic doctrine to be meaning to of community development, such as cooperatives and self-canal conservation, the significance of every member as a piece of house. The first one, Imam Vinay always explained the importance of education for children in the community. Therefore, there are 3 educational institutions in the community, such as Child Development Center, Sharimuniyan Islamic School, and Pityapat Suksa Elementary Educational School. School is very important to cultivate ideology for children. The ideology is to integrate Islamic knowledge and belief with generally Thai social ideology. Moreover, he suggested younger to be good adaptation. The fourth one, there was everyday life participation practice in masjid, community, and education institution. Islamic identity is crucial principle to develop community in every level of participation. It began with Islamic people all of the world is kinship. The continue with develop from inside to outside personal, sacrifice from personal to community and social, mercy the poor and disadvantaged people. The accumulate the good to meet Islamic God in the world of the dead. The fifth one, Imam, the agency of this development, not only apply Islamic doctrine to community development, but also adding the importance of the truth and communication in development process. The sixth, the younger generation of this community are leader of this new school of community which developed together with Imam Vinay was Senate and use social capital with educational minister. However, the older generation are consultants. The seventh, the younger generation of these communities is a part of masjid community, who are responsibility with community Zakat Foundation. Moreover, the leaders are still older generation because the masjid has various dimensions of duties. The eighth, the younger generation of this community is one of a team of local community government. The leader is between the older and the younger generation. Conclusions. The research conclusion is Cameroon Islam Masjid community model to transfer knowledge and ideology is connect between Imam as agency and Islamic doctrine structure, integrated governing community masjid and educational institution, develop suitable youth to work out with 3 parts of community. The model of older and younger generation is not only to share idea, open mind, open opportunity, but also it should have good relationship and good manner with respectful. Discussion. The next research should to study comparable between different areas such as Muslim in Bangkok and Muslim in the south of Thailand. This is my reference. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Rutaya Vistrungar to present the paper titled Developing Guidelines for Ethnic Tourism in Yutong District, Supanburi Nakhon, C. Ayutthaya Province, Thailand.
Hello everybody. Today I present developing guidelines for ethnic tourism in Yutong District, Supanburi. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Vithya Visuleungdet. May I introduce myself? My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Vithya Visuleungdet at the Faculty of Humanity and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University Education Doctor of Philosophy Education and Social Development บุรพา University Email wit_wittaya@hotmail.com The purpose of this research has developed guidelines for ethic tourism in Utong District, Suphanburi. It was qualitative research with data collection by in-depth interview. Qualitative data was collected from lecturers in the Department of Tourism Industry in the university, cultural tourism specialists, and community leader of ethnic group in Utong, Suphanburi, used to analyze the data with a triangulation method. Findings were as follows. Results can be summarized as follows. 1. Affluent and tourist attraction. 2. Public and private sector support. 3. Community staff participation. 4. Basic infrastructure. Affluent and tourist attraction. 1. Build landmark in the community to stimulate interest for tourists. It may be a building that shows the identity of the community themselves. 2. Has a continuous publicity of tourism. Public relations give tourists important information and can allow the interest of tourists. Public relations should be both internally and internationally. Public and private sector support. 1. Increase the budget to stimulate tourism. Budget is very important to guide the process. There should be a budget for each year that is specifically used for tourism investment. 2. Find an agency directly responsible for tourism in Utong District having a dedicated local tourism agency will ensure continually tourism promotion activity. 3. Local government heads need to pay more attention to tourism within the community. Local government heads should be involved to tourism management, support tourism policy to be concrete and reduce the complicated process related to tourism promotion. Community staff participation. 1. Encourage people within the community to see the importance of their own culture, especially teenage. 2. People within the community must participate in tourism management. It is an important factor that will lead to success and sustainable process, such as being to good host, reduce conflict within the community together to clean up the site. Basic infrastructure. 1. Cut to make route linking tourism with Utong District because there are many tourist attractions in Utong District. The creation of Route linking tourism will allow tourists to plan for the tourism they want. 2. Eliminate water shortage problem, which is a fundamental problem facing local people. It is a problem affecting many aspects. 3. Public relations side at tourist destination in Wutong. Many tourist destinations are not young complete, which may cause confusion for tourists to travel. Conclusion: Wutong District, Suphanburi Province is a place of many ethnicity. Each ethnicity has its own identity, causing many tourist attractions, but there are not many tourists traveling in Wutong District. After the researcher studied the guideline for the development of ethnic tourism in Wutong District, Suphanburi Province can be summarized into 4 components. 1. Aspirant and tourist attraction. 2. Public and private sector support. 3. Community staff participation. 4. Basic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sakhavin Sirivatanapula to present the paper titled Online Thai Dance Practice During COVID-19 Pandemic Situation.
Hello everyone. My name is Sakhavin Sirivatanapula. I come from the Department of Dance, Faculty of Fine Applied Arts, Chulalongkorn University. And our researcher team consists of Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Wasinarom from Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University, Dr. Purita Rungjilayot from Nalesuan University, and Mr. Pudit Siri Watanakun from University of Phayao.
We are Thai.
On the title, Online Thai Dance Practice During COVID-19 Pandemic Situation, I would like to mention the research introduction. COVID-19 pandemic effects to the dance industry, both in educational and in career system. Thailand has got awareness about the situation since 2020. So Chulalongkorn University has measures of COVID-19 pandemic prevention in order to educate all students and all personnel. Online instruction has been combined with the offline classroom. Then the classroom have changed themselves to the full online system because of increasing of pandemics. It is the reason why the Department of Dance, Faculty of Fine Applied Art, Chulalongkorn University has adapted itself according to the situation by supporting continuously both online lecture and online practice. According to the information above, dance practice is important both in education and in career area. Despite the COVID-19 pandemics, the educational activity have to be continued by online classroom in order to compensate the disrupted offline classroom as best as possible. For the sake of effective online instruction, online Thai dance practice during COVID-19 pandemic situation should be studied as all the reasons above. This research has only one objective, which is to study online Thai dance practice during COVID-19 pandemic situation. Research methods. Using the quantitative research method, the research process consists of studying form documents, interviewing, observation practicum in the undergraduate course named choreography, whose docents and students come from the division of Thai dance. and the descriptive analysis of collected data. The results of the research found that COVID-19 pandemic has affected to the dance industry in Thailand since early 2020. That is the second semester of academic year 2019 of Chulalongkorn University. In early semester, the classes were proceeded on-site parallel with the awareness of COVID-19 spreading, which tended to be more intense. The more classes need to be adapted, the more possibility there is to teach with the new normal way. Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Chulalongkorn University has prioritized to practice dance as much as possible. That means in some courses such as practical course of Department of Dance, the teachers pay the role of instructing, while the students pay the role of creating and designing new dance performance creatively in the choreography course. Thus, there are teachers and choreographers pay the role of instructors, while the instructed mean the student and dancer. According to study, the design of online Thai dance practice during COVID-19 pandemic situation has similar factors to other online classes teaching design factors. The process consists of 3 steps: survey of learners, preparation of instructor, and action. The learner surveys consist of location, time, and devices, electronic devices which are needed to be connected with internet. Pictures displayed in slide to compare between number 1, inappropriate environment for online dance practice, and number 2, appropriate environment for online dance practice. Learners should have enough space and clean background for clearly observing body movements. The preparation of instructor before broadcasting consists of location for instructing, time, devices, electronic devices included the internet network, communication between instructor among learners, content, and media or material for instruction. Pictures displayed in slide to compare between number 1, inappropriate environment for instructors to broadcast online dance practice, and number 2, appropriate environment for instructors to broadcast online dance practice. Instructors should have enough space and clean background. Also set an appropriate lighting for clearly observing body movements. There are 3 main components of online Thai dance practice. The practice consists of check internet signal, check microphone, and check direction both instructor and learners. During practice consists of speak slowly, movement and dance slowly, and repeat, listen. Post practice consists of question and answer, lesson conclusion, and provide video clip for further reviews. There are 3 important components of online Thai dance practice, consists of surveys of learners, preparation of instructor, and action already stimulate the Thai dance industry to apply and combine technology together with Thai dance practice. Because of the globalization, communication play an important role for connecting every knowledge resource together, such as Thai dance learning resource or music resource. It can be also developed to a more advanced online learning after the cease of COVID-19 pandemic. It can be concluded that online learning is useful in the current period with globalization. As I have already presented and delivered a research topic online Thai dance practice during COVID-19 pandemic situation to you all. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact the email winu_2@hotmail.com, which has shown in the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mananshaya Petrucci to present the paper titled The Creating of Performance for Learning Performance Literature for Students of the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Suvan Sunantha Rajapat University.
Hi everyone. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Today I am going to talk about the creating of performance for learning performance literature for students of the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sunantha Rajapat University. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mananshaya Petrucci and I am the author. The co-author names are Assistant Professor Dr. Pakamati Rajarupat, Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Wasinarom, Dr. Sakawin Siri Watanakun, and guide name is Dr. Lampong Kromkun. I will begin with my biography. Mananshaya Petrucci. I am a lecturer from the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sunantha Rajapat University. I studied Thai classical dance from a young age with an experience and proficient in all forms of Thai dance. I graduated with a Master of Art in Performing Arts, Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts, Sunantha Rajapat University, Thailand. I am interested in choreographic analysis research and Thai classical dance education research. You can contact me by the following email address or telephone number. Then, I will move on to the abstract. The abstract will tell you about the objective, method, result, and the conclusion of this research presentation. After that, let's go into more detail. The author divides the sample group. They are the Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts students, Department of Thai Dramatic Art, second year, Sunantha Rajapat University. First semester, 2021. It consists of 36 students into 5 groups, assign the performing arts work that they are interested in after studying. Each group creates the following work. The first group is Chui Chai Nora. The students choose the form of the royal court style of the central region to present the Southern folk performance art. Let's see the left one. They use the style of the royal court drama, but they transform the song to represent Nola at the end of the performance. It makes the show new, exciting, and distinctive. It also reflects the unique culture in which students are knowledgeable and close with the element the student create. Then, I would talk about Chui Chai, Her Highness Princess Dara Lasami. This show is a production created by the impression of an important person. You can see the left one picture. The creative process shows that the student can use the knowledge from their trade, such as folk song, traditional costume, and indigenous performing art. Every element was filled into performing of Chui Chai, Her Highness Princess Dara Lasami. Next, I will talk about Chui Chai Sin Samut. This creation differs from the other in the group, as you can see in the picture, because it is not created from ethnicity. It was created from the Thai court drama style in particular, together with the little crucial piece from Sunthornpoo. The creation reflects the knowledge of the dramatic arts and reflects the learner's experience of literature. After that, I would talk about Supan Matcha Song Krung. The student create costume by inspiration of Supanmacha's painting at Rabiang Kot Wat Prasi Ratanasa Sadaram. It is different from Supanmacha in the public moral. They design and choose the most similar and suitable garment accessory for the show. They imitate the painting as close as possible. Take a look at the picture. The student thus create the ancient form of the Song Kryeong. This work reflects their knowledge, experience, skills, and interest. It is a royal dance style that connects the code and the moral. I will move on to Inau Furanda with Sangha Marata. The student used the original poetry which King Rama II wrote. Therefore, it is not dangerous to judge whether this form of sexual romance is right or wrong. The student gain of creativity is the courage to present their writing in an unprecedented way. This courage comes through careful consideration and historical evidence. And I will add the conclusion like I mentioned earlier. This research presentation will be expanded to develop creative knowledge and promote knowledge and understanding. Alternatively, even scholars in musical and literary art may use their research results to expand their results into developing innovative research. The goal is to disseminate the wisdom of literature, dance, music, and traditional governments together and satisfy the university's commitment and preserving the nation's arts, the culture, and academic service with great pressure. As a final point, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Please feel free to contact me if you do not understand or need more information. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I request you to continue with your next presentation of the paper titled Tao Warachan, the famous actress in the reign of King Rama IV, who created Plang Sha Plang, Riau Narai, the special holy and noble dance.
Hi everyone. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Today I am going to talk about Tao Warachan Wat, the famous actress in the reign of King Rama IV, who created Preng Cha Preng Riau Narai, the special, holy, and noble dance. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mananchaya Petruji, and I am the author. The co-authors are Assistant Professor Dr. Phakama Jirajarupat, Assistant Professor Dr. Manisa Wasinarom, Dr. Sakawin Siriwatanakun, and guide name Dr. Lampong Kromkun. I will begin with my biography. My name is Mananchaya Petruji. I am a lecturer from the Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University. I studied Thai classical dance from a young age with an experience, and proficiency in all forms of Thai dance. I graduated with a Master of Art in Performing Arts, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University, Thailand. I am interested in choreographic analysis research and Thai classical dance research. You can contact me by the following email address or telephone number. Then, I will move on to the abstract. The purpose of this qualitative research were to study the biography of Tao Warachan Wat and to study how she created Preng Cha Preng Riau Narai. The data record is from her biography, including the author's synthesized knowledge from text, previous research, experience from teaching and performing, and expert interview. The study of biography of Tao Warachan Wat is descriptive writing. The data were analyzed by criticism of the inductive and deductive, categorizing information, analytic induction, and verifying and validity of the finding with expert. The author ascertained the reliability and validity again with triangulation. The findings show that Thawarajanwat was born in 1841 during the reign of King Rama III. The original name is Wat. She was born in a noble family and orphaned his father from a young age. เจ้าจอมนาค her aunt brought her to prison as a Thai court drama since 10 and later become King Rama IV concubine. And you can see the picture in the left one. In the reign of King Rama V, she promoted to a higher position Thawarajan, the highest status of the female court official. Thawarajanwat is famous for her beauty and talent. However, she never mentioned or responded to her dramatic ability. She is a Thai court drama teacher who do not like teaching. There is only one dance, which is the เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย including มือล่อแก้ว in the right one picture. Let's now take a look at the video, and I would like to point out that Thawarajanwat created เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย from the basic dance. She has repeatedly practiced basic dance for a long time until she has offline cognition, appreciate memory, reasoning, and problem-solving process. In addition, เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย also show the creative process from embodied cognition, which consists of creative genius. The dance emphasizes interesting background, interpolating way of thinking, tradition, and include many symbols. เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย reflect the process of perception arising from environmental situation, and this knowledge shaped her life. The author had made significant findings by studying the biography and outstanding dance invention of Thawarajanwat. The results show that the royal court is an excellent sort of royal theatre artist because of their rigorous training. In addition, Thawarajanwat also create and present เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย from her own embodiment cognition, including academic knowledge and custom in the royal court. I mean environmental situation. Like I mentioned earlier, เพลงช้าเพลงเร็วนาลาย reflect the form of performance, especially performance to worship sacred things in royal ceremony. This reflects the concept of Thawarajanwat, the connection between the mind and the world, so you can see it in the video. To sum up, the story of biography and creation of Thawarajanwat dance demonstrate an outstanding artistic protagonist, idea, value, and personalities. Even Thawarajanwat did not record the principle of her creation. However, the dance is a practical example. It describes the answer future generations can study, analyze, interpret, and use as a model for conservation and future development. To create based on Thai court drama production, it's continue to make increase to the Thai court dramatic art circle. Thawarajanwat lived in Thailand and passed away in 1939 at 98 years old. As a final point, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Please feel free to contact me if you do not understand or need more information. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I request you to continue with the next presentation of your paper titled The Choreography of Unakan, the female character, when she disguised as a man in the Thai court drama Unakan Panji Chong Suan Wan.
Hi everyone. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Today I am going to talk about the choreography of Unakan, the female character when she disguised as a man in the Thai court drama Unakan Panji Chom Suan Kwan. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mananchaya Petruji and I am the author. The man in the middle, his name is Dr. Sakawin Siriwatanakul. He is co-author. And the right one, her name is Dr. Lampong Kromkul. She is our guide. I will begin with my biography. Mananchaya Petruji. I am a lecturer from the Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Sunanta Rajapat University. I studied Thai classical dance from a young age with an expert, experienced, and proficient in all forms of Thai dance. I graduated with a Master of Art in Performing Art, Faculty of Fine and Applied Art, Sunanta Rajapat University, Thailand. I am interested in choreographic analysis research and Thai classical dance research. You can contact me by the following email address or telephone number. Then, I will move on to the abstract. This creative research aims to design the movement of Unakan in the Thai court drama, Unakan Panyi Chom Suan Kwan, by essentially based on the Thai court drama literature of King Rama II. The author synthesized knowledge from texts, academic documents, self-training, experience from teaching and performing, observation, expert interview, and then evaluation by Thai classical dance experts. Accordingly, all the data were analyzed to create and design the dance postures. The design was then qualitatively recorded and presented to the expert for evaluating and confirming the record qualitative data. The data collected from the assessment were analyzed using basic statistics for the qualitative data analysis, including mean and standard deviation. The data were also presented by analytical description and performance. The findings show that King Rama II created the character Unakan that was different from Kuda Narawangsa in the Panyi tales. Take a look at the picture 1 and 2. This character corresponds to the character of female in Thai tradition as well as the socio-cultural context. Let's take a look at the picture 3. Like I mentioned earlier, the Thai style makes Unakan lively and enable Panyi to question if Unakan is a woman or a man. The character of Unakan headed to the creation of the female character when she disguised as a man in the Thai court drama dance style. After that, take a look at the picture again. The choreographer used 3 ways for the design. The first one is choreography based on Tamra Lam. The second one is choreography based on the original dance. And the third one, developing from the original dance. This creation is new. The choreographer guaranteed that the character of Unakan in Unakan Panyi Chom Suan Kwan is the most consistent with the Thai court drama literature of King Rama II. According to the 4 experts, the performance creation efficiency of the choreography of Unakan in the Thai court drama, Unakan Panyi Chom Suan Kwan, is considered efficient. The choreography is laid at the highest level in creativity with a mean of 4.75 and a standard deviation of 0.50 in suitability and expert satisfaction. The results show the highest with a mean of 5 and a standard deviation of 0.0. Let's now take a look at the video, and I would like to point out that I divide the main discovery into 4 topics. The first topic is the concept of Thai dance choreography. The second one is about the character expression. So you can see in the video, the actor must convey the emotion in their facial expression clearly and sincerely to the feeling conveyed to the audience. They must learn and train themselves to be emotionally involved with the role they are given. The third one is Lakhonnai's beauty dance principle. And the last one is embodiment cognitive. The choreographer's embodiment plays a very important role in the design, and it is found that the performer's embodiment contributes to make the aesthetic of the show have a novelty. To sum up, the judge's performance should have basic skill in Thai dance practice and good communication of emotions in performance. The performer's personality should be related to a drama character, because the performer as a medium to convey the beauty of the dance move and to mean to the audience. As a final point, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Please feel free to contact me if you do not understand or need more information. Have a good day. Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome Sumit Kumar Maitra, Lecturer, Electrical and Computer Engineering, Rachimo University, Ethiopia, to provide his valuable feedback for each presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Nachita Ramai, for your nice presentation. It was good and your communication was very nice. The presentation is told about the marketing communication for promoting the health tourism for new way. So it is not mentioned that what is the challenges for Sinai community to promote the health tourism in that area, and also the what are the marketing methods you are applying for this research. It is also not mentioned. So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nitin sir. It was nice presentation, and your communication is very good, and you finish your presentation within time. You told about some Thai herbs to create a job opportunities. So let me give you some feedback from my side that in this presentation you have not mentioned that how much revenue is generated and how much income is produced through the herb, and also how much job is created for the people in the Thai community. So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Miss Dr. Pichakaran, for your nice presentation regarding forecasting of the real oil and natural gas by using data mining. So there is some comments regarding your presentations. You are using the data mining technique. Now, nowadays we are using the artificial neural network, deep learning network. So these type of methods are more sophisticated for research work regarding forecasting. So if you mention this forecasting tool, it will be very good research. And also the error is which shows your presentation, it can be minimized by using some recent technologies. So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Vidya, for your nice presentations. Your presentation was very nice and well in time. I appreciate your presentation and your research. You just mention about some ethnic tourisms in Yuthong, Suphanburi. So, what are the challenges you have mentioned that is very much important for your research? And what are the promotion, why is promotion is lacking, and what is the budget problem that is created? This is a challenge for your ethnic tourisms. So this has to be mentioned in your research, and how to update with the overcome challenging issues in the ethnic culture tourisms. So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Kana Korat, for your research regarding communication and civil cultures in Islamic culture. I would like to ask some questions regarding the this research. That what are the challenges is for this type of research in when you are going for communication and civil culture in Islamic religions, and what are the support from the government regarding this research, so that it will be good for the younger generations also learn from their old generations. And I also appreciate your work, and I would like to know more data specific regarding this research. So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation and your research. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Vidya. Very nice presentation. So, regarding your presentation, there is some questions arises. What are the solution for the basic infrastructure development regarding the ethnic tourism in Yuthong Suphanburi? And also, you have not mentioned that what are the special guidelines according to that these things will be come out, and the ethnic tourism will be promote in the Yuthong Suphanburi. And also I would like to mention that entire research is not mention about the what are the challenges you are facing during this promotion of these guidelines for ethnic tourism in Yuthong Suphanburi. So this is all from my side regarding this presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Sakgavin. Very nice presentation and very interesting one also. You present regarding online Thai dance during COVID-19. So it is a challenging to such activities to provide during COVID-19 times. So I have some feedback about this presentation is that you know that there is a gap between the online dance and offline dance. In offline dance, you will be more focused upon the performer, and you are giving the more closely to instructions to the attendees. But in online, you are far away, and your instruction is not going towards the more focus oriented. So how to deal with this type of challenges, and also the how to promote online dances more, especially for Thai dance in the Thailand. So what are the your recommendations that is also we need for this research? So this is all about from my side regarding your presentation. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mananshaya. Very nice presentation. Your communication is very nice, and your pictorial presentation is very attractive. I have seen, say, you have mentioned some pictures and some dance, music, traditionals, and this is the very good presentations, the learning performance by using some literatures. So I have some feedback about your presentation. There is a gap of some technologies which is can be useful for this type of learning. So what are the tools you can use for this make it research very good? And this is all from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks, Miss Mananshaya. Very nice presentation, and your presentation was very well in time, and good communications, good English, and also I would like to thanks for your initiative to give us information about Thao Vorachan, and the presentation was very nice. Research is very good. Thank you very much. Thanks, Miss Mananshaya. Very nice presentation once again. The topic is very informative and very interesting. And you mentioned about the choreography of Unakarn, the female characters. Your presentation was very good video and good pictures. It is very traditional dance and very choreography techniques you are using here in research is very nice, and it would be very informative for the new generation. And I appreciate your presentation and your communication skill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Osvaldo Washington Turco Rivera to present the paper titled Gender as a Factor of Entrepreneurship in University Students.
Good morning. My name is Diego Jesús Mamani Quispe of University National of the Nation San Agustin de Arequipa. The following is a description of the investigation. Gender as a factor of entrepreneurship in university students. Introduction. Because of the recession due to the pandemic, government policies had two priorities in encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation. To take advantage of the entrepreneurial activities in Latin America, its height and Peru excelled in entrepreneurship, and its motivates is to take advantage of market opportunities. The purpose of this study is to provide information on the characteristics to promote entrepreneurship for public universities and for the policies being implemented by the Ministry of Production in Peru. On the main obstacles undertake such activities and reduce the likelihood of failure in their attempt. The gender difference in entrepreneurship investigated by Shanard compared of the nationals of UK, China, and Belgium indicate the most significant barrier to entrepreneurship is the lack of support in the female group as compared to the male group. Method is a quantitative and deductive discrete explanator population student from the 3rd and 55 years of pre-grade National University of San Agustín. Adaptado de Moreno. Variable dependent entrepreneurial intent. Variable independent variable 1 personal factors. Independent variable 2 contextual factors. Factors political, economics, innovation capacities, educational environment. Factors, personal factor, resilience, need realization, vision capabilities, leadership capacity, communication and persuasion, desire for independence. Results. In your environment, 53% it indicate that with your family or friends that it's an entrepreneurship. They aspirate growth in the private sector, 41%, and self-employment, 35%. There's not a significant difference between two groups in gender. The education environment factor is the only onward there is a difference between the two groups by gender. Entrepreneurship and gender. Significant factors less than 5% in both genders. The political and economic variable, the innovation capacity of the contextual factor, and the desire for independence is a personal factor explained in the intentional to start business. Significant factors less than 5% in man. Communication and persuasion skills as personal factor variable explaining entrepreneurship intention. Significant factors less than 5% in women. The need for fulfillment in the personal factor explained in the intentional understate. Discussion. Entrepreneurial intentional doesn't differ gender. According to the results, it's similar in the Latin America level. It's a study in Chile. The result innovation is a control factor. It's a predictor of entrepreneurial intention in both genders. Similar studies in Latin America, and this characteristic is essential for entrepreneurship successful. The personal factor is desired para independence become a variable explained the intention to start business. In the main motivation and guide a similar result in research focused in engineer students. Conclusions. It was found that there is not insignificant difference between gender growth for entrepreneurship intention in undergraduate students of the University National of the San Agustin. With respect to personal and contextual factors, the only factor difference according to gender is the educational environment. According to the multiple regression model for entrepreneurial intention, it both sets the personal factors. The desire for independence stand high. In women, the need for fulfillment prevails, what in man, the capacity for communication and persuasion prevails, and in the contextual factors, the following were identified as significant: the capacities for innovation and political and economic factors.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Janyavat Tancharo Entrer Uthuchunna for presenting the paper titled Effect of Electric Field Strength and Pulse Number on Total Phenolic Content, Total Flavonoid Content, and Biological Activities of Chinese Garlic.
Hello everyone, I am Janyawat Buddhism from College of Integrated Science and Technology, Rajamangala University of Technology, Lan Na, Chiang Mai, Thailand. Today I'm going to present a research topic, effect of electric field strength and pulse number on total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, and biological activities of Chinese garlic. In this presentation, I will start with some background introduction so you get to know a bit about our research. After an introduction will be objective, followed by materials and methodologies. Then I will present you the finding with discussion and finish with conclusions. Chinese garlic is a herbaceous plant. It may not have strong scent and flavor as Thai garlic, but the bulb is bigger, therefore it is the reason it's used widely in Thai cuisine. The plant is considered a medicinal plant because it contains several compounds such as allicin, ajoin, S-allylcysteine, diallyl disulfide, S-methylcysteine sulfoxide, and S-allyl cysteine sulfoxide, which possess biological and pharmaceutical activities. The most abundant antimicrobial phytochemical in garlic is alleine, which is also responsible for its strong flavor. However, the compound is unstable. After exposure, alleine will be converted to allicin by a reaction of the enzyme alliinase. Besides antimicrobial activity, garlic extract also possesses other biological activities such as lower cholesterol and triglyceride level in blood, reduction of blood glucose, lower inflammation, antioxidant effect, and inhibits the growth of some tumors and cancer cells. So, previous slide I have mentioned tumor growth inhibitory effect of garlic extract, which may result from anti-angiogenic activity of the plant extract. Since angiogenesis is a key factor of tumor growth and metastasis, therefore, anti-angiogenic compound is of interest. There are several extraction methods presented here. Compare advantages and disadvantages of each method. Maceration is non-thermal method but require using organic solvent and time in order to achieve high yield. Solid extraction may use less solvent but higher temperature is necessary. Therefore, the method is not suitable for heat-sensitive products. Pulsed electric field or PEF is a novel method that has been adopted for extraction. However, the only advantage of the pulsed electric field is expensive technology. Besides the advantage mentioned previously, the method also environmental friendly and the application in food industry such as disinfection of ready-to-eat foods such as fruit, meat, beverage, or dairy products. The pulse can cause plant cell wall breakdown, leads to phytochemical compounds released from the cells. Shown here is a working diagram of the pulsed electric field extraction equipment. The sample is placed in an extraction chamber with some liquid for conductivity. So in this study, we will investigate the effect of the pulsed electric field assisted extraction of Chinese garlic on total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, and biological activities like antioxidant activity and anti-angiogenic activity, with variations on electric field strength and pulse number. This is the plant we use. So the garlic has been chopped into small pieces, and also the list of the chemicals used for the experiment. So for the methodologies, we will start with treatment of chopped garlic with pulsed electric field. The treated garlic will then be extracted. Then total phenolic content and total flavonoid content of the extract will be determined, along with antioxidant activity and anti-angiogenic activity. PEF or pulsed electric field treatment and extraction of the garlic started with placing the prepared sample in the chamber with distilled water. Then the plant material was extracted with different pulse intensity at 4, 5, and 6 kilowatt per centimeter and kilovolt per centimeter and pulse number at 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 pulses. The PEF treated sample were then macerated in distilled water. Then the crude extracts were collected and used for further investigation. 3 untreated samples macerated with distilled water at 13, 25, and 41 minutes were served as controls for each pulse intensity studied. The crude extract derived previously were then determined for total phenolic content. The reaction mixture consisted of the crude extract, Folin reagent, and sodium carbonate solution. The mixture were kept in the dark at room temperature for 30 minutes. After that, the absorbance were measured at 765 nanometer. The reading absorbances were calculated based on a gallic acid standard curve. For total flavonoid content, the reaction mixture consisted of the crude extract, ethanol, and 2% aluminum chloride in deionized water. The mixture were kept in the dark at room temperature for 30 minutes. After that, the absorbances were measured at 425 nanometer. The reading absorbances were calculated based on a quercetin standard curve. Spectrophotometric method for FRAP assay was applied for determination of antioxidant activity of the crude extract. The reaction started by mixing FRAP reagent with the crude extracts, then set aside in the dark. After 30 minutes, the absorbances were read at 593 nanometer. The FRAP values were calculated using gallic acid standard curve. And last one, the determination of anti-angiogenic activity of the garlic crude extract. We use Chick chorioarantoic membrane or CAM assay, where the test samples were added to 5-day fertilized egg on their chorioarantoic membrane. The eggs were then incubated, and for 48 hours after that, the membrane was removed and the blood vessels were photographed and counted using 10 × 10 grid. The number of blood vessels intersected by vertical and horizontal grid lines was calculated for percentage of inhibition. And here we come to the result and discussion section. I'm going to start with the effect of PEF on total phenolic content according to the bar chart. PEF treated garlic sample has higher total phenolic contents than untreated garlic samples. It is noticeable that the pulse intensity has no effect on TPC, while pulse number showed significant effect on TPC. When 5,000 pulses were applied, total phenolic content of the garlic extract increased significantly. Similar to total phenolic content, total flavonoid content also enhanced when the garlic sample were treated with PEF prior extraction. However, pulse intensity exhibit significant effect since the garlic treated with 6 kW per centimeter pulse gave the highest total flavonoid content. Pulse electric field treatment also enhanced the antioxidant activity of Chinese garlic crude extract, similar to TPC, where the pulse number play a crucial role in increasing antioxidant activity. This slide shows anti-angiogenic effect of the garlic crude extracts. The percentage of inhibition were calculated and summarized in this graph. PEF treatment also enhanced the antioxidant activity of Chinese crude extract, similar to TPC, where the pulse number play a crucial role in increasing antioxidant activity. Increasing the electric intensity significantly increased the percentage inhibition of blood vessel formation in a similar trend as total flavonoid content. The correlation between TPC, TFC, and the biological activities were established as presented in the table. Antioxidant positively correlated with both TPC and TFC. Interestingly, percent inhibition of angiogenic activity shows strong and positive correlation with TFC at R value of 0.974, which, similar to other previous studies, show anti-angiogenic activity of flavonoid compounds from other plant samples. So, in conclusion, according to the result obtained, it can be concluded that pulse electric field assisted extraction has a positive effect on total phenolic and total flavonoid content. The increase in phytochemicals result in an increase in the biological activities of garlic extracts. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Kanita Pradit to present the paper titled Factors Affecting GPA in Higher Education in Asia, a Systematic Review.
Good morning. My name is Kanita Pradit. Today, I would like to talk. The topic is Factors Affecting GPA in Higher Education in Asia, a Systematic Review. And begin with an introduction. Next, research objective, literature review, research method, research result, discussion and conclusion. Let's start with introduction. Students' academic achievement represents, perform, and shows the degree of what person has attained. Academic achievement represents aim at goal of school, college, and university. Usually, students' performance are shown by using GPA. This review summarizes factors that improve the academic achievement of students. This information is important because positive factors can be used to enhance the GPA, while negative factors should be avoided. Our research objectives were to summarize the literature which described the students' GPA in education higher than high school level in Asia and investigate the importance of the related factors on GPA. Let's explain the important concept used in this research. The first one is GPA, which is the weighted average of the total course. GPA is the most commonly used representative for academic achievement. GPA explains academic achievement because GPA has high reliability and strong predictive validity. Since GPA has relationship with multiple important job-related outcomes. Example, job engagement, job performance, job satisfaction, and salary growth. It has been being used as a selection tool in employment. GPA is diverse in different cultures and levels of education, so how each factor affects GPA in general highly depends on the setting. We performed computerized literature search and included relevant studies. Computerized literature search to identify studies investigating factors affecting academic achievement. From January 2001 to June 2021 were performed using SciDirect, PubMed, Scopus, and Synapse databases. After the removal of duplicate entries for all databases, studies were included if there were the study that academic achievement was not measured as GPA, not conducted in Asia, not in higher education, not observation, qualitative research, and reviews. This slide shows Prisma diagram for a systematic review of the factors having effects on academic achievement. We identify 4,777 articles from 4 databases and include 836 duplicated articles. After the screening, there were 65 article studies left, which were included in qualitative analysis. After we finish the data analysis, we include 53,897 participants from 65 articles. 67.69% of studies were conducted in Southeast Asia. 59.87% of participants were female. Factors concerning the academic performance of students was classified into demographic, psychological, admission criteria, learning-related daily habits, and learning environment factors. The table shows the relationship between demographic and academic achievement. From the systematic search, we found 10 studies investigating the effect of demographic factors on GPA. You can see that sex affected GPA. Female was positively associated with a higher GPA. On the other hand, smoking negatively affected GPA. The other factors included physical health and time sleep inconclusively. We also found the relationship between psychological and academic achievement. We found that emotional intelligence, mental health, grit, motivation, motive, orderness, positive affect, reflective thinking, satisfaction of faculty, self-efficacy, self-perception, and study skills were positively associated with a higher GPA. However, motivation, anxiety, depression, and stress were negatively associated with a lower GPA. In addition, we found the relationship between admission criteria and academic achievement. We found 10 studies that investigated the effect of admission criteria factors on GPA. The results showed the multiple mini-interview and the international college entrance examination were positively associated with a higher GPA. The other factors were high school grades inconclusively. Next, we also found the relationship between learning-related daily habits and academic achievement. From 19 studies, we found that class time, frequency of library visits, information retrieval on Facebook, and student friendship network were positively associated with a higher GPA, while gaming disorder was associated with a lower GPA. Last, we found the relationship between learning environment and academic achievement. We found that authoritative parenting style, e-learning strategy, and student perception of learning environment were positively associated with a higher GPA, while the association between GPA and community noise traffic was associated with a lower GPA. Let's move to discussion. This systematic review identified 5 factors that affected academic achievement in the Asian educational setting. For demographic factors, sex differences in GPA was also observed in this systematic review. However, the difference in intelligence between males and females are still debatable, and more studies are still needed. Physical activity was associated with a higher GPA. We found studies supporting that exercise is associated with IQ. For positive psychological factors, example, EQ, grit, mental support, motivation, positive effect, satisfaction from faculty, self-efficacy, self-perception, and study skill. We found studies supporting that psychological improved GPA. Literature shows studies observed the positive effects of psychological on GPA. For admission criteria factors, multiple mini-interview and the international college entrance examination positively affected GPA. Besides, study observed the positive effects of learning-related daily habit and learning environment on GPA. Finally, we conclude that GPA is one of the most utilized surrogates for academic achievement. The systematic review identified the demographic factors, psychological factors, learning-related daily habits, admission criteria, and learning environment that were associated with GPA. More studies are required to ascertain the association between aforementioned factors. For more information, please see the reference provided here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Navapur Ratnapuri to present paper titled Adding Value for Elephant Dung to Create New Environmentally Friendly Products in Ayodhya Community from Nakum C. Ayodhya Province.
Hello everybody. Today the topic of my presentation is value added for elephant dung to create new environmentally friendly products in Ayutthaya community, Panakhon Sri Ayutthaya province. Introduction. Panakhon Sri Ayutthaya province is an ancient tourist city with a tourist attraction that is an important floating market that makes many tourists interested in coming to visit. Ayutthaya Floating Market is a spacious area which is divided into floating markets for boat tours and an elephant rising area for elephant feeding with elephant rides to see the beauty around the ancient monument of tourists. However, due to the large number of elephants, there is a problem of pollution. The management of elephant dung is not systematic and there is no use of elephant dung. As the amount of elephant dung increased, elephant herders had to hire outside agencies to collect and destroy the elephant dung, resulting in unnecessary expense. Elephants in Ayutthaya community are fed on grass, leaving a large amount of residue from digestion. Fertilizing elephant dung has not been successful because fertilization takes a lot of time. Fertilizers for sale are not cost-effective for moving and managing storage facility and require increased staff wage, leading to increased costs. Community and researchers have an idea to add value to elephant dung by brainstorming with researchers from the Faculty of Industrial Education who specialize in designing tools and equipment to value added for elephant dung to achieve results and develop into environmentally friendly products. Researchers of the Faculty of Business Administration have put two concepts in research and development to compete the research results. This study is a combination of experimental and quantitative research. Research objectives. 1. To create a model for value added to elephant dung. 2. To generate value added for elephant dung to new products. 3. To study consumer satisfaction towards new environmentally friendly products. Research methods. The research and development combine the concept of engineering and business management by building a boiling machine and a blender for elephant dung to create new products from elephant dung. It was carried out by collecting a new product satisfaction questionnaire from tourists in Ayutthaya community. Data collection could be classified into two types. 1. Brainstorming between community leaders and researchers to determine the design of the boiling machine and dung blender. And 2. Data collection from a questionnaire from 200 tourists in Ayutthaya floating market using accidental sampling. Results. 1. The researcher consulted with experts and made suggestions for using elephant dung to create new products for the benefit of the community and Ayutthaya floating market. Importantly, it helps to reduce the environmental impact and reduce the cost of disposal of elephant dung. 2. The elephant dung boiler used a 200 liter steel oil tank because it is heat resistant and regenerates heat quickly. The blender is made of stainless steel 304 material, which can reduce corrosion and have a long service life. The boiled elephant dung is spun for 2 to 3 hours. The elephant dung was washed with clean water by immersing it in a large bath and using a rectangular frame to scoop the dung pump to dry in the sun. When dried in the sun, the paper is ready to be developed into a new product. 3. The result of product design and development from elephant dung paper to new environmentally friendly products is divided into 3 categories. 1. Small storage bags. 2. Picture frames. And 3. Handlebags. The result number 4. The assessment results of consumer satisfaction with new environmentally friendly products of 200 people found that the majority of the respondents were 122 women, aged between 20 to 30 years of 20 people, and most of the 68 people are self-employed. The overall environmental liability satisfaction average 4.36, feeling of being an environmentally and socially responsible person at the time of purchasing this product average 4.56, followed by a feeling of being part of the community with an average of 4.43. The overall perceived satisfaction with environmentally friendly products was an average of 3.79. Positive attitude toward environmentally friendly products as a socially and environmentally responsible person average 4.01, followed by the use of environmentally friendly products with concern or awareness of environmental issues with an average of 3.88. The overall satisfaction with an eco-friendly product of the tourists was an average of 4.30. Impression of the product developed from Elephant Dung as a new innovation was an average at 4.52, followed by happiness of participating in environmental protection with an average of 4.45. Discussions 1. Survey on the need to create new products from elephant dung. Most of the elephant herder and shop operator in Ayutthaya floating market cooperate at a good level because it's for the use of waste and environmental awareness, as well as creating a unique identity for the community. 2. The construction of a boiling machine and blender to obtain paper for the creation of new products from elephant dung found that the elephant dung boiler used a 200-liter steel oil tank because of its ability to withstand heat well and generate heat quickly. And 3. Product design from elephant dung paper to new environmentally friendly products was designed according to the needs of the community of elephant herdmen and shop operators in Ayutthaya floating market. Suggestions for further research. 1. The production of blenders and elephant dung boiler is large and heavy, so small blenders and boilers should be produced that are easy to move. 2. A variety of products should be created to meet the needs of customers or tourists who prefer environmentally friendly products. 3. The result of this research found that a qualitative study of elephant dung should be used to generate income for the community in another channel. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Mancharada Tongkar to present the paper titled Service Innovation of Eco-Friendly Hotel in Thailand.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Multidisciplinary Tongkar. Today, I would like to present to you about the research title. The title name is Service Innovation of Eco-Friendly Hotel in Thailand. This is for my background, for education background and work experience. Now, I'm a lecturer of Tourism and Hotel Department at Faculty of Liberal Arts, Ratchamangkara Institute of Technology Day1, Jakrapong Phuvanat campus, and I have another responsible is a tourism and environment consultant at Pak Nam Prasat sub-district. Rayong province is the eastern part of Thailand, and I have more than 10 years experience in tourism and hotel business. Okay, first of all, I would like to talk about the introduction of my research article. Okay, currently, tourism and hotel industry is directly affected by economic crisis and the coronavirus outbreak. The number of tourists traveling to travel has decreased significantly. in the hotel business was directly affected by crisis as well. By adapting strategies to create value in service and increase business competitiveness, namely creating service innovation based on environmental concern, because some developments in some material purposing affect the environmental problem that the world is facing as well. Therefore, in the overview of the various strategy adjustments of the hotel business, in addition of focusing on enhancing competitiveness, creating value for service is also cover the care of environmental as well. For eco-friendly hotel or green hotel is a model that promoted efficient use of the resources, effective have a good environmental management, and raising the standard of environmentally friendly service to be one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Education on sustainable tourism criteria, or the Global Sustainable Tourism Councils, is an important tool that is framework for all parties to achieve results currently. The sustainability of tourism cover economic sustainability, society and culture, and the natural environment of tourism destination. In the situation of adaptation and competition to create business survival, crossing entrepreneur to adjust strategies and use to create the survival of the business. One of the strategies today that many hoteliers decide to implement to create value in hospitality and business competitiveness is service innovation. Service innovation is an important strategy for success. 4 types of service industry innovation are introduced. 1. Management innovation, communication innovation, innovation in the scope of service, innovation in supporting work. For my research objective, this study about the innovative eco-friendly hotel service in Thailand aim to study the concept of environmental policies and mentor related to hotel business environmentally friendly service model of hotel business in Thailand as a guideline for the proposed operation. This is for my research process. I have a 4 steps. For the first one is a problem statement. Identify the specific problem that need to be addressed, developed. For step 2, analyze concept theory and related. Study documentation and related research. Studying for the case study of eco-friendly hotel. The step 3, data analysis. Read and synthesize information and compile to include experience. The last step is a result of the conservation and purpose use of resources, reduce waste generation, preventing and promoting the diversity of nature by using service innovation for eco-friendly hotel business in Thailand. This is the review of concept. The first one is innovation theory and service innovation. Eco-friendly hotel, Gilly Foundation, 7 green concept, type of service innovation in hotels, service innovation of eco-friendly hotel. For the criteria of green hotel, the first one is environmental policy. For environmental policy, it's the main of the principle of practice that an exhibit used as a guideline for the implementation of the environmentally friendly service, such as the environmental friendly procurement, environment management, energy conservation, involvement with the local community, where management and employee work together to achieve the objective and goal that have been set. The second is a capacity building, means a method or process or activity which is to carry out to enhance personnel in the workplace to gain knowledge, ability and skill in working in environmentally friendly service. The third, public relations and campaign mean communication in the information and environmentally friendly service news. The fourth, clean procedure mean procurement or procurement of goods and service that must consider the sustainability of quality, price, distance, timely delivery of the good and service, and reduce the environmental impact caused by the production and service is take into account the entire life circle of the green procurement product. 5. The environment management and energy conservation. It means any operation that can use resources sustainability or that is disposal of waste and pollution. The 6th, participation with local community means participation of the exhibitment with the local community in the area where the exhibitment is located. Both co-awareness, joint taking, and cooperation in the natural resources and environment management activity, such as the conservation and restoration of the natural resources, environment protection, and creating value in the local history or art and culture, the identity of the local community. This is for the 7 green concept. Have a green heart, green logistic, green attraction, green activity, green community, green service, and green paths. For the results, service innovation is the concept that responds to the creative economy by focusing on the process of delivering service to customers smoothly and efficiently, create competitiveness and create customer satisfaction. Therefore, the need for innovation in hotel service. It is another strategy that increases competitiveness in other ways, and moreover, in the present situation all over the world, that they pay attention to the conservation of natural resources and the environment, optimal use of resources, reduce excessive use of resources, and preserve the diversity of nature, society, and culture. Hotel business have to adapt, develop a management system accordingly and effective as well, such as sending the information online, presenting new promotion to the customer, online registration for the use of various facilities through the application, increased communication channel with the customer through social media channel to be an innovative, sustainable, environmentally friendly service in the future. This is the model of the service innovation of eco-friendly hotel in Thailand. Content about the management innovation, external communication innovation, service innovation, supporting innovation include for environmental management, 7 green concept. So if you have that of all, you have a eco-friendly hotel. This is for conclusion. Implementing service innovation in hotel business operation. This is to create competitive potential and make a difference for the business within the current situation, saving the world. Make hotel business must return to focus on development of service innovation in hotel coupled with environmentally friendly service coupled with tourists using the current service. There is a growing demand for eco-friendly hotel. It's look at the service coverage in all aspects, such as resources management, customer safety, environmental responsibility, energy saving, as well as social, cultural, and economic awareness of the local community. Developing innovative service for eco-friendly hotel business, able to perform and operate the actual hotel properly and can be extended to create a network for service that are environmentally friendly, sustainable, and efficient that do not cause environmental problems in the future. There are guidelines for service innovation management consisting of 4 aspects. For one, management innovation and external communication innovation, service scope innovation, supporting innovation. This is implementation in the tandem with the hotel business in environmental policy and the 7 green concept, resulting the conservation and rational use of resources, reducing consumption and overuse of resources, reducing waste generation, preventing and promoting diversity of nature, society, and culture. However, operating an environmentally friendly hotel business, operator must have clear goals for hotel, should have good management by emphasizing the quality of products and service. To be the competitive, can create a good image for the hotel, and add that psychological value to hotel guests that has taken action to conserve the environment and society of hotel operator and other related service. Thank you for your attention. สวัสดีค่ะ
Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Kanokrath Yosakral to present the paper titled product development and branding for safety rice and herb processing in China.
I would like to present product development and branding for safety rice and herb processing in China. The previous research communication for knowledge management on safety rice in China province. Poverty issues still exist. Therefore, farmers were interested in the development of rice and herbal products. These three pictures is present the poster of the previous research. It had both similarities and differences when compared. The present one can be seen from the following. The first one, Takun Chok Amnoi conducted the study on the topic innovation of rice production, rice processing, and rice trade in Thailand. One topic is guideline for creating value added to local rice product corresponding to current context and way of consumption of consumers in La Sisalai district, Sisaket. With the objective was to investigate and develop of rice product. However, the present research subdivided into fundamental information on conventional wisdom, processing, packaging, creating a market channel, and developing a course on rice production and processing, placing emphasis on wisdom information and discourse. Furthermore, this study aimed at marketing communication together with the main thinking base of work called system theory. This the picture of the system theory is input, process, output, and feedback in the environment. From the thinking base of system theory, the researchers had applied output, which was the target, as an initiator. This means that local products could receive Food and Drug Administration or FDA standards. After that, the researchers tried to seek guidelines to execute the research, which was the input. Then there was an execute, which was in accordance with the plan, which was the process leading to the output as intended by the researcher. The picture is, the first one is the logo or symbol of FDA standard in Thailand. The second one picture is the activities of participants. After that is like a raw banana dry and packaging of it. China's province is situated in central area of Thailand. This is a picture of Thailand with the fertile piece of land suitable for rice plantation. 80% of population is agriculturalist, with the average income is the low level. Although the farmers have tried to develop quality of life until it became safety life and they expand more safety rice production groups. The picture shows that the leader of this group respect for King Bhumibol and bring his philosophy to do his work. It is self-sufficiency economies. About the research objectives is to study product development and branding for safety rice and herb processing in China province. The picture shows that the symbol of the first one is Ban Pakao, the logo like a temple, and about the two of the farmer of Ban Kong Li, and in the middle is the the packaging of soap and vermicelli. About the research method, research design, participatory action research or PAR, and qualitative research were used. The research tools are in-depth interview, focus group discussion, participatory observation, and documentary research. The pictures show that when I observe or PO the participants all of the year, I observe about the activities of the participant and the activities of the participant to build the mini factory by themselves and the output of the bergamot soap. About the research process were activity. The first one, active participant and researcher finding the knowledge structure. The second one, promote of the self and critical awareness that lead to individual, collective, and all social change. And building alliance between researchers and participants in the planning, implementation, and dissemination of research process. The picture shows that about the activity of the participant and researcher and output of the processing is lemongrass and panda tea. About the community's context, I study at Sanburi district in China province. The first one is Ban Kong Li Farmer School in the Hoi Kot sub-district. The enterprise called Community Enterprise form group of farmers who produce safety light from Ban Kong Li. And the second one is the large-scale light field at Ban Pakeo at Phraek Sriracha sub-district. The enterprise called Kon Lak Sen Phraek Sriracha Community Enterprise. Sen is mean Thai vermicelli. The result of the comparing rice and herb price before and after processing is the data to show that why the participant want to be higher income from process the raw material to do about the product. It shows that about the rice value is 4.71 to 5.88. Rice bran value 70. Lemongrass value 40. Raw banana value 9.2 and bergamot leaf value 518.18. The result of output after participant meeting and FDA advisor suggestion are 5 products such as Thai vermicelli from China one rice, extracting rice bran to be cosmetic, bergamot leaf soap, banana powder, and lemongrass panda tea. The picture show that the poster that I do about the 5 products. Result of input. The researcher emphasized in knowledge in 2 parts. The first one, how to process each product. The second one, how to do branding, packaging, and distribution via social media. The picture show about the design of packaging of Thai vermicelli at Phraek Sriracha and rice bran body oil and in the Kong Li. About the result of process, the expert and researcher act as facilitator to empower participants to engage to the project. The picture show about the process that the participant built the mini factory by the land of themselves, and the member donate the money to do about it. About the result of output, the main target successful to achieve FDA standard for products. from 5 products. The finding presented that researchers had their role as a mentor of farmers who conduct processing and branding in every step of requesting product standard by persuading the FDA staff to educate the farmer for the duration of 1 year while conduct with the research. The picture show about the knowledge that the advisor teach the participant about the brand, about the thinking about to develop the packaging of bergamot leaf soap and barn rice barn. The recommendation for practice. There will be more skill, better and better integrated science perspectives suitable with product process and branding, because researchers and participants must do many things in short periods, but it needs the successful or difficult thing, that is to receive FDA standard. Not only local industry knowledge, community study, integrated marketing, communication, and public health care are mixed. To do with many participants, the precise planning, intending foresight. Finally, the applied system theory is possible. This research proposed output, input, process, output instead of input, process, output, and feedback. This is my reference. And the picture show about the paper that we teach the farmer to develop packaging and symbol of their logo. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I invite Varin Ruam Samran to present the paper titled Interpretation, Influence and Development of Architectural Styles of Thai Lu Vihan, a case study of Thai Lu Vihan of Sian Muang Ma Temple, Yuan Sub-District, Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province.
สวัสดีครับ On behalf of School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao, Thailand, I would like to welcome you here today. I am Varin Samran and I am a lecturer of Architecture course, School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao, and I am a head of the research project. I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about my research. The topic is Interpretation, Influence and Development of Architectural Style of Thai Lu Vihan, a case study of Thai Lu Vihan of San Muang Ma Temple, Yuan District, Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province, Thailand. Before talking about the research topic, I would like to recommend researchers and paper participants. First author Varin Samran and co-author Assistant Professor Araya Lumsamran is a lecturer of Art and Design course, School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao. Nowadays, Thai Lu Vihan of Wat San Muang Ma obtained the status of cultural heritage and is a representative of Thai Lu Vihan. Influenced by Thai Lu ethnic group from 12 Bandai in China, influenced area of Thai boundary through the city of Chiang Kham. The objective of this research were two. 1. Study influence and development of architectural style of Thai Lu Vihan of Wat San Muang Ma Temple, and 2. Study and find out methods and approach for interpreting related issues about influence and development of Buddhist architecture. Qualitative research was designed integrating knowledge of Thai architectural history and interpretation of cultural heritage to witness influence and architectural style and to create a model for communicative approach by collecting information about the interpretive approach through the target group who were tour guides and students. Introduction. Thai is one of Thai ethnic groups in Southeast Asia with unique language and culture. They firstly lived in 12 Panna of the People's Republic of China and then moved and reside in Rana State, such as Lamphun, Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, and Nan Province during the reign of King Rama I. Due to the policy led by King Kavila to revitalize Rana, they were generally found in the northern part of Thailand in 1905 AD. Some of Thai people have lived in the area of Phayao province, especially in Yuan district. Thai Vihan Wat Sang Meung Ma is one of unique character which will portray the cultural heritage. This Vihan has become the cultural space. However, nowadays, bodies of knowledge in Buddhist art and architecture are hardly conveyed, especially to the young, because of the lack of proper interpretation tools. Moreover, database for bodies of knowledge in cultural heritage and architecture should be prepared for further study in this area. Hypotheses and research framework were based on methodology of historical Thai architecture. In other words, Thai Vihan of Wat San Meung Ma Temple was the study site for types of value and unique architectural characteristics of Thai ethnic groups based on the criterion of authenticity and part of outstanding universal value by UNESCO. Unique characteristics of Thai Vihan in 12 Panna were the plan and building orientation of east to west, with surrounded walls where small holes for lights were prepared. Layered roof with gable was generally found. For example, Vihan of Wat Ban Tong in Hai Chau. And then it was found that Thai Vihan of Wat Tha Pha Tai in the same period as construction of Wat San Meung Ma. Influence from 12 Panna still played important roles, both reflected traditional form from 12 Panna. From the analysis of Rana Vihan identity about influence and development of architectural style of Rana in Thailand, Vihan in Rana can be categorized in two main types. 1. Open side Vihan and 2. Closed side Vihan. Most Rana Vihan, both closed side and open side, usually had 3 layers of roof style at the front part and had 2-layer roof style at the back. Research result. It was found that Vihan Thai Wat San Meung Ma Temple is characterized by the value of tangible cultural heritage, authenticity in form and design, from the criterion of authenticity and part of outstanding universal value by UNESCO, summarized as follows. 1. Thai Vihan of Wat San Meung Ma was influenced by Thai Vihan in 12 Panna, and this can be seen in the curve and unique techniques of the roof structure along with wooden structure between the lower part of the gable and the canopy surround the building. In addition, Thai Vihan of Wat San Meung Ma was adapted into open gable with development as 3-layer structure and two-layer structure at the back, different from that of 12 Panna, which was generally found in Lana instead. And then, 2. It was also found that interpretation tools need to emphasize authenticity, especially in form and design of Thai Lư Vihan of Wat San Mueang Ma. Local museums should also focus on this Vihan, whose roof structure was influenced by 12 Panna, but then developed into its own unique style. However, this has already been promoted well. From the table, average satisfactory level towards interpretation were high. In conclusion, Thai of value of cultural heritage in terms of form and design of roof structure of Thai Lư Vihan of Wat San Mueang Ma still exists, with influence and development from 12 Panna, along with unique vernacular architecture. In conclusion, historical Thai architecture and interpretation of cultural heritage can be operated along with proper approach, and storytelling is one of the means to emphasize the value of cultural heritage. Bodies of knowledge from the research can be transferred and applied for the local who are important stakeholders. And recommendation: the learning media of Thai Lư Vihan Wat San Mueang Ma are aimed to be religious and intellectual property and can be actively used by local museums. Moreover, they can be a part of Old Town development in a long term. This slide shows the research activities and certified by the Board of Research Ethics involving human subjects, University of Phayao, Thailand. This research article is referenced in the list of documents as shown above. Finally, that brings the presentation to the end. Thank you for your attention. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Pranapa Thongkham to present the paper titled Forgiveness and Violent Behavior Among Vocational Students in Pathum Thani Province.
Hello everyone, I am Pranapa Thongkham. I would like to present my research. The topic is Forgiveness and Violent Behavior among Vocational Students in Pathum Thani Province. The contents divide into 7 parts. The first, about research problem, introduction. The second one, research objectives. Third, research hypothesis. Number 4, methodology. Number 5, research findings or results. Number 6, discussion. And number 7, suggestions. To start, introduction. Today in Thai society are characterized by a lack of trust, lack of friendship, and mutual trust due to the crack of conflicts, division, and trauma in the past from many problems, such as political conflicts between groups. And in the past, this problem has not been completely resolved, resulting in losses to Thailand, especially in the youth. The youth separate into many groups, and they try to show about their violence in the society. In the regard to the violent behavior of the children and youth, the violence is a human instinct. Adolescence is the age of learning, imitating, showing the power to be accepted. And nowadays, technology, media, they can learn from just anywhere and in various forms of media they can learn and they copy each other in order to be accepted. Forgiveness is a way to reduce unwanted emotional thoughts and feeling and behavior because forgiveness is a psychological component of human development in thinking, in feeling, and behavior. 3 research objectives. The first, to study forgiveness among vocational students in Pathum Thani province. The second, to study the violent behavior among vocational students in Pathum Thani province. And the third, to study relationship between forgiveness and violent behavior among vocational students in Pathum Thani province. And research hypothesis. The first, different personal factors of the student has different levels of forgiveness. The second, different personal factors of the student had different level of violent behavior. And the third, students with high levels of forgiveness had lower level of violent behavior. Methodology. The first, population and samples. The population consists of 6,532 with vocational students and higher vocational certificate studying in the academic year 2019 in Pathum Thani province. Then, the samples of the research 400 samples. The second two process, a study of documents. A questionnaire was brought to 3 expert verified comments, and a questionnaire was used to try out with 30 non-sample vocational students. The third, data could be collected from 2 sources. The first, primary data from such as paper, journal, electronic journal, books, websites, something like that. And the second, primary data was a questionnaire collected from 400 samples of vocational students in Pathum Thani province. The fourth, data analysis. We have 4 ways to analyze. 1. Frequency, distribution, and percentage. The second, mean and standard deviation. 3. t-test. And last one, 4. correlation. Research findings. The personal data revealed that most of the students were female, male, and LGBTQ respectively, and the age around between 16 to 18 years old Buddhists and the oldest child in the family. Their parents together, and their parents earn between 10,000 to 20,000 baht a month. And the student who answered the questionnaire was studying in vocational level in the field of industrial engineering. About the forgiveness, divided into 3 types. The first, self-forgiveness. The second, forgiving others. And last one, the forgiveness of the situations. All this found that the student had a high level of forgiveness in the positive question, and in the negative question had low level. About self-forgiveness, the highest average of the question was that I felt I was wrong all the time. Forgiving others, the highest mean was that I was angry with the person who caused me trouble. Forgiveness of situations. The highest mean was that I tend to talk about durable events with anger. Violent behavior showed that the student had low level of violent behavior overall. Research findings about hypothesis test 6.1 6 factors, 6.28 factors, 6.3 relevant factors, 6.4 but other factors, 6.5 merit factors of the parents, 6.6 parental factors at the students' caregivers, 6.7 educational level factors, 6.8 factors classified by field of study. And then about forgiving others in the negative question and forgiving situations in the negative question was associated with very low levels of violent behavior. The next about discussion. This show hypothesis 1 with different personal factors had different forgiveness students. 1. Gender. 2. Age. 3. Religion. 4. Birth order. 5. Parents, marital status. 6. Student guidance. 7. Income. Parents' monthly income. Show like this. 8. Education level. And number 9. Field of study. This shows discussion of hypothesis 2. Students with different personal factors had different violent behavior. Show like this. The next discussion on hypothesis 3. Students with high level of forgiveness had low level of violent behavior. The results show that there was a correlation between different aspects of forgiveness and violent behavior. When considering each aspect, is what found that forgiveness in the negative questions was very low, and situational forgiveness in the negative was very low. And the other results show on this slide. The next suggestions for further use. Number 1, a guide for studying the relationship between violence and forgiveness. The results show that the study area found low level of violence behavior associated with many factors such as family, peer group, media exposure, or relevance other personal factors. Therefore, the result of the study can be modified and can be applied to appropriate for areas with higher level of violent behavior. The second, a guideline for studying violence related to factors and factors related to forgiveness can be applied in small-scale societies to apply or guide solutions to in the larger societies. Suggestions for further research. 1. Other personal factors such as peer groups, media, social, and economic conditions should be studied in order to be consistent with other research studies. 2. There should be a wide variety of questions and open-end questions to give more perspective on forgiveness and violence behavior. 3. Other statistical comparative analysis of the study, if multifactorial, should be added in order to make it easier. And last one for today, thank you very much for listening and watching my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Artichat Rumschwang to present his paper titled Enhancing Speakers' Ethos in Persuasive Speech, a case study of Oprah Winfrey.
Okay, hello everyone, and it's nice to meet you all. And then first, let me introduce myself. Right, so my name is Atishat Rumsawang, and then for this paper, I just write with Dr. Krishna Kosachrinhanan, right? And today, I am the representative to give the presentation for this paper, right? And for this paper entitled Enhancing Speaker Ethos in Persuasive Speech, a case study of Oprah Winfrey, right? Okay, so first of all, right, I just will talk about the introductions. Actually, when we talk about the public speaking, right, and it's used for three purposes, right, including to inform, right, to give the detail, to give the information, or to persuade, right, to convince people to believe in you, right, and then to entertain, right, and then to make people laugh, and then to make the people happy, something like that. Right, but actually, when just we consider three things, right, it was found that persuasive speech is considered as a substantially complicated and challenging form of speaking, right? Because since the speaker has to convince the audience to accept his or her points of view, right? I think that this is very difficult when we have to change the people's mind and then change the people points of view, right? Because it involves how the people establishes his or her credibility and trust, right? And how language is delivered persuasively and emotionally. And the last one, right? How to provide the effective logical reasons, right? It means that when just you give the persuasive speech, you have to do something like that, right? You have to establish the trust to the audience because you have to convince the people. And the second one, you have to use the language, right? Persuasively and that immerse the emotions, right? And then you have to give the reasons. Yeah, and okay, but if just you take a look at these three things, right? From the previous research, right? It was found that self-presentations or self-praise, right? Something that when that you want to establish the trust or establish the credibility, it means that you have to talk about yourself in the very positive way, right? To be the more challenging and difficult task, right? And sometimes that is become the problematic, right? It's become the problematic. Okay, at first, like I just would like to talk about the self-praise or self-presentations. What does it mean, right? And self-praise means stating a positive statement about oneself or uttering that implicitly or explicitly acknowledges credit to speaker for some qualifications, right, which is positively evaluated by a speaker or progress audience, right? It means that when just you want to self-praise, right, it just can be made by the speaker or the listener as well, right? So, but however, it has been warned that had I told you, right? It has been warned that self-praise can become an interactionally risky activity, right? When it excellently presented, because when just you over exaggerated presented about yourself, people may recognize as a form of bragging, right? It's the word bragging. I think that all of you know, right? Bragging. But also, it has been suggested that overstating oneself can create positive bias, right? Seeing that you sometimes that when just you talk about yourself very positively, sometimes that you're very biased about yourself, right? It's called the positive bias. Therefore, I think that this is very interesting, and I think that this is the good start for us, right? Therefore, for us, I think that we think that investigating the effective approach of how to attribute or enhance the speaker credibility and trust in persuasive speech in order to avoid a form of bragging and positive bias should be further conducted, right? As you can see that when just people have to establish credibility and trust. So it means that we have to investigate how that we can avoid a form of bragging or about the positive bias, right? And then we just can establish credibility and trust about the speaker effectively, right? Okay, and then okay, for when the, in this study, right, we just will use the Oprah Winfrey as a case, right? Why? Because the Oprah Winfrey, I think that all of you know her, right? Because Oprah Winfrey is highly recognized as one of the most competent and remarkable public speaker, right? Because we think that when just we want to study how the people or how the successful people give the person speech, right? So in kind of in daily life, so we have to learn how the effective public speaker in the daily life give the speech, right? So and for this study, we choose about the Oprah Winfrey, right? Okay, for the Oprah Winfrey, worldwide recognized or had the first African American woman who owned her own production company, a talent actress who was nominated for an Oscar in her first movie, right? A producer and a successful television talk show host that reads 50 million people per day, right? She is philanthropist and greater recognized as the motivational speaker, right? Because if just you look back from the past, right, you will see that Oprah Winfrey give many talk and all talk and contain very motivation, inspirations for this audience, right? For the audience, okay. And in 2018, Forbes magazine had proudly appointed her one of the 25 most influential women in the world, right? And throughout her life, she had delivered a number of powerful, inspiring, and enthusiastic speeches for her audience. Many, right? If just you are interested in her speech, right? You just can find out more and more, right? In Google or YouTube, right? Okay, and then we are going to move to the research objective, right? For this paper, we aim at investigating persuasive technique, right? Used in enhancing a speaker ethos in persuasive speech, right? And then we select Oprah Winfrey as a case, right? And analyze through the rhetorical analysis by focusing on how she established and gradually enhanced her credibility and trust throughout her speech, Yeah, because I just we right we just want to learn how the Oprah Winfrey establish trust and credibility in her speech, right? Because we admire her and then we recognize her as the most powerful and then talents, experience, persuasive speaker for sure, right? Okay, for the next one, we are going to talk about the research method, right? And the first one that we are going to talk is about the rhetorical analysis, right? Actually, that I have to tell you that, and this paper is very the qualitative analysis by using the rhetorical analysis, right? And then for the framework of this study, we use the rhetorical appeal, right? And when just we talk about the rhetoric, right? Rhetoric is a term that can be used as a discourse, right? Or sometimes that we use as the ideology, right? And when we talk about the rhetoric study, investigate how language and other symbolic form influence the way an audience think, feel, or act, right? With this concern, rhetoric can be both from opposite communications and inevitable part of everyday interaction, right? Because when just we talk in people in everyday interaction, we have to talk with people. You have to inspire people. You have to give information to people, and then we have to care about how people feel, how people interact, right? And then it means that rhetoric study involve the everyday interaction for sure. Yeah, but actually for the framework, as I told you, Aristotle will be one and only who developed this theory, right, by observing many speakers giving perceived speech in Athens, in the law courts, in the government, right, and finally he have provided 3 elements of the persuasive speech appeal, including ethos, pathos, and logos, right, that have been widely used in various disciplines such as mass communications, linguistics, and marketing, right? Okay, and then I just want you to kind of take a look at this picture, right? When just we talk about the appealing rhetorical appeal or mode of persuasions proposed by Aristotle, right? It consists of three main elements, right? Ethos, pagos, and logos, right? Uh, what is ethos, right? As I told you, right? When just you want to give the persuasive speech, right? It consists of the how the people attributes credibility, right? Yeah, it's called ethos. And the pathos is mean that when just how that the speaker use the language persuasively and emotionally, right? And the last one is logos, right? It's about how that speaker use the logical reasons, right? But for this paper, we just look at only the ethos because we think that ethos is very the most difficult task, right? Because when just we talk about yourself, talk about oneself, right? I think that is very difficult. Okay, and this is one that I use as a framework, right? When just we look at about the ethos perceived technique, right? As you can see from the previous research, right? There are the 5 technique, right, to enhance or to kind of establish the speaker credibility, right? And put this way, that consists of 1, similitude. Right, it means that when the speaker try to show the similarity between the speaker and the audience, right, and difference, right, occur when the speaker respect for the right and the feelings of the audience, Yes, and expertise, right? When does the audience, when the speaker show his or her judgment, or show his or her expertise, right, and first-hand knowledge about this issue. Yes, and the next one is called self-criticism, right? And self-criticism is mean that when kind of speaker try to promote his or her weakness, right? Some kind of uh, uh, show weakness, some kind of to devalue, right, himself or herself. And the last one is the inclination to succeed, right? When it occur when the speaker try to refer the past accomplishments or try to predict the future success, right? In the speech, right? Okay. Next, when to talk about the research design, right? And research design, right? You can see that there are many events that the Oprah Winfrey give the speech. But for this study, right, we select the speech, right, at the 75th annual Golden Globe Award, right, in 2018, when the Oprah Winfrey, right, accept the Cecil B. DeMille Award, right? Because as we just select this event, because I think we think that because the audience is very prestigious, right, in the Hollywood, and about the star, something like that, right? And then I think that and the Winfrey have to push my effort, right? I put this way, push my effort to try to create or try to make this piece very memorable, right? And for the analysis, right, occur through several stages, right? The first one, right, we just getting through the transcription for overall idea and understanding, and just the second one, right, we just identify the sections of the speech, first introductions, body, and conclusions, right? And then when just but after that, we just scrutinize the transcription for rhetoric analysis, right? We use this one, right? We use the framework, right? And to analyze the transcriptions, right? The spread transcriptions. And the next one, right? We delete and recheck, right, about the process of analysis and the result again. And the last one, right, we discuss and then we finalize the result and the interpretations about that, how that we interpret the results. Okay, and then we talk about the research result, right? Through the rhetoric analysis, right, it was found that Winfrey employed the four persuasive technique, right, to establish and enhance her credibility and trust, right? And the techniques that her used are, right, the self-criticism, expertise, similitudes, and the inclination to succeed, right? And then I will describe one by one, right? And the first one that I found is that and the self criticism, right? At the beginnings, right, Winfrey, right, give the speech by saying that, right, if that you look at this one, right, if you look at the state, right, you will see that, and then you look at the underlying word, right, you see that I was a little girl sitting on the millennium floor, right, blah 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 blah, and then up to stage came the most elegant man I ever remember. His tie was white, his skin was black, and he was being celebrated. I never seen black man being celebrated like that. I tried many times to explain what a moment like that mean to little girl. I keep watching from a cheap seat as my mom came through the door, bone tired from cleaning other people's house. What do you think about displacement from Winfrey's speech, right? You will see that, as you can see that, Winfrey tried to use kind of self-criticism. He just tried to degradation or self-devalue herself, that she just she very poor, and then she come from very poor family, right? And Winfrey enhanced it was by her past suffering and impoverished life story. For example, the linoleum floor, right? The cheap seat, right? And then my mom came through the door bone tired from cleaning other people's house, right? It means that, and her kind of mother job is kind of housekeeping, something like that. Yeah, actually, from this, right, you can see that she just tried to portray her underprivileged status, right? In addition to this, right, she lowered her praise by praising others, right? She just tried to praise about the Sidney Poitier, right? I try to admire very much that, okay, and he is very prestigious, he is very smart, something like that, right? Yeah, this kind of thing. Yeah, this is the first thing that Winfrey tried to speak at the beginning of the speech, right? Try to devalue herself, right? Okay, and next, right? After Winfrey began her speech by using self-criticism strategy in narrative pathline, she suddenly applied her APTCY to show her achievement as shown below. Yeah, and you can see that from this one, from the last one, right? And that Winfrey tried to show that her past life is very suffering, and then is very sharp, something like that. And actually, and then that's something like that. She just said that there are some little girl watching us. I became the third black to be given this same award. And my journey to this state possible, right? And from this one, right, you just will see that he tried to achieve, right? Try to imply that becoming the first black woman, right? To be given the award, right? She has to start through highly prestigious, right? Insist that she was clearly successful. She was clearly successful, right? Because she accept this award. Yeah, and receiving the award, she kind of the work for her work and entertainment industry, right? She was also accepted by equity justice, right? It can see that she kind of become very successful in very entertainment industry, and then she can accept this award, right? She show her expertise in her career, something like that. Yeah, this is the things that you will see this one, right? And the next one that you will see in this one that she used is the similitude, right? And you will see that throughout the speech, right, Winfrey always invite the audience into mutual state of feeling by using pronoun we, right? We, right? Was used to promote collective recognitions as shown below. As you can see that I want to thank the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. We know the press, right? We also know that when just we word we use we, it means that the audience and the speaker includes the audience, right? Okay, and this word can make the audience feel that okay, we are in the same positions, right? And we are in the same group. We are the same group. Yeah, I think that this is very word that very effective, right? If you want to make the audience feel that okay, we are in the same group, we just use the pronoun we actually, right? And then this is just an example, and throughout her speech, right, and Winfrey always used the pronoun we, right, most of the time, yes, okay, yeah, and you will see that apart from the explicit by using we, right, she also used narrative, right, some kind of narrative to tell the story, right, to it's kind of she just try to tell the story that thing that the audience will feel the same with her about the story, right? For kind of this one, right? And Winfrey try to narrate about the racist Taylor that has been raped, right? And then yeah, it just can gather the very sad feeling from the audience as well, right? And I think that this is very the good way of kind of gather attentions, right? But I think that this is very important. It means that you have to analyze the audience. You have to know the audience very clearly that, okay, who is your audience, right? Who is your audience? What is your audience believe? What is your audience dislike or like, right? And then you have to, and then when you know something that you can select, right? You just can select this kind of the story that can gather feeling the same, right? For too long, right? Women have not been heard or believed if they dare speak the truth, right? The power of those men, this kind of thing, right? Yeah, I think that this yeah, I think that this this sentence, right? Can see that because the Winfrey makes sure that this sentence will be understood, right, in the same way by the audience, right? Okay, and the last one that we found that and the Winfrey used the intonation to succeed, right? Yeah, I think that this is very the good strategy that the Winfrey tried to use this strategy at the end of her speech, right? Winfrey referred to what she did successfully in her career. She showed not only her achievement, but her endeavor of doing so. This is right. For example, you just see that one. Within in my career, what I have tried to do best to do with the on television through film is to say something about how, right? I think that this is very important, right? Because Winfrey tried to say that what she has done successfully to try to make try to convince the audience that, okay, she can do that. Believe me, I am successful. I can do that. Something like that, right? And this is the strategy because when she talk about the past successful job, something like that, right? So and then she tried to call to actions after this. Yes, I think that is a very good strategy, right? And then believe me, so blah 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 blah. Yes, I think that this is a very interesting strategy for kind of a very end of the speech, right? And then to call the actions, right? And to call to action and call the audience to do something, call the audience to think of something. Yes, right. And the last one that I just will talk about that what that we just discussed and then we just conclude about our speech, right? Actually, self-criticism, right, was the fully used at the beginning of the speech in order to grab the audience attention, right? And then she tried to familiarize the audience with her tough life and prepare for the ultimate achievement. Right, I think that this is very good start, right? When just you say something that you are not overstatement, right? It means that okay, I am come from the poor family, and then I just try my best to do something, and then today I just can do that, right? I think something like that, and this is just a part of the Winfrey self. This is just a part of Winfrey self-presentation process, right? Because after this, she will portray how hard life pushed her to become the powerful Winfrey in the present day. Yeah, the actors I told you, right? And the next one, and then Winfrey minimize praise of self, try to, but actually, as I told you, and Winfrey is very powerful people, and then in the world, right? And then people around the world recognize her and know her, but she tried to minimize the praise of herself and then try to maximize self praise, right? Yeah, and through self criticism technique. Throughout her speech, she always demonstrate empathy, right? Empathy. She always give the empathy to the audience, right? And then to just the people. She talk about, right, by through the similitude, right? By using we, something like that, and then the Winfrey, right? And the Winfrey emphasized that she really understood that people were suffering from any form of oppressions and inequality. Yes. And at the final part of her speech, the inclination to succeed was successfully employed to convince and then call to action. Yeah, I think that this is very, for me, for us, I think that is very interesting result, right? This very interesting result that we just can use, right, for the guidance, right? And in terms of pragmatic perspective, sometimes that self-praise, right, in terms of credibility enhanced in the process, which develop positive face, right, for the hearer. This means that during Winfrey credibility process, the audience did not experience face loss at all, right? Face loss at all, did not experience face loss, because the Winfrey care about other people, and the Winfrey did not overstated, did not exaggerately stated about herself at all, right? But however, if we do not carefully utter positive statement about ourselves, it will become bragging and positive bias, right? And this is the last thing that we would like to leave, right? Because when just we talk about ourselves, right, positively, so we have to think carefully. It's sometimes that it's become the bragging or positively, and then we hope that this study or this result will be kind of guidance, right, for the novice speakers to give the persuasive speech. Okay, and then that comes to an end of our discussion. So thank you very much for this presentations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Pasu Subaba to present the paper titled A Research and Product Development for Home Decoration by Textile of Dongjen Subdistrict Group, Phayao Province.
Hello everybody, my name is Pasu Suwapap. I am lecturer in School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao, Thailand. Today I'm present a research and product development for home decorate by textile of Dong Jen Sub-District Group, Phayao Province. The abstract of research and product developed for home decoration by textile of Dong Jen District Group, Phayao Province, Thailand. Introduction: Dongchen community Phu Cam Yao in Phayao province is the local community in Phayao. The majority of the population in the area who are farmers and employed products, textile, household items and which work for sale. The development of community products express local wisdom in response to customer needs in today's era. Building up product image to be widely known and recognized by customer will stimulate community business, generate income, and boost sales in terms in the area. Meanwhile, it helps promote community-level tourism, but on the creative economy concept that promote cultural access, creative among imagination, wisdom, society, culture, and people is the underlies in the incommunicable aspect that generate economy value for furthermore, handcraft product design, architecture, and fashion are considered of creative industry in Thailand. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way people work as most people are required to work from home. In the regard, people spend their time stay at home. Therefore, creating a work environment at home is responsible to the work from home policy in the guideline to develop home decorate items to meet customer needs. But on that point, the research view that the design and development of local products in from home decorate items showing community identity with good quality that meets customer needs a present would add value to product, generate income and stimulate tourists. At the same time, community group will be strategic leading to community-based business accordingly. Research objective: 1. To study current status and problem status in the product and study developing guidelines for textile handcraft of Dongchen Sub-District Community Group Phu Cam Yao District, Phayao Province, according to current social trend. 2. To study identity of community products of Dongchen Sub-District Phu Cam Yao. 3. To study customer needs in community product development of Dongchen. 4. To develop a model of textile handcraft of Dongchen Community Group Phu Cam Yao. 5. To assess research results and develop textile handcraft of Dongchen. Research method. The picture presents research method process for the development of home decorative items from textile of Dongchen. Literature review. The concept of creative economy. Am I research textile art? Am I research textile from Thai local wisdom? And I research the material of textile. Research results are arranged in the order across two steps in the research process, and conceptual framework are followed. The study on current status of problem of the product and the study on the guideline to develop handcraft product from textile of Dongchen Phu Cam Yao. Based of observation and interview community readers found that current Dongchen community consists of the elderly who are farmers and need to have career development to generate more income for themselves and promote community business. To be more interesting, community group would like to create product identity that can meet customer need, craftsmanship skill, that the area have a basic level embroidery skill, hand stick. The study on community product identity of non-gender sub-district group I found indicate that most community products are generic household items such as rug and bamboo woodwork. There would be product when picking order. Design of product are the one usually found in market. The study on consumer need from online article in order to assess the current trend of home decor lover. It was found that the current trend among customers who love home decor is they require home decorative items made from natural material in blue, gray, cream color. Design must be simple, minimal, with Japanese accent. As the research results were brought to discussion among the research community leaders and Dongchen sub-district group, the guideline for product development could be concluded as follows: square-shaped banquet pillow with the size between 13 and 14 cm, made from natural material in blue, gray, white color. The design concept is from decorator way of light design from beadwork, simple hand stitch, mix and match tweed color and patchwork technical and apply to create according to the theory of composition art, dot line pattern or design color, gradation and texture. How to design embroidery pattern and product to create piece of work and are inspired by beadwork design community way of life, padding frame, rich grain and stream, leading to the creation of embroidery work from hand stitch technique, choose material and hand wood, cotton, and thread dyed with natural indigo. The picture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 present the pattern in design. And the product, the pillow former of 35 x 35 meter. The final step conclude research result and proposed suggestion. The customer satisfaction assessment result based on the product phototypes. Product satisfaction assessment is divided into three aspects as function, aesthetic, and material. Assess result from 13 consumer. Discussion of research from the study and data collection. The research indicates that the customer group of home decoration products today prefer environmental protected products, natural material relied products. Recommendation, suggestion for the research and development of craftsmanship or handcraft products of Dongchen sub-district community are as follows in terms of function. It can be developed, filtered in widely form, shape, function such as bag, seat cushion or other product related to textile, and the product can be brought to the production process that meet the quality standard for export. With regard to preaching in this research, suitable preaching for the sale is grouped of market was not determined. In relation to design, a variety of color group should be chosen for the outer step of the design. Pattern and color matching material should be carefully chosen since this coloration can occur in the natural dyeing process when fabric get wet. Therefore, materials should be developed to prevent discoloration and to be cleaning easily.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Kanakpon Pakiche to present the paper titled An Adaptation of the Goat Business Throughout the Supply Chain in the Spread of Viral Diseases Corona 2019 in Phra Nakhon, Ayutthaya Province, Thailand.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present the topic is an adaptation of goat business throughout the supply chain in the space of viral disease Corona 2019 in the Panakonsi, Ayutthaya Province, Thailand. Okay, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Associate Professor Dr. Kanakpon Pakichai. I'm the lecturer in the Faculty of Business Administration and Information Technology in Rajamankara University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Okay, first, I would like to give you an overview of abstracts. The situation of the viral disease Corona 2019 in the first wave COVID-19 in the Panakonsi Ayutthaya province is the highest controlled area. Entrepreneurs throughout the goat supply chains were expected from upstream, where production costs were higher. Ministries greater who several restaurant operators who cannot normally open the shop, and downstream that refers from the performance religions company and reduced income affects profession's power and demand for goods declines. This research article aimed to analyze the current goat supply chain situation and to synthesize and adaptation of the goat business in the space situation of the viral disease Corona 2019 case study in the Panakonsi Ayutthaya province. Two in-depth interviews with such a questionnaire with entrepreneurs throughout the goat supply chains by 413 sampling samples. The results were as follows. Next was value chain of meat goat. The main stakeholder of the goat business divides into three main players. One, rice goat breeder, two, processor, and three, entrepreneur. And a vocal analysis products the quality of the consumer demand for the product, lend to understanding and focusing on strategic business planning, risk management, and complexity of the product market. To clarify by analyzing the entrepreneur, product model, and ambiguity of the trend consumption of goods product. Entrepreneur must ability and choose to use tool that suits the personality of entrepreneur, such as game theory. Second, I will move on to the questions, this research paper aims to present the problem of the local goat business, product and marketing throughout the supply chains in the Pranakon Ayutthaya. Method of the conducting research to analyze the problem by unfolding the food supply demand chains and to synthesize the adaptation of those business to our supply chain in the COVID-19 descriptive research using the uncertainty framework VUCA world. And the research results business situation throughout the with ghost supply chains in the live goat local farmer to the provincial corrector to the central and the northeast and south. So southern goats is a non-alert farmer to the precious goats to the local store and the southern goats in the local farmer, local processor, and the local store. It's okay. The current business situation that affecting COVID-19 allow for business operator to out the big goat supply chain found that the current situation caused some soft restaurant operator to temporarily suspend their operations. The restaurants that are open offer always some good food that can't be taken back to eat, the cooking at home, or reduce the processing of goat food. Okay, when considering the VUCA world framework, it was brought us in the picture. V is volatility. Rapid change in the demand for goat meat fell 90% and goat milk decreased by 100%, while goat product cost increased. For example, feed cost increased by 20%. 2V is vision. Entrepreneurs should adjust their vision under the fluctuations such as processing goat meat product in the accordance with the situation and consumer behavior. U is understanding. Goat business operators are unable to forecast demand for meat goat milk product. 2U is understanding. Goat business entrepreneur should focus on strategic business planning to manage the risk of uncertainty. 2C. Number 3, C is a complexity. Price volatility, fish price of raw materials for food processing and market uncertainty for meat goat milk product. As a result, entrepreneurs have to face problems that are difficult to make decisions or difficult to understand the issue facing business. 2C confined. Entrepreneurs choose set off by creating clarity in their business operations, such as analyzing the operator process from of those products. Okay, and number 4, A. A is ambiguity. From the unpredictable situation, The impact of the current goods business is clearly unpredictable, such as the direction of the consumption of goods products from the same story consumer group will be able to return to the same proportion immediately after the normal situation are not found in the question. 2A, equality. Entrepreneurs should have a plan for the dealing with predictable situations such as shooting game theory to create a plan for dealing with various situations and shooting a problem as a base. Okay. Its next is show that after supply to the demand chain in the upstream, midstream, and downstream. In the upstream is a good mid agricultural to the corrector. Corrector is a rice go to the northeast region, south and forex is Mauritius, and corrector to the processor in the local to the customer in the Bangkok and Pathum Thani, and outside the area of processor to the local restaurant and the consumer in the Ayutthaya and tourists. Okay, it shows that BMC business models canvas of the entrepreneur of cosmetics product. Mission statement increase the demand for consumption of cosmetics product. Authority in the economic, social environment. Okay, you can see and reading and detail. Okay, and now. Okay. There are three main issues for cosmetics business adjustment throughout the supply chains. First, people, meat cost operator will adjust according to the market situation by increasing the rarity of the product to meet the demand of goat meat consumer both in the area and outside the area. Two, good goat meat product. If the process of the soldering goat carcasses is not cleaned enough, which result is consumer therefore merchants buy raw material from a source that has outside area. And number three, market. It's worth found that the current meat goat milk outside group is a niche market for Thai Muslim products, which is a good opportunity to increase expand marketing channel. Okay, operator in the area choose adjust the vision under the application, for example, the processing of goat meat product in the accordance with the behavior of the consumers group. To the local goods business operators should to stop producing goat product because the demand for goat meat product cannot be predicted before. Goat business operators should manage risk such as adjusting the distribution channels of the product model to choose the situation, including modifying marketing strategy, reduce product size for easy distribution, and entrepreneurs should defend themselves by creating courage in the business operations, such as addressing the BMC to the previous goal, scope of our business and taking advantage of the business planning opportunity to reduce the impact of complex problems. Okay, thank you for attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to call upon Chanakpon Anuchuchal to present the paper titled Lay Thang Kam of Lana Style Temple Pillar to Apply New Pattern Design, a case study of Wat Phra That, Lampang Luang, Lampang Province, Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I talk about my research. Title: Line Tam Kam of Lana Style Temple Pillar to apply in new pattern design. A case study of Wat Phra That Lampang Luang, Lampang Province, Thailand. By ชนกพร อ้วนสุชาติ บรรเจิด ศรีมูล พัสุ สุวภาพ Biography. I am a lecturer of Interior Architecture, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao, Thailand. Abstract. From the problem that can be lumped together because of open wall building system affected by the hot and humid and from human behavior such as soaking, touching, and leaning. The purpose of this project was to collect information about the strip or the pillar of northern style temples under the valuable religious architecture. This can be used as basic element to continue building up idea of using different strips to design repeated patterns or new pattern by according to personal style to be used for future development and application. The scope of the study emphasizes strips on the pillar only in the middle part, not include the top or bottom parts of the pillar. Qualitative research applied to design pattern. The data was collected by using existing documents and architectural measurements and the black and white strip pattern on paper at วิหารพระพุทธ and วิหารน้ำแต้ม วัดพระธาตุลำปางหลวง เกาะขา District, Lampang Province. The result was presented by describing the drawing of black and white strip, and then add the new pattern with some color on it. This pattern will be applied or developed to use in suitable design in the future. Research objective 1. To collect the data of Line Tam Kam on the Vihan Pillar in the Lana Style Temple for the preservation and continuation of valuable pattern within religious architecture as basic information. 2. To use pattern in the design and layout of pattern for repeating and creating new pattern for future development and application. Methodology. This research was a preliminary study from a document database and field study to collect data, photograph, and survey temple pillar pattern for collecting and preserving valuable old motifs as well as suggested the extension of the new pattern design as an individual style by using the principle of artistic composition, repetition, and rhythm. Scope of work 1. The data in the case of Line Tam Kam on the temple pillar was stored only in the middle part, not include the top or bottom part of the pillar. 2. Data was collected in the case of Line Tam Kam on the Vihan Pillar only at วิหารพระพุทธ and วิหารน้ำแต้ม at วัดพระธาตุลำปางหลวง only. Description วิหารพระพุทธ The pillars of the Vihan Prabhupada were patterns in the middle of the same four pairs of pillars. The pair of the pillar behind principal Buddha image were different designs. Thus, it was concluded that all 10 pillars of 7 patterns were collected. Vihan Nam Tam. The pillars of the Vihan Nam Tam pillar were patterns in the middle of the same 4 pairs of pillars. There were 2 pairs of the same pattern. Thus, it was concluded that all 8 pillars of 3 patterns were collected. Conclusion. Line Tam come on the pillar of Vihan Prabhupada and Vihan Nam Tam at Wat Phra That Lampang Luang are similar. For the data collection and conclusion of this research, the researcher would like to conserve, carry on and build on Lana's lifetime come as a valuable thing to last forever. Appendix. You can see image 6. Suggestion for new pattern placement using the original pattern from the Vihan Prabhupada pillar. And next, image 7. Suggestion for new pattern placement using the original pattern from the Vihan Nam Tam pillar. Thank you. This research was supported by the annual budget of 2019 School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao. I thank Associate Professor Dr. Somchai C. Sompong, the Dean. I thank experts for reviewing and comments my research. I thank co-researchers and my college for collecting data and learning to lay out new patterns together. Lastly, I thank Wat Phra That Lampang Luang as the resources for collecting data. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Thangthai Wangbuchai to present the paper titled Design Method and Difficulty Levels of Assembling Wooden Puzzle.
Hello everyone. Today I will talk about my research. The topic is design method in difficulty levels of assembling wooden puzzle. So I am Thangthai Wangbuchai from Thailand. However, I graduated from Japan in PhD course. In the brief of abstract, this paper interested in an experiment in design method in difficulty level of assembling wooden puzzle. It was evaluated by different forms of design puzzle such as triangle, circle, wedging, apparatus, house, and rectangle created by 5 designers. After finished prototype, they were evaluated by 50 pages for assembling in order to differentiate level of difficulty. The result showed that only 3 types of design have a different pattern, but 2 types did not have different pattern. We found that conceptual module is an important role for a design method. Further, we found that an important variable to affect difficulty level of assembly was different hint in which player can fall in different state of assembling process. In this research, we concentrated on one type of puzzle called interlocking puzzle. So, interlocking puzzle is one of the toy designed for the player to assemble or disassemble according to the shape of the designer. Usually, players benefit from problem-solving skill and spatial skill. The spatial skill training is essential to learning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. To apply this skill in daily life or related careers such as architect, engineer, designer in the future. The research objective aims to test the design of assembling toys with different levels of difficulty. 5 undergraduate students in University of Payao learned and applied this method to design assemble toys in one shape per person and assign them to divide one shape into 3 tiles. In this regard, all 3 tiles must have the same number of parts, the same material, the same size, and the same color. But there was a difference in the shape of the parts. The 3 types of pieces were compared with 50 pairs puzzle and considered whether they spent different time to assemble them to determine the level of easy, medium, and difficulty for preliminary tests. We divided a research method for 2 steps. The first step, learning process from design method. The second step, collecting the data and interpret the result of the comparison of the assembly time. Instead of design, we can consider 4 elements and 5 principles for design components. Elements can be divided by different form and space. An open form is a shape in which the internal space is cut off from the outer area of the object with clear inner boundaries. A closed form is a shape in which the internal space is not cut off from the outer space. The open space is an assembled space with unclear boundary, thus creating an empty space that is not separate from the outside and the inside. The closed spaces are assembled space with clear boundary between internal and external space. The principle of design method were applied from conceptual model created by Don Arthur Norman, and we can choose them to design puzzle for impact human perception. The design process has 5 steps. The first step called planning, which considers a whole shape of puzzle, and the second step called level, which adds principle for each level. The third step called design components, which consider 4 elements. After design complete, all types should be evaluated by players. If puzzles have different pattern, we can send to category step for differentiate a difficulty level. If it's do not different, designers should send it back to level stage for reconsideration. In the planning step, 5 designers consider a shape of different design that shown in this slide. After design component complete, the next step is evaluation by collecting a pattern by video recorder. The pattern analysis show that 3 types of design puzzle have different pattern. However, 2 type puzzle is not different pattern. In conclusion, different pattern puzzle derived from a good element and principle design. Another effective variable to make different pattern is a different hint which a designer can add in different steps for assembling. For example, an easy level have a hint from beginning until the final step, but in a moderate level, hint did not appear in some step. We can conclude that element, principle, and 5 steps in design method play an important role to build an interlocking puzzle. Further, design hint is a key for difficulty level as well. This is an appendix for reference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Atisha Ramswam to present his paper titled Investigating Politeness Strategies During Uncoupling Process of Interracial Relationship.
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, thank you for watching our presentations. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. Okay, my name is Atisha Ramswam, and this paper again, so I write with Dr. Krishna Kosatrunanan, but today I will be representative to present this paper, right, entitled Investigating Politeness Strategy During Uncoupling Process of Interracial Relationship. Right. Okay. First, right, we'll talk about the background of the study or introductions. Okay. Nowadays, right, is the technology age, right, and for the communications, when we able to contact people easier, right, and you will see that when just we can chat and we just can call globally, right, and the romantic relationship can be avoided, right, and it become an interracial relationship, right, when the people from different race, different background of culture, right, and contact together and then fall in love together, it's become the interracial relationship, right? When we talk about the interracial relationship, is the relationship among two people that come from different race, right? Okay, more often a problem, right? When we talk about the interracial relationship, it was found that more often problems are found due to long distance relationship and culture differences, right? And when people have different cultures, they communicate differently, for sure, right? An interracial partner could interpret what the other one is saying or doing. They might emote differently than he or she mean it, right? Sometimes that when the people from different background and they come together and then communicate together, right? So they can interpret differently, right? It depends on his or her background, actually, right? Okay, so when just we have the different background and this can cause the conflicts, then might ruins or destroy a relationship, responsibly lead to an end, right? Lead to an end, for sure, that when just we cannot get along well, so we have to come to an end, right? So when they're ending their relationship, they normally either blame each other or accept it as their fault. Yeah, actually, that when two people end their relationship, right, they have to find kind of who just will be accept the fault, something like that, right? Because of this, and then the power between the couple will be exercised based on either hatred or politeness strategies. Okay, for this study, the researchers, right, from Dr. Krishna and I are interested in how the couple, right, this couple manipulate politeness strategy over each other, as well as investigating power play during the breakup process. Yeah. Okay, so, and then we can move to the research objective and research questions. For this research, we have two research objective, right? The first one to investigate how politeness strategy are manipulated in the interracials, right? Kind of interracial relationship, right? And the second one to investigate how power is shifted during the breaking up process, right? And then it's come up with the two research questions. And the first research question is that what are politeness strategy used during the uncovering process? And the second research questions is that how is power shift during the uncoupling process? Okay, for about the literature review for this research, right, we are talking about the notion of face or the faith-threatening acts, right? And for these notions is proposed by Brown and Levinson in 1978, right? But they assume that everybody have the kind of self-image or face, right? And then face, when we talk about the face, is divided into aspects. It's called the positive face and the negative face, right? And when we talk about the negative face, right, is defined when the speaker want to be independent and not imposed by the others, right? It associates with the formal politeness that it often evoked by the term politeness, right? But for about the positive face is less obvious. It's a place they want to be accepted and appreciate, to be treated as a member of the group, and to know that one's one and are shared by the others, right? And when we talk about the positive face and negative face, and one notion that we have to say that is about the FTA or faith-threatening acts, right? And it happens when one that threatens someone's face, right? FTAs includes acts such as accusations, insult, interruptions, complaint, disagreement, or request, something like that, right? And for two of that, and the disagreement threatens the positive face, right? Because of the fact that it implies a lack of acceptance for the hearer opinions, right? And this is very important thing for this research, right? It's about the least politeness principle, and this will be the framework of this study as well. And when we talk about the politeness principle or PP, right, it's used it generates by Lees in 1983, right? It's used in the cooperative principle when the people is used to analyze when people interact each other, right? It consists of okay, and then for Lee's maxim, right, it consists of 6 maxim, right? Tax maxim, generosity maxim, approbations maxim, modesty maxim, agreement maxim, and sympathy maxim, right? And then the detail that I will tell you for the next slides. Right. Okay. And that will tell you that and least politeness principle that we use as the framework to analyze the data for this study. Yeah. And then this is the detail, right? And this is the detail of the least politeness principle. It consists of 6 maxims, and this is the goal, right? Is used to explain the phenomenon when two people interact or communicate each other, because it is believed that if communicator or interlocutor obey this maxim, right, and the conversations will run smoothly, right? Will run smoothly, kind of things, right? About tag maxim is mean that, for example, it's mean that when kind of speaker try to minimize cost to other and maximize benefit to other, right? It's mean that for the speaker try just to praise, right, his or her interlocutor, right? Something like that, right? These 6 maxims always used to kind of describe or explain why that the conversation is successful or is not successful. Okay. and for the research method. And then the first one I will talk about the data, right? And then for the data for this study, I just will use for about the texting message, right, between the interracial couple. It's about the between the Thai women and the Frenchman, right, using English language in the conversation through Facebook applications, right? And this situation is during the uncoupling process. And this conversation is divided into two series, right? Of breaking up process, it's pre-breaking up and the post-breaking up, right? Okay, and actually that for the owner of texting messages are anonymous, right? And this, if you look at the picture, and this is the example, right, of the data that I use for this study. Okay, and for the data analysis, right, and for the message, right, were analyzed by the 6 maxim of Leach in 1983 that I told you earlier, right? It's about the 6 maxim, and we'll divide into kind of two parts, right, and break to the pre-breakup messages and post-breakup messages, right? And then we, as the researcher, scrutinize and analyze and identify the maxim that used in the messages. We want to identify whether they obey or violate the maxim, right? Okay. After the analyzing procedure, the result of two parts were compared about the pre-breakup messages and post-breakup messages. This result of two parts, right, will be compared to see that, okay, to how power was achieved during the uncoupling process of the interracial relationship. Okay, and this one is about the research results and discussions, and then I will describe about the research question. And for the research question one, right, I just asked about what are politeness strategy used during the uncoupling process. From it was thought that, right, the two series of messages about the uncoupling process between a Thai woman and a French man, right? They use tag maxim, jealousy maxim, approbation, modest agreement, and sympathy maxim. And then I just will tell you, right? This is the result, right? And I just explains by each maxim, right? And the first one, the use of tag maxim during pre and post, right? You will see that if you look at this table, right? You will see that, okay, you will see that, okay, female obey in the pre-breakup and then also violates as well, right? And the post-breakup messages, okay, she obey one time, right? Yeah, this kind of thing, right? This is the result for about the use of tag maxim. So, and next we are going to move to about the use of generosity maxim. You will see that for about the generosity maxim, you will see that both of them, right? Both of them violate, right? Both of them violate this maxim that's in the pre-breakup and the post-breakup messages, right? I think that's very interesting, right? And the next one is the use of approbation. Okay, if you look at when you take a look at this, you will see that in the pre-breakup messages, right? And the female violate a lot about the approbations, but a man just obey just only one time. And about the post-breakup messages, there is no maxim, right, that used in the post-breakup messages. And then for about the use of modesty, right? Oh, you will see that for about the modesty maxim, you will see that both of them use obey a lot about the modesty maxim, right? And to kind of show the modesty to each other, right? Okay, and the use of agreement maxim, right? And the pre, right? In the pre, okay, and women and men use just obey just only one time, right, for each one. So if you want to take a look at one, so you just can look at my paper a little bit. So I because I have no time to kind of go into detail that much, right? And then for about the sympathy maxim, you will see that the sympathy maxim about the pre-breakup messages about the a woman's obey one time. But it's very interesting that in the post-breakup messages, right, you will see that a post-breakup messages, a man, right, obey a lot, right, obey a lot. It means that when just you are breaking up with someone, right, a man will be one who try to sympathize, right, the woman, and then try to minimize the cause, right, and the conflicts, right? Let's say like this. Okay, for this is for about the research question 1, right, that I asked about the politeness strategy that I showed you that politeness strategy that both of them use, right? And for about the research question 2, I asked about how is power shift during the uncoupling process, right? And from the result from the pre-breakup, and you will see that the woman is more powerful than the man because she can violate tag maxim and can violate the they can violate the tag maxim and approbation maxim. But however, the power was less power after they broke up by violate, right, generosity maxim only one time. She obeyed modesty maxim the most, right? It means that when about the after they broke up, right, it become better, right? It's more better, right? There is no strong power from the man message because in these conversations, the man seemed to be accused by the woman that he was cheating, actually. So, yeah. And it can be seen that factor influences the conversation leading to power shift are the difference of gender and nationality. Yeah, I think that it's very important when from this study you just will see that about the difference of gender and difference of nationality can be the factor that can influence about the conversations and about the power and can influence many things in the conversations, right? Okay, and then now we just come to the conclusions. From 2 series of breakup messages, 6 maxims are all used by the interracial couple. In the breakup message process, Thai women employ tag maxim the most. After they broke up, the woman used modesty maxim the most, right? And she obeyed the maxim 5 times. In post-breakup messages, sympathy maxim that was used by Frenchman can be seen obviously, right? He used sympathy maxim 4 times in order to compromise the women's, right? The power during the messages was shift between the pre-breakup process and the post-breakup process by the women, right? Okay, and the last one, you will see that the women's, right, powerful, right, in the pre-breakup process and turn to be soft after the broke up, right? Sometimes that when just they try to compromise to each other, right, about both of them, right, they try to use politeness strategy, right, to kind of negotiate, compromise, or to soften about and this can make about the endings solve, right? Okay, so that I think that, and then we come to an end of our presentation. So thank you for watching right, our presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Poncharan Sharendra to present his paper, Extension Guidelines to Participation of Farmers in Agricultural Management in the Area of Land Readjustment and Irrigation for Agriculture, Thailand.
Okay, today I'm going to present my research about appropriate agricultural system management approach in the area of land adjustment and irrigation for agriculture in Thailand. My name is Poncharan Saranlom. I'm the lecturer from Sukhothai Thammathirat Phophen University, Thailand. So just a little bit give you the background of this research. In the land adjustment is the area with more potential and readiness for the farming. However, the farmer continue to farm using the traditional production system. They don't have the alternative agricultural system management. And also, if we do this kind of research, the farmer will got the appropriate agricultural system management approach, which is more productivity, more stability and sustainability, and also equitability on this research. And for the research objective and the area, so the objective will divide into three objectives, which are to study the context of agricultural system management of the farmer, and also to study the alternative farming system in the farmer area, and also to study the agricultural system management approach throughout the supply chain management. For the area, we study into three areas, which were the China province, Karasin province, and also Patalung province. For the research process and method, for the first step that we study the content of agricultural system management by using the interview to see the farmer agricultural system and also production cost. And the next, we study the marketing demand and also return on investment. So we use the triangle, which is the survey in deep interview and also secondary data. And next we study the alternative plant or animal designation. So we design the plant or animal which is suitable for the farmer. We use the focus group to see the alternative plant or animal. And the next one, we do the potential analysis of the plant and animal production by using the scale of the 4P and 5M scale. And for next one, we study like the alternative farming system. We do the focus group to see the alternative farming system, and we do the summarize on the system by using the 3D scale, which is the suitable, feasible, and also benefit to the farmer. And the next step, we study about the agricultural system management approach. We try to find the approach which is suitable for the farmer throughout the supply chain management. And just a little bit give you the result of the objective one. We found that all of the farmer, they do the rice monocropping system, and the farmer in China and Karasin province, they lose their profit. But in Patalung province, they got the profit, but not that much comparing to the standard of the rice production system. And objective two, that we study the alternative farming system. The first step that we study about the marketing and return on investment. We study the return on investment of each kind of agricultural product. As the graph, you can see that all of the other agricultural products is higher the return on investment comparing to the rice production in this three province. And next, we study the alternative plant or animal species. We found that many kind of plant and animal species which is suitable or applicable for the market. For example, in China, we got like the rice paddy, bean, vegetable, herbs, banana, jackfruit, chicken, and also ducks, and other kind of product can show in the slide over here. And the next one that we study about the potential analysis throughout the 4P and 5M price, place, product, promotion, and also 5M money, method, material, machine, and man. We found that in China province, the top three belong to the banana, jackfruit, and rice, and top three in Karasin belong to beef cattle. banana and jackfruit, and also in Paturung, top 3 belong to bees, colon chicken, and also beef cattle. And we study about the alternative farming system. We summarized into 4 systems, which were the rice monocrop farming system, and also rice bean rotation system, rice production system with other agricultural activity, and also the system about integrated farming system. And also this kind of product will be available over here on this slide. And next we study about the farmer opinion based on the alternative agricultural system, that we use the suitable, feasible, and also utility of the evaluation of the system. We found that for system they got the high level except the rice and bean rotation system. We found some area that we got like the moderate level, which is the suitable and feasible of the system. And objective 3 that we study the approach throughout the supply chain, we found that the upstream, the farmer should use the fertilizer based on the soil analysis. They should do the cost reduction, water management, reduce rate of the seed use, and they should use the biological substance. They should do the integrated pest management. For the midstream, they should do the production standard based on the cooperative farm system. And for downstream, they should do the price insurance, pre-sale production, direct sale, and also online marketing. For the discussion, I would like to give you the first discussion about the high cost of rice production. At the red graph, we can see the result of 3 provinces that the farmer got the high cost of rice production. Comparing to the green graph, this is the secondary data that the agency recommend that the rice production cost should be over here. So the discussion point will be way to reduce the cost of rice production, which is recommend the farmer to use the fertilizer at the soil analysis value, or they should use the biological substance, and they should use the organic fertilizer instead of chemical fertilizer. And the next discussion point, we would like to discuss about the importance of rice monocropping system. So as the result, we found that the farmer in 3 areas still focusing on the rice production. So this could be the discussion point, that is this to require the strong focus on the rice production, because the rice production was the agricultural way of the farmer, and rice was the potential crop for the local production. So the next one, I would like to discuss about the alternative farming system. As we show that the results show the alternative farming system, which is the 4 system, and also we do the analysis with the farmer. They got the high level in terms of feasibility, suitable, and utility. So this become to the discussion point that the extension of alternative farming system should suit with farmer and ecosystem concept as well. The next one would like to discuss about the water used for alternative farming system. As we show to you that many kind of alternative farming system would be available on this research, but some of animal or plant production, they require the huge amount of water consumption. For example, banana, they require 4,000 cubic meters per line. So it's become to the discussion point that it is necessary to consider the amount of water sufficient for the each production as well. And the next one is the recommendation. We recommend the farmer that they should do the soil inspection. They should fertilize as the soil analysis value. They should use the biological substance. They should do the right seeds by themselves. They should use the green manure, and they should use the organic fertilizer. For the agency, we recommend the agency to develop the demonstration plot or prototype plot of the farmer, so that the general farmer can just come to see the plot and follow. And ask to consider the water consumption for farming system. And for the recommendation for the next research, we recommend to study the result of the chain of the farmer trial on the alternative agricultural system, and also recommend to study on structure and role and function to implement utilization of the participation of the farmer according to the farming system. So thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome Session Chair Sashil Budiman, Lecturer, Government Studies Department, Raja Haji School of Social and Political Science, Indonesia, to provide us valuable feedback for the presentations.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Diego Jesus Mamami Quispe from University National de San Agustin, Arequipa, Peru. You come with the title Gender as a Factor of Entrepreneurship in University Students. Okay, let me take some comment for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation for the first. And then I would like to suggest several comment to your paper and your presentation. So what is basically the most important thing in entrepreneurship for university students? So you must come up with the idea from the response of students during your research. So what kind of difference between male or female, so as a gender. And I see from the first presentation, you want to make a policy. So, and for the policy being implemented by the Ministry of Production in Peru. So I cannot found actually what kind of policy that you suggest for Ministry of Production in Peru as the main objective from your presentation also. So for Ministry of Production in Peru, what you suggest for them to make certain policy for increase the productivity of your research, especially for entrepreneurship? So what kind of innovation that we have conduct from the government to stimulate university students for entrepreneurship? That's all my comment. And then I think for the discussion, you need to more explore not just point by point, but you can explain more for conclusion also. Thank you. Okay, thank you for this is Janyawat Tancharunrat Futi Jumnong. Okay. You come up with title effect of electric field strength and pulse number on total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, and biological activities on Chinese garlic or aluminium Chinese. Okay. It's quite interesting for your material of presentation to come up with idea of kind of innovation in this day. Okay. You're from College of Integrated Science and Technology, Raja Mangla University of Technology, Lana, Chiang Mai. Okay, thank you for good presentation. I think with uniqueness and for subject of knowledge, it's very good, I think. But uh, as one of innovation, I think it's a very strong commitment. Even though I found that some disadvantages uh, if we do this innovation. First of all, it's quite expensive technology, but in my perspective, that's a cost. I think that a cost for big innovation. It's a breakthrough. I think for electric field strength and pulse number, I don't want to more strain on that, but as one of innovation, I think this is a renewable energy. I think for us, yeah, to rethinking again about local indigenous product, and then it's take advantages for that product to more be innovative and make a breakthrough, as I mentioned before, for society activities. And I think that's all from my perspective. Maybe my attention is for innovation. Yeah. It's include with technology that you and your team use and seeking moving forward for how to improve this kind of innovation. We come up with another idea of product. And for this product, Chinese garlic, for instance, it's new for me, okay, as an innovation, but we use that for daily life. But it's good for uniqueness. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you for Mrs. Jan Yawad from College of Integrated Science and Technology, Raja Mangla University of Technology, London, Chiang Mai. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Kanita Mepradit, good presentation. You are from Faculty of Paramedical Science, Burapa University, Thailand. I'm here, Syaril Budiman from Sisi Poraja Haji. I would like to review your presentation and your material about your paper. We come up with title Factors Affecting GPA in Higher Education in Asia. Systematic review. Okay. Yeah, GPA is very important in academic life. Every single student's in daily life, university must improve their GPA. Try to improve with certain possibility to get the higher GPA. But yeah, from your findings, maybe I would like to review in university life. Maybe they must related also, and it's higher GPA. It's correlated with their jobs and what we call it. If they enter the field of work, it's giving big impact of their experience of work, the satisfaction from market of labor, from product of university. That's as consideration for us from higher education institution. So I need to also share my talk about philosophy of education with 3E. Maybe it's common comment from me when a student, it's not only for GPA, their GPA, but they need to grade education plus experience and enjoy. So it affecting GPA probably in higher education institution. It's good work from you and your team, I think, with title like this. And as innovation, what kind of technology, innovative educational, it's main theme of this conference that relate with your future studies or future research. Then from 5 factors that you review, so from demographic factors, psychological factors, admission criteria factors, learning relates daily habits, and for learning environment, the most with the most of influence factors that affected the students' GPA. So this is also very important thing for research finding that will deliver good message also for university. I think that's all from my comment, and good work for you, Mrs. Kanita Mipradit. I'm sorry if I'm wrong spelling your name, but it is a good point from you. And I suggest maybe next time you can compare in Southeast Asian countries, Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and others countries in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much. It's from me, Sari Budiman. Okay, thank you. This is now upon Rantana Buri for your great presentation as one innovation, and it's very related with our conference today about technology innovative educational and also multidisciplinary skills in 21st century research. You here with me, Sari Budiman from Raja Haji School of Social Science, Indonesia. And I would like to review and suggest several comments for your presentation. And you are from Raja Mangla University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi. Come up with title Value Added for Elefandang to create new environmentally friendly products in Ayutthaya community, Franakon, si Ayutthaya province. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Now upon Ratanaburi, I'm sorry if I'm wrong spelling your name, but this is a great idea for make some breakthrough for Elepandang. In Indonesia, we know similar like this one. We call it coffee luwak or seafood coffee in English. So this is a breakthrough and as one innovation how to solve the problem. And I see that from your research objective that to create and model for value added to elephant dung and try to generate value added from elephant dung to a new products. And then the last one to study consumer satisfaction towards the new environmentally friendly products. And then also I see how to produce and what product that come up with the elephant dung. Okay, one of small storage bag, picture, frame, and handy bag. Okay, okay. As one of innovation that you present today, okay, it's very unique and have great value. I think how society and as one of tourism city, this is one of kind of a model that make new attraction for tourists, especially to know the condition and they have responsibility for Thailand environmental, or especially for that city. So this is a great responsibility also as academician, as researcher, to rethinking again about the problem in the grassroots. So if we can giving a big impact through this problem, I think that's a very good idea that you can make a new special breakthrough from what problem that they face. So in my perspective for innovation, so this is something new that can attract new customer for or tourists as tourism city that I mentioned before, and as a new innovation also that can involve society, government sector, local government. But one that we have to consider that the sustainability and ensure that this innovation also can continuity the commitment and bring consensus among multi-sectoral. This is the most important thing also. For instance, for the construction, the operator in Ayutthaya floating market, this is need to improve. Like, okay, we have to make together understanding how to ensure that elephant down it's not what we call it as only a garbage, but this is only can need value added also for what we call tourism environment. That's what I want to review and comment from your presentation. Okay, thank you, Assistant Prof. Dr. Nawapon Ratanaburi. Good job for you and your team from Raja Mangla University of Technology, Swarna Bumi. All right, thank you for Dr. Monshirada Tongkert. You from Faculty of Liberal Arts, Raja Mangkala University of Technology, Tawan. Chankra Bongse Bufanart campus. Sorry if I'm getting wrong from spelling your name and campus. I'm here, Syari Budiman from Sisi Porajaji Tanjung Pinang, and you come up with title Service Innovation of Eco-Friendly Hotel in Thailand. So it's a very interesting idea with eco-friendly hotel as one of innovation, particularly about service innovation. So yeah, you good in the beginning, giving a idea from service satisfaction, and then in these days we know COVID-19 outbreaks. It's I watching in Channel News Asia how Thailand. It's very sad now because tourism condition. Yeah, in Southeast Asia, it's not only Thailand but others country in Southeast Asia very impactful because COVID-19 impact. So it's correlate with condition of economy and also the social life condition that's impacted. And from your perspective, I agree that now we need to service strategy improvement, especially for hotel. For as industry, they need to create new innovation or renewable innovation strategy that will impact to service area for tourists. Even it's for local tourists or overseas tourists. I think that hotel need to rethinking again, as you mentioned, about green model. And if we come back to your slide about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals idea, that we have to uh, relate it with green, yeah, I think it green concept, and this concept also deliver how to service management innovation. That's good idea from you, and how you try to explain the condition of a hotel. And I see that your profile in the beginning, your experience in tourism and hotel business can, and now you in the university member can deliver uh, something new policy, new understanding to hotel management, how to copying new environment because of COVID-19, and we have to make uh, new solution also, how to adapt, that we call adapt to situation. And I think when we talk about innovation, uh, from previous presenter also, I suggest that uh, who is the team that can conquer with this situation, and what sometimes that I talk with other government, it's uh, if we talk about innovation, it's come up with idea together, understanding why we need this innovation, what can impact that, and what advantages, what the barrier that we conduct this innovation. And from your presentation, you come up with the idea using social media as one of model service innovation that giving uh, learning also for customer, uh, the idea about eco-friendly hotel. And I want to bold line about uh, the condition of tourism in a country, yeah, that why we need the innovation, as your conclusion in the end of this presentation, uh, the green renewable energy, renewable of idea of innovation, particularly for service innovation in hotel business operation, it's common things at this time, because we know now we have Omicron, COVID-19, it's still going, and this current situation that hotel business, government, local government, all tour operator, including uh, tourists also need to adapt with this situation. But at the same time, innovative service can, I think, can giving new experience and new understanding how we stay at the hotel, and how hotel can giving a new service satisfaction towards the customer. uh, that's good idea from you, and I agree with four aspect that when we talk about service innovation management, it's not only for eco-friendly hotel, I think, but for innovation, uh, tourism innovation, I think this is a very important thing that we have to think together. And then you from university member also can deliver a good policy perspective for increase or what we call it as fix it the situation of tourism ecosystem also. That's all comment for me. I think this is need to improve for future research about the condition and hotel eco-friendly in Thailand, and I'm waiting to can visit Thailand if border can open. It's around 2 years I didn't visit Thailand. It's good for me, Dr. Monsirada Tongkert. Nice work, good work from you and your team. Thank you. That's all from me. Okay, good presentation from Assistant Prof. Dr. Kanokrat Yosakrai from Faculty of Communication Art, Bangkok Thonburi University of Thailand. She's come with title Research, Product Development and Branding for Safety Rice and Herb Processing in China, Thailand. Okay, Dr. Kanokrat Yosakrai, while this is a good idea because you thinking about apply system theory from back to back. You start from output, input, process, and output instead of input, process, output, and feedback. Okay, as one of innovation, and I will start because your propose from output. Rice is one of biggest commodity in Thailand, and as you mentioned previously, the condition of rice we need to rethinking again about the safety and also how to branding because we can get value added from your presentation. And then I would like to suggest because this is participatory observation and research. How the supporting, if we talk about this service innovation management, how the supporting from the government, particularly from FDA, you have to ensure the FDA will support this innovation because of from the process. If we talk about the process, the expert and researcher, facilitator, you need to empower the participant, and the favor from local government or government through FDA, you need a fulfillment for products. I think five product standard that you mentioned in your result and analysis to ensure that waiver from the FDA, how to continuity and ensure that idea of safety and branding from rise of Thailand, especially in China, can give more impact for local economic, especially for farmer, also for local industry, for SMEs in China also. This is a big commitment that we need from multi-stakeholder, multi-sector of government initiative, and also I think that you need to pentahelix. For instance, for is involving mass media. You can use social media. You can use also any platform to promote. So not only product by researcher, but also public know about what is different things this rice and another rice products from China and other parts city of Thailand or province in Thailand. So this is also can make good product. For example, you need to you want to export the industry want to export to other Southeast Asian countries or other countries in the world. So you need to get this certificate or permit or something like that. That this is safety, and this is have another value added from another rice in Thailand. And I like also the idea about let me see again from your presentation. They have 3 or 4 product value that from the from the result and analysis that 5 products: Thai vermicelli, bergamot leaf soap, banana powder, lemon grass panda tea, and the view of this brochure poster or what you call it is very interesting. But I think you need to put multi-language from market. So some of the products is in Thai language, it's good for local. But if you want to more market, you need to, I think, in double language or multi-language, I think firstly you can put the English language into this poster. And beneficial from we consumption this product is what, so it's good for market products and also safety rice. I think that's all my comment. Nice work, good innovation from you and team. Thank you. I'm Syahril Budiman from Stisipol Raja Haji Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Thank you. Okay, thank you from Mr. Farin from Samran. Come up with title interpretation, influence and development of architectural styles of Tai Lu Vihan, a case study of Tai Lu Vihan on Sen Wang Ma Temple, one sub-district, Chiang Kam District, Payau Province. Okay. It's very interesting presentation entitled The Idea of the as one of architectural styles. I think this is also bring as a historical building also here, or we call it heritage. This is the one of important thing that we have to consider in this day with tangible asset or intangible asset. I think this architectural have both of them, and as heritage building, probably government and also researcher academia should be care about this value, especially architectural style of Tai Lu Vihan in Thailand. It's very similar with previous research, historical or heritage building. In my research, this is if government not take responsibility and society also law of seeking of sustainability, it will be lost. So I'm glad to see how the society in your research quite interesting to take care. That's the key message. Take care of Tai Lu Vihan because this is a multicultural site also. I hear that in the beginning it's from influenced by China also because of its long story between movement people from China to Thailand or in Southeast Asia. Okay, uh, related with your. All right, this is presentation from Mrs. Penapa Tongkam. Come up with title Forgiveness and Violent Behavior Among Vocational Students in Pathum Thani Province. Okay. Uh, I will come up with my question at the first. Maybe why students become violent and they have violent behavior. What the most influence factor from your analysis, from your construction of theory, and what's make they become also forgiveness for violence situation, for violence, uh, what we call it, violence behavior. That's the the main question that we have to answer, and uh, I quite actually from your presentation, it's a lot of words that probably in future when you make a presentation that it's good, you can show point by point and make clear of statement that will support your findings, will support your idea for your you get the what we call it as interaction between presenter and audience. So during your presentation, I saw a lot of paragraph rather than clear point from what is forgiveness and violent behavior. Even you have parts by parts hypothesis that you establish in your presentation, but it's good to if you have a strong point, I think a strong point that you can explain more in 10 or 12 minutes from your presentation and not cut. I think this is a different situation that Mrs. Penapa tried to explain, but it's good for me. You try to make this research and you have recommendation for future research, uh, and maybe not only for vocational students. You can relate it also how revolution industry 4.0 giving impact through condition of vocational students. That's all my comment for your presentation, Mrs. Penapa Tongham. Good luck and that's good job. Okay, thank you from Mr. Atichat Rungswang. Come up with title Enhancing Speakers Ethos in Persuasive Speech, a case study of Oprah Winfrey. And you are from Faculty of Liberal Arts, King Mongkut's Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Thailand. Is it? Yeah. And you collaborate with Mr. Miss Krishna Kosas Hun Hanan from Faculty of Liberal Arts, Raja Mangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi, Thailand. And today you present, the title is Enhancing Speaker Ethos in Persuasive Speech, case study of Oprah Winfrey. is and half hour you try to explain uh, the communication theory and the strong speakers today from strong speakers such as Oprah Winfrey. Okay, it's a lot of dimension. I think that today you uh, explain for us different situation that faced by Oprah Winfrey, but it's for me this is pure talking about how people can communicate, and on the other hand, it's talking about equity and equality. Even in promoting gender, we talk about race, uh, we talk about human opportunity in these days, uh, especially in Western side. If we talk about black and white people, there's still we have a layer in the middle of society. So that's why it's very important. The case of with Oprah Winfrey related with our condition today when we talk about equity and equality. Uh, in the next step, I would like to relate your presentation about with Harold the Laswell communication theory. When we talk Harold the Laswell, it's come up with the idea with 5W. It's who says what, to whom, in which channel, and with what effect. So we will start from the beginning. When we talk Oprah Winfrey, it's strong as I mentioned before. This is she is a strong speaker today, strong character, strong controversy also. We remember when she talked about Prince Harry and Meghan with relate with United Kingdom case when they step out from the United Kingdom. So Oprah is one of figure that supporting them and ensure that there is trouble in the UK. Nobody touch since Diana lives out also United Kingdom, and why she so strong talk about it because of uh, she's strong character that have ability and also supporting from the public when she talk about that. Okay, in terms of to whom, of course, the audience or the public acceptance is very big, as we know, because Oprah Winfrey has a Oprah show since she's starting her career in Hollywood. So if we compare to others, Oprah is more. I agree because uh, there is a lot of uh, character speakers, but cannot like Oprah Winfrey. Uh, in which channel we know she's very acceptance in public, and she talk with a lot of effect. But what about if you seeking also from society impact? So you come up with self-criticism, expertise, similitudes, and inclination of succeed. But if we can to seeking another part of society impact from communication model of Winfrey in for black people or white people acceptance that Oprah Winfrey as a woman in woman that in the race is black. So it will be interesting also because of we know I mentioned before uh, in the United States there are also layering in society. It's same like India, Brahmana, Sudra, and something else. But is it in the communication its impact to society or not? Because of if we talk about speaker ethos in a persuasive speech as your title, a study of Oprah Winfrey, uh, it's in the United States, it's accepted, it's very big when black people talk about this. Oprah Winfrey's extraordinary case. That's why uh, she's promoting gender, race that I mentioned also before. This is a good research for communication model of theory it will develop, and if this theory following by a government model of communication, it will be interesting also because of today changing situation, okay, the digital revolution of 4.0. I think that communication model will be following the condition also. So from this research, it will be good also for public relation in terms of government public relation, even government to government, government to citizen, or government to business. It will be very good. Okay, that's all my comment. And the last one, thank you for your good presentation today, Mr. Atishat Runswang. I'm Syaril Budiman from Sisi Purajaji, Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Good point. Okay, this Pasu Sufabab from School of Architecture and Fine Arts University of Payau. You come up with the title Research and Product Development for Home Decoration by Textile of Doing Gen Sub-District Group, Payau Province. Okay, I think that's good presentation. If we talk about uh, home decoration, product development for home decoration by textile, and quickly I relate with handicraft, okay, because Thailand is as one of tourism, big tourism area in Southeast Asia, even in the world. So this is a very important thing for what we call attraction for tourists if they come to Thailand and they can find something new uh, and also community for Thailand, for Payau province in terms of increasing local government uh, income, so government income. So this is as handicraft, and I interesting also with your idea about how society can develop their own handicraft during the COVID-19 outbreak. So it will be alternative. So it will be alternative for society, and also as a researcher, you seeking this idea from the society, from the group also, and I will not comment for home decoration because this your area of studies. It's quite different from me. But if we talk about as handicraft related with tourism, as I said before, is a capital, society capital, government capital to improve to you uh, for future study, maybe you will see government initiative or government support for this idea, or community support for this idea, and what is beneficial, what is advantageous for, or you can make something like roadmap for this idea of research. So that's all comment from me. But on the other hand, I would like to comment, if you can make this presentation point by point clearly, so it's not a paragraph from your presentation, it will be good and support with the your picture and the words that represented in your presentation. I think that's will be good also. Uh, so it's make clear when your presentation, your research, and the audience will attractive also respond your watching and listening your presentation. That's all comment from me to you, Mr. Pasu Sufabab. Congrats for you and your School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Payau. Thank you very much. I'm Saril Budiman from Sisi Poraje. Thank you. Okay, thank you for Assistant Professor Dr. Kanopon Pakechai from Raja Mangala University of Technology, Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Come up with title and adaptation of the code business throughout the supply chain in the spread of viral disease Corona 2019 in Pranakonsi Ayutthaya Province, Thailand. Okay, this is good point, because this is as the risk management business. I would like to thank you for your research, because this will develop uh, business farmers actually, especially in growth business, because you have business canvas model that will adapt it carefully and usefully for a good farmer. Uh, the point of during coronavirus outbreak in 2019, 2020, and right now, uh, 2021. By 2022, I think this is uh, every single businessman, every single company need business strategic, business resilience strategy for production, distribution, and consumption, for consumer market, and any others market sector. Uh, as business resilience, this is a good, because when we talk about supply chains, it's also talk about the value chains, because uh, business model in this day without uh, good strategy about resilience, it will be coming down. But in terms of consumption, uh, like good business, this is a opportunity for province, for uh, local government, even for country, to rethinking again what kind of policy that they can make it uh, to ensure that business doing well. So my suggestion towards your paper, Prof, it's uh, in the next step, what is the policy that conducted by the government to ensure that this business will strengthen fully and make resilience as risk management for farmers' product. Uh, because at this day, during this is Corona, uh, many farmers face a lot of problem. So from that problem, we can make any research and policy based on evidence that we can suggest to government to do action like mapping the potential uh, risk faced by farmers so they can make a good policy for them. Uh, the last one, it's quite attractive presentation from you. You have a picture, the business canvas model that can be clear looking and make comment, and that's good point from you, Professor Dr. Kana Pon Pakechai from Raja Mangla University of Technology, Swarnabhumi, Thailand. That's all comment from me to your material presentation. I hope that any province, any countries can make good policy for strengthening gold business or farmers product in their country. That's all from me, Syaril Budiman from Sisi Poraja, Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Okay, thank you for this Chanopon Aung Suchat from School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Payau, Thailand. Come up with title Lifetime Come Offline Style Temple Pillar to apply in new pattern design. A case study of what Pratat Lampang Luang, Lampang Province in Thailand. Okay, this is short presentation, I think, that you come up today, and I would like to say thank you for your presentation, because this is a preliminary study that you made with your team. This is good idea, and you brave to start the new style or the new pattern design for Vihara Pilar. As preliminary studies, this is a good start for you and your team, but I'm not so very clear, not very clear actually, what you try to talk about. What is the important for the new pattern design for Vihara or this temple actually? Why people have to change the idea of new pillar? Is it if we related with if this is a historical building or historical heritage, cultural, tangible, is it any particular idea of this research that related that if we talk about heritage culture or heritage cultural tangible assets? If you have that, maybe you can mention in your paper the importance of new pattern design for a temple, and then for architecture, I think for architecture, is it possible that people change the new pattern design for new temple or new vihara that you mentioned that? Because from your presentation in your abstract, that open wall building system affected by the hot movement and from human behavior, stroking, touching, and leaning, and the purpose of this project is collect information that so it's valuable religious architecture, if you apply the new pattern of design, is it possible or not? That's my question, that probably in future research or in this day, if you build new R&D, you can suggest or mention or explain in your paper presentation, so it make clear for audience also uh, to what I want to say. If you mention it in your paper, it will be interesting for people, and getting know to people. Okay, this is not only for citable design, but because this is religious building, so people can accept it, that, and people will know it. Okay, I think that's all for my comment for Miss Chanokpon au Suchat and team. That's good point from you and your team. Maybe the next step will be good, because this is a preliminary study. That's all my comment. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So wonderful to us when you share the new project from Assistant Professor Dr. Tong I Wong Wichai. You are from, you don't mention, okay, from School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Payau, Thailand. Okay, okay, Prof. It's very interesting idea from you, because designing method in difficulty levels of assembling wooden puzzle. Okay. Yeah. Uh, I I need to be clear in your projects and with your team. I think that creating new wooden puzzle, it's like uh, thinking thinking game. It's need to full brain also when we talk about puzzle, and that's very clear idea also from you in this presentation. But at the same time, I would like to comment from your research project, uh, what the important thing that from you and related with your area of studies or area of expertise, and what is beneficial for society, beneficial for research science, and research uh, practical, because it will come with truly amazing achievement that uh, from your research towards the science. So this will be amazing also uh, for the science, especially for your uh, architecture and fine arts, because this is something new from me also, as you mentioned in abstract. It will testing, so testing three types of design, different play. Okay, different situation, why you need to build this research is very important that you can mention in the beginning of your research. Maybe you can put it into your background uh, or at the preface of your research. That's very important, I think, for me. So people get to know what you try to talk about your research. Okay, that's all comment from me. Uh, Thank you very much. Congratulations for you, because as preliminary study, it will be good for future. Thank you. All right, thank you for Mr. Atichach Ronswang. Come up with title Investigating Polytonous Strategies During Uncoupling Process of Interracial Relationship. Okay, you collaborate with Mr. Krishna Kosas Hun Hanan. Uh, you are from Faculty of Liberal Arts, King Mongkut's Institute of Technology at Krabang, Thailand, and Faculty of Liberal Arts, Raja Mangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi, Thailand. Okay. Wow, okay. It's again with communication process, and this is fantastic idea with interracial relationship, and you come up with the revolution of technology and bringing people to contact each other, and they contact with blind couple through internet. But okay, I like to uh, reviewing your research because you are very interested with communication. Mr. Tichat Runswang, uh, this is like uh, a game between self and others from six theory that you come up. And okay, during the process, uh, relationship, so this is between man and woman. And I have a joke because uh, woman always right and man is always left. Yeah. Because uh, it's quite funny when we talk about this relationship, and from your perspective you find that the power of woman is very big in this situation, rather than the power man is less power from your research. That's quite interesting for me. uh, Talking about relationship in this era, so if we see uh, from your perspective, from your research, yeah, that's more often problems are found due to long distance relationship. uh, how many people that you get it as your sample, and you come up with uh, result like this? This is a very important. How many people that you get as a sample from your research study, uh, because uh, and how many countries that from your research only French and Thai women. What about others? Is it the same pattern from this result of relationship, or maybe another result come up with the another countries, because some people it's different style, different situation, and what kind of situation that uh, this couple ending process of interracial relationship? What is the most affecting factors that they ending their uh, coupling, or the most affecting uncoupling from this relationship? Okay. Because of uh, in when the uncoupling relationship, uh, it's very hard when we talk about the politeness as politeness. Uh, the 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 end game of relationship bring sometimes bring new situation, bring become they are very bad for each other, that you have to seeking indeed for future research. Uh, and the others for me from your research is okay, it's about okay, why they need to uh, start of this relationship, because they know the pro and cons, because we know that all just it's for fun, it's just for fun they make a relationship or something else. That's very important, I think, that we know that the main reason for what extent they know uh, they want to start this relationship. But overall it's good, uh, something new idea for research. Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations for you and your team. That's all comment from me, Mr. Atichat Rumswang. All right, thank you from Mr. Ponsaran Sarandrom from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University. You come up with title appropriate agricultural system management approach in the area of land readjustment and irrigation for agriculture Thailand. Okay, this is a good idea for innovation in agriculture actually. And as COVID-19 outbreak, every single country need risk management and being safe resilience city or safe resilience city resilience. Uh, as innovative idea, I would like to congratulate for you, Mr. Ponsaram Saram Nom. This is a, extraordinary idea, particularly for farmers and agriculture. As one of community, I think Thailand is a big potential for agricultural, and at the same time, I think that we need something new, breakthrough towards system management agriculture. Uh, that's why it's very challenging idea also, and very challenging situation that uh, related with farmers' life, and how you and your team we can deal with farmers if we seeking there is uh, maybe resistance, acceptance of new idea, new innovation, new breakthrough from academic, because sometimes the idea of researcher, the idea of academic, it's not acceptance by public or society. That's become a big problem. Uh, in one perspective, this is innovation, but on the other hand, something like new that cannot be applicable for farmers, for instance. And from your presentation, that I can found that from your process and your method, come up with the result, there is hope actually. If this is happening and then implemented carefully, it will come up with another plan. Okay, because there is a lot of things that farmers actually can build up with new system management, and I'm agree that with you. We cannot focus only for one product in one mainland, because if the agriculture is the main focus, there is a lot of things that they can do at the same time, as like a primary product and supporting product for secondary or secondary, or the third one is a supporting system that they can make as economic community. Okay, next, market. Okay, I think Thailand is good for in terms of productivity. Another research that I found that they try to make safety rice, for instance, how to make safety rice and create a new branding of rice in Thailand. And if we combine this one, is alternative farming system, based on your study on market and the return of investment in agricultural production, probably in these three province it will be uh, rise the productivity and also the return of investment, because maybe something uh, wrong in the process of selling, of process of productivity, so it impact for consumption of public demand. So that's why we need to alternative farming system, as you mentioned in your paper. The last one from your research that I would like to comment is the as the innovation, we need to service innovation management. That there are four things, and the last one is support. Okay, if we have support from the government, it will be good also. So you have to make alternative policy for government, especially in province and a country, the Minister of Agriculture, for instance, to rethinking again about the innovation of agriculture. At the same time, Minister of Trade, for instance, they have to rethinking the market from the beginning and the end. So it's like a system theory from input, process, output, the environment, and come up with the this circle. So the value chain and system value, it's also built up during the system management. Okay, that's all comment from me for Mr. Punsaran Sanandrom. That's good idea. It's a breakthrough innovation as a system management uh, from you, and I hope that you can keep moving forward with your idea, especially this is a potential idea from you and your college. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Syarif Budiman from Sisi Purajaji Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia.
I would like to thank each and everyone to complete the day one of our conference successfully. Thank you.